Settings: use strong passwords with two-factor authentication, report and block abusers, avoid sharing sensitive information, and save screenshots as evidence. Speak up, support each other, educate others, and advocate now. Safe homes, safe spaces, youth for digital safety, 16 days against GBV. End online violence. As we go online in Kenya, technology-facilitated gender-based violence has exploded. This includes cyberbullying, doxing, threats, and non-consensual image sharing. The key statistics show that nearly 90% of tertiary students witness it. It affects 64% of women, and many men face it too. Harassment often leads to stalking or deepfakes, and it mirrors offline inequalities. Everyone is at risk, but we can fight for safe digital spaces. Here are clear steps. Strengthen privacy settings, use strong passwords with two-factor authentication, report and block abusers, avoid sharing sensitive information, and save screenshots as evidence. Speak up, support each other, educate others, and advocate now. Safe homes, safe spaces, youth for digital safety, 16 days against GBV. End online violence. As we go online in Kenya, technology-facilitated gender-based violence has exploded. This includes cyberbullying, doxing, threats, and non-consensual image sharing. The key statistics show that nearly 90% of tertiary students witness it. It affects 64% of women, and many men face it too. Harassment often leads to stalking or deepfakes, and it mirrors offline inequalities. Everyone is at risk, but we can fight for safe digital spaces. Here are clear steps. Strengthen privacy settings, use strong passwords with two-factor authentication, report and block abusers, avoid sharing sensitive information, and save screenshots as evidence. Speak up, support each other, educate others, and advocate now. Safe homes, safe spaces, youth for digital safety, 16 days against GBV. End online violence. As we go online in Kenya, technology-facilitated gender-based violence has exploded. This includes cyberbullying, doxing, threats, and non-consensual image sharing. The key statistics show that nearly 90% of tertiary students witness it. It affects 64% of women, and many men face it too. Harassment often leads to stalking or deepfakes, and it mirrors offline inequalities. Everyone is at risk, but we can fight for safe digital spaces. Here are clear steps. Strengthen privacy settings, use strong passwords with two-factor authentication, report and block abusers, avoid sharing sensitive information, and save screenshots as evidence. Speak up, support each other, educate others, and advocate now. Safe homes, safe spaces, youth for digital safety, 16 days against GBV. End online violence. As we go online in Kenya, technology-facilitated gender-based violence has exploded. This includes cyberbullying, doxing, threats, and non-consensual image sharing. The key statistics show that nearly 90% of tertiary students witness it. It affects 64% of women, and many men face it too. Harassment often leads to stalking or deepfakes, and it mirrors offline inequalities. Everyone is at risk, but we can fight for safe digital spaces. Here are clear steps. Strengthen privacy settings, use strong passwords with two-factor authentication, report and block abusers, avoid sharing sensitive information, and save screenshots as evidence. Speak up, support each other, educate others, and advocate now. Safe homes, safe spaces, youth for digital safety, 16 days against GBV. End online violence. As we go online in Kenya, technology-facilitated gender-based violence has exploded. This includes cyberbullying, doxing, threats, and non-consensual image sharing. The key statistics show that nearly 90% of tertiary students witness it. It affects 64% of women, and many men face it too. Harassment often leads to stalking or deepfakes, and it mirrors offline inequalities. Everyone is at risk, but we can fight for safe digital spaces. Here are clear steps. Strengthen privacy settings. Use strong passwords with two-factor authentication. Report and block abusers. Avoid sharing sensitive information and save screenshots as evidence.
All of the things I'm talking, I'm not there, yeah. Try what I do if you're not there, fair. My money, they tell me to disappear, yeah. So come and help me, cause I don't pray, my man, I don't pray, come on, man. I can't stay for one place, because my bed. Take my fear away from they are talking shit, what the no get me? See you for what's I put up my eyes, that's my eyes, that's good. I cry, offshore, but my dreadlock. Leave me, I don't pray, Mohammed, I don't pray. Come on, man, I can't stay for one place, because my bed, come and teach me. Only you can feel my best. Give me vitamins, we're gonna take these pains away. So. Alaye mi bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ kan kí ló ń lọ. Ó máa rí ìyàwó rẹ̀ mi lọ ń sọ. Wọ́n ní mo give them pressure. Ó jẹ́ má lọ sùn ṣiṣẹ́ lọ, mo yà pàwó lọ. Nobody go dey west apart done too much. Ẹni tó bá bá aṣọ òun ṣá ló mọ̀. Gàbó lọ, ọmọ bá ṣì ń lọ. Ìsídèlé kan sídè ọ̀. Happiness, everythingness. My life no stress, fine boy no ex. Happiness, everythingness. My life no stress. Òtútù, ó wọ̀nyó. Bákàrà sí mi alákòóló. Ohun tó ń ṣe yín kọ́ ló ń ṣe mí o. Ẹjẹ́ ló mọ̀ tẹ́ ṣe ànúbì novice. Yépa, àṣàmọ̀dì. Ọ̀gá no dey form Kasabi. Tfgbv, as you can see. Àbí zombies are Okonjo. Òtútù, ó wọ̀nyó. Bákàrà sí mi alákòóló. Ohun tó ń ṣe yín kọ́ ló ń ṣe mí o. Ẹjẹ́ ló mọ̀ tẹ́ ṣe ànúbì novice. Yépa, àṣàmọ̀dì. Ọ̀gá no dey form Kasabi. Tfgbv, as you can see. Àbí zombies are Okonjo.
Watch your birthstone, you an earth tone. I miss and need you bad, baby, come home. You want me make it happen, baby, I know. Want me to keep you happy, baby, I know. Penthouse, condo, gonna one, I'm a piano. You want me make it happen, baby, I know. I'm here to make you smile when you feel low.
Happiness, everythingness. My life no stress, fine boy no ex.
Happiness, it's a feeling. Your life no stress.
Òtútù, ó wọ̀nyó. Bákàrà sí mi alákòóló. Ohun tó ń ṣe yín kọ́ ló ń ṣe mí o. Ẹjẹ́ ló mọ̀ tán ṣe ànúbì novice. Yépa, àṣàmọ̀dì. Ọ̀gá no dey form Kasabi. Tfgbv, as you can see. Àbí zombies are Okonjo. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know chasing for me. All of the man go my love. But I got the edition my love. If you want to let Jack come alone, need to find anybody na money I want. Don't they hear what people they do. Want to get a shakeleti love. It's a love when I want to get another one. I go take and do it in I love. Waiting you love, oh. Waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Go no be vodka, Mr. Money Changer. Oh, no, the ways that Mr. Money Changer. Just carry on, give me no time. Bad boy day, me I day fine, and at the same time, me I day high. Put to the top, stand out, calm down, you go day fine, like fine wine, don't decline. Say goodbye, see, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Go sheshe, ọmọ yìí don deja, ṣeré délé, mú fọ́ fàyè, yeah. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ, ọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ, need to find anybody na money I want it. But they hear wetin people dey talk, wọ́n ti gbé Àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. See love and I wanna get another one, I go take and do wetin I love, wetin you love, oh. Baby wetin I love, oh. Wetin I love, I go do am with all my heart, oh. Mr. Money Changer.
Low-key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking, all my guys, them know me. Since '06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I get low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. In my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, oh. Baby, gon' give me your lo. You got me like whoa. Shawty gon' give me your lo. I see this fine girl from my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl they do too much, but this girl mellow. Now in my divine situation, I go use they tell I'm mellow. Finally I find way to talk to the girl, but she ain't no one follow. When you gonna phone for one? When you know I go for one? Then I start to feel a bum one. But she dey give me small one. I know, say she's a people sit down one. But she feeling insecure, cause her friends go they go my light ring go on. Go they go my light ring go on.
Yeah, I know we look shy, but for you I get down low. And my hips make you cry when I'm moving around you. Do it once, do it twice. I push back, you hold me tight. Get a taste for a night. Baby, show me you can calm down. Dance with me and take the lead now. Got you so high that you can't calm down. Don't you ask, you know you're allowed. When it's you, I can't say no. Baby, give me low. You got me like
Shawty gon' give me a lo. As I reach my house, I see me got a small wall. As me I wake up, now she did my mind don't walk. Then one day, put in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Girl, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me your lo. You got me like whoa. Shawty, come give me your lo.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my. Wise man said, follow the stars. There you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. Cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill my vibe. I see you watching my stories. I see you gauging my lifestyle. I see you watching my movements. This bad every day. I know they look at your face. Bad man bad every day. Get on your knees and pray. Feel it in your face. Love is somebody that protect my energy from your padora. Now my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get sour, come on, go and sit down. I go just para, come out my jigger. I go just pay, follow my dream. DJ Bolt in the building.
Sexy love what she need for my bad boy like me. Yeah. Sexy kiss is the thing that she ain't for my lips. Yeah. My sex herself is the only air that she breathes. And when I look into her eyes, I know that she can never get enough of me. Your body high me like lean. When we do it, skin to skin. And as the rush they increase, I feel the drip in your V. Shorty say she feeling so. She grab my neck and she whisper please. Shorty give me that thing so my chest in my knees. Shorty got a lot in her bucket list. I give her number one, she need a bucket quick. And when we done, she feel me like a majesty. Grip. Round two, quick. Round three, pelebe. Next day we go do one for your place. Make sure that your daddy is known. Make sure that your mommy is known. Switch off that television. Netflix know what I came here for. Shorty better shut your door. Cause I know one disturb me, boy. Shorty like it when I drill a hole. When I finish, I go.
I've been drinking no alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red, and I don't smoke banga. Did you check on me? Now did you notice me?
In bed, but my mind stay wandering, overthinking, but I'd rather be sleeping. Grab a drink, I need escape now. 247, I be in this state now, but I can no longer depend on it. I become my own enemy. I don't question my
sanity, waiting to be saved. But I'd rather be alone than to have fake friends. Check on me, well let them get to me. I'm just tired, not trying to be lazy, cause I got a lot that I've been dealing with. I know you understand, I know you
I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red and I don't smoke but now. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me? Oh, Holy Father, I try to help myself. Cause they make you not leave me deep.
Oh, no, let go. 9 to 5, baby. I'm the one, okay. Time to time, they check on me, baby. Once a while, cause I've been drinking more alcohol. So I don't give a fuck, cause I'm always by myself. I don't really need your help. Yes, I smoke weed, I can't find peace. I stay hungry, don't need much. See this Bible, cannot force it, oh.
I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red and I don't smoke banana. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me? I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red and I don't smoke banana. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me?
I no get time, I did that, back that. That cover my face, calling me like back down. Biggie man, we know they be back that. Tell me, my nigga, what's it gon' G-Wagon, all depend. The girl them, ride the whip, I no fit, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it gon' G-Wagon, all depend. The girl them, ride the whip, I no fit, die for nothing. Make you no say anything when you do, they must commend it. I can't come and keep myself. So anything when you do, I they try to do on my way. I can't come and keep myself. Plenty survive where we face. Just to make sure money day. But my people then go say, I know one buy, I know one die, I know one payment. I want enjoy, I want job life, I want buy motor, I want build house, I still want to know. Tell me, my nigga, what's it gon' G-Wagon, all the Bentley, the girl them, ride the whip, I know fit. Die for nothing, my nigga. What's it gon' be? G-Wagon, all the Bentley, the garden, riding with me. I know feet. Different things them happening, schemes and packaging. In a one night 4 shows, I'm juggling. Flow like the ocean, my boat, I'm paddling. Shara Shinapella, that's my bro, my family. Rose and trace. When it comes to money, I they concentrate. Because tell you straight, you are not my mate. If you become mission, I'll be head of state. But my people then go say, I know one buy, I know one die, I know one payment. I want enjoy, I want job life, I want buy motor, I want build house, I still want to know. Tell me, my nigga, what's it gon' be? G-Wagon, all the Bentley. The girl them, ride the whip, I no fit, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it gon' be? G-Wagon, all the Bentley. The girl them, ride the whip, I no fit, die for nothing. Oh no, I burn now.
Only the king, you know it. King already, you know it. Top everything, you know it. King already, you know it. My body so got a king body. Body gon' shine, bling, bling body. Calling all the shots, ring, ring body. Crown on your head, got a king body. Only the king, you a king, you know it. King already, my baby, you know it. Top everything, you know it. King already, you know it. Shine already, it's time already. Align already, it's time already. Shine already, it's time already. The line already, it's time already.
Try to stop it, me say no, no, no. Royalty say don't you, no, no, no. Try to stop it, me say go, 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 go. Bubble up and watch it go, 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 go. Be ruler, yeah. Everybody on the conquer, yeah. Every king be stronger, yeah. King the rule them longer, yeah. Remember who you are, oh. Real king always be you. Give up the brave, oh. I show your people my love. You sang already, I say you sang already. You line already, I say you line already. Only you got the remedy, I say you got the remedy. Shine your body, shine your body.
Long live the king, you know it. King already, already, you know it. Top everything, everything, you know it. King already, already, you know it. Fine body, so got a king body. Body gon' shine, bling, bling body. Calling all the shots, ring, ring body. Crown on your head, got a king body.
Negative in the middle of the night, you stole my heart.
DJ Bolt in the building.
From nowhere, you come here and you take control of my emotions. I sing, say, oh, it's you moon alone. If I let you go, I go drown my sorrow, sorrow. Something, I wanna give you something that you remember. Oh, next December. Why? Why? I'm a little why? 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 I'm a little why? Banga, banga.
Come here, wait in the water, you. Green body make I rock, yeah, yeah. I know you seen your me. I get the money pass your papa. Wait till you want way I know feel do for you. Why you want the book and one? Share you be kiss than any. You better drop your body and more sucker. Suffer with this body. Make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get us to go move where you no go. Free. Come make a drive your come make a drive this your jalo. Baby, allow me. Tip you off with the alawi. See body, oh. See body, oh. Egg me, oh. You the boss in my bololo. You the boss in my bololo. Please help me, oh. Me, I don't jam with sympathy. Come here, wait in the water. Green body make a rock, yeah, yeah. I know you seen your me. I get the money pass your papa. Wait till you want way I don't feel do for you. Why you want the book and one? Share you be kiss than any. You better drop your body and more. You to the form with this love for 15, baby, and let me. I get the bounce for you, you want to do let's say, night I know the end. You to the still they do let's say your waist no the end. You know the and then you follow my command, baby, do like I do, baby, front and back, baby, boom, back, boom, so good. Suffer with this body, make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me, they get us to go move where you no go. Come make a drive your, come make a drive this your jalo. Baby, allow me, tip you off with the alarm. Come here, wait in the water, green body make a rock, yeah, yeah. I know you seen your me, I get the money pass your papa. Wait till you want way I know feel do for you. Why you want the book and one? Share you be kiss than any. You better drop your body and more sucker. Suffer with this body. Make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get us to go move where you no go. Free. Come make a drive your come make a drive this your jalo.
Your ex-man looking at me funny and I got it to me. Mong I'm telling you my swing to bird. I'm different thing funny boobies. As a song, marang nandaba. I can put you on. Wanna go nyala. Tangle and them off. I'm just my money. Speaking up a share, see him at the malanda. Baby, want me. I still on the moon on my kid one next week. Better tell him it's more than love. Just like I see. Don't lie. Feel super. Beg it when I wait. Don't never look me. I shot it back. It's all belum check. Cause you know I want you. Want you. It's actually big. Ebasihlukanisa uthando lugcwele impela ubapheke izitele owuzigcwele ungavumisa ingene athi ngikusele athi ngikusele athi ngikusele uthando lakho
Man, it's got that first day of summer vibes, you know.
DJ Bucks in the building.
Baby, baby, yeah. want you, and I really want you too. So what we gon' do? Ooh, ooh, ooh. How can I choose? Cause I really want you too. So what we gon' do?
Girl, you know bad man, the band, so bring it down low. Baby, just bring it down low. Bad man, love when you bring it up slow.
Bad girl, just bring it up slow.
Wine and go down, keep it all low.
Low, low, and bring it up slow. Bring it up slow and put on the show. Let me see you do it with your bestie. And you can bring your bestie.
I mean, we can share if you don't care.
Both bad, so you know what I feel like. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I really want you, and I really want you too. So what we gon' do? Ooh, ooh, ooh. How can I choose? Cause I really want you too. So what we gon' do? Hey yo, know we got the bottles coming through. Bring your girls with you, believe you do. And you know we got the hookah lit too when it's hitting like. Hey yo, shots here for the whole crew. At 42, put you right up in your mood. Oh yeah, about to roll soon, baby. What's the move? Is you gon' be your bestie? Oh, you and your bestie.
I mean, we can share if you don't care. Both bad, so you know what I feel like.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I really want you, and I really want you too. So what we gon' do? Ooh, ooh, ooh. How can I choose? Cause I really want you too. So what we gon' do?
It's DJ Bolt in the building.
Ooh, baby, now the way that you talk and the things that you say, where they make I feel alright. And I catch your vibe anytime that I look in your face. Tell me why you look so fine. Baby girl, I see you. Wanna ride you like a bicycle. Now you they blow my mind from a mile or two. And I no go lie, you light up my day. And when she tell me my love, is you love, baby. She know when the Gucci bag or the Fendi. Yeah, she give me butterflies in my belly. Ooh, Lord. And when she tell me my love, is you love, baby. If my heart was running, baby, she gon' save me. Yeah, she give me butterflies in my belly. Ooh, Lord. Her love is crazy, girl, her love is crazy. You amaze me, girl, you amaze me. All cause I'm only really want to play me. But when me there with you, I realize your love is crazy. You amaze me, girl, you amaze me. All cause I'm only really want to play me. But when me there with you, I realize your
best indeed, you're the best indeed. When I see you, I feel blessed indeed. Only you bring out the best in me. Loving you, it be my destiny. I know, although I don't know if you love me like I do. Now you didn't light my fire too.
I want you to tell me my love, is you love, baby. She know when the Gucci bag or the Fendi. Yeah, she give me butterflies in my belly. Oh Lord, I want you to tell me my love, is you love, baby. If I was running, baby, she gon' stay me. Yeah, she give me butterflies in my belly. Oh Lord, your love is crazy, girl, your love is crazy. You amaze me, girl, you amaze me. All cause I'm only really want to play me. But when me there with you, I realize your love is crazy. You amaze me, girl, you amaze me. All cause I'm only really want to play me. But when me there with you, I realize
girls in my crib, 0 Snapchat, 0 Instagram, posting. Fuck up the vibe, my dick. Start falling like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV. That one don't mean nothing to me. Don't need a shower, baby, I need a freak. Lick it like ice cream, as if you mean to be disgusting. It's not enough. Chop my banana, one side I lie, then no stopping up. Go shopping up, fuck that. Me if I go Lorado, breakfast don't fall. Me then in Muja come. I saw a champagne in my mood. I can see girl from the ghetto. Cat girls from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh yeah, yeah, Dama. Oh yeah, yeah, Jello. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Mama Sheba, come back on. Make me the start to the paragon. Start to the halagon. Cause you know some my people they calagon. Oguno, my power. As I hating on us, make me my yamo. No, I be my father's son. Cause you know say I come from Potako. That's why I'm a jago. Start to the dance, I'm like I do. Go need to lago. I go go show you say bounce and go cause I be city boy. And as I day for the street, they give me joy. Lamborghini boy. Put them on Jesus and I'm not religious. But I know. Me fa Colorado. Breakfast don't fall. Me utendi mucha como. As I champagne bamboo. Like it's a girl from the ghetto. Got girls from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh yeah, yeah. Dama. Oh yeah, yeah. Jello. Oh yeah, yeah. My G. Solo voto le spendo d'amore. My G. Como de amor. My G. Solo voto le spendo d'amore. My G. Como de amor. Badu. Love Skinner.
DJ Bolt in the building.
Kukaye, what I do with my life. If you know like I'm Queen Fatima. Kukaye, what I do with my money. If I go broke, I go container. Okay, thanks for your concern. I can manage it, so no worry about me, worry about your airline. Underrated, but I'm still cashing out. You go shock, you say I get money, pass your faith. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Kokaye, if you rubbish my talent, no be you I sing for, no be your apartment. I can guess say you stay with your mommy and daddy at 35. Bye. Kokaye, if I know in Grammy, I go still in Grammy. Repete, to my poor vitamin C, my two vitamin C, all for me. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own.
My mother, she want them from. Like if I want time, now she come from. I think too long. She want to test in my cockara. My dear, make I tell you. I know they want to do like say. Me I supposed to go holiday, but I want to stay. She thought I was lazy. So baby, don't play me. When I hear the shit, be screaming my name. Driving her crazy. She want it on a daily. She call me on the phone. Say she want to know if I come back again. Come back again. I give her like I'm a Yankee kid. She make her go. I'm a Yankee kid. Whoa. It's 3 a.m. and I've been drinking. I see you were texting, Uber you up, you know what I'm thinking. I know it's late, but I've been needing you. Got me in close, girl, you something like a drug that I've been feeling. Please keep the lights on, don't like those up. We could vibe with our clothes up. Hey, me low till we doze off, yeah. Early morning, you're my coffee. Hope you don't think I'm finessing you. I love you cause you're so simple. Yeah, you classy but still freaky. Always coming, I'm calling. She thought I was lazy. Tell her, baby, don't play me. When I get it, she was screaming my name. Driving her crazy. She put it on a daily, yeah.
Boza vijana, mambo, mimi naitwa Gloria Wawera and I'm the CEO at the National Youth Council. It's that time of the year again, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This year in particular,
Sugar cane sweet, but girl, your love is sweeter. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time from me. I wanna live with you. I get it easy why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, show your chin now, girl, don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all them niggas, them poor. Nothing you go ever need that.
Oza vijana, mambo, mi naitwa Gloria Wawera and I'm the CEO at the National Youth Council. That time of the year again, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This year in particular, 2025, we are focused on Tfgbv, yani Technology Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. What is Tfgbv? Tfgbv ni ukienda kwa mtandao, unatumia mtandao kwa business, kupost picha unsavory au kuaibisha beshte yako in a manner that harms them and is gender-based violence. We are calling this year in partnership with the Executive Office of the President, Advisor on Women's Rights, for all young people to join together in ending Tfgbv. As you know, we are the primary customers in Tandaoni, for X, for TikTok, but these platforms are for connection. They are for biashara. They're not for using to harm each other, whether it be girls and women or boys and girls. In particular, as the National Youth Council this year, we are working together with partners to convene a number of events. Between 8th and 10th December 2025, we will be at Tfgbv University, where we will be stepping up advocacy in the university against gender-based violence. Join us also online for multiple X spaces and conversations that are calling on us to be able to recognize what technology-facilitated gender-based violence is, calling on us to be able to take action as young people, but most importantly for us to believe victims and provide them a space of safety and protection from Tfgbv. Of importance here is that we all remember that both women and men, boys and girls can be victims, and we have to take every step to protect them. So it is my sincere call and appeal to our partners, especially the tech platforms, to do everything they can to ensure that the online space is a safe space for women and girls, and boys and men. Vijana, we have the power to change the future. We are the ones who have the largest stake in the sustainability and the prosperity for our nation. For that reason, let us join together to fight GBV and Tfgbv. As always, connect with us in Tandaoni, hapo for X, for Instagram, for TikTok, at NYC_Youth Voice, and see you at Tfgbv University. Oza vijana, mambo, mi naitwa Gloria Wawera and I'm the CEO at the National Youth Council. That time of the year again, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This year in particular, 2025, tuna focus on Tfgbv, yani Technology Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. What is Tfgbv? Tfgbv ni ukienda kwa mtandao, unatumia mtandao kwa business, kupost picha unsavory au kuaibisha beshte yako in a manner that harms them and is gender-based violence. We are calling this year in partnership with the Executive Office of the President, Advisor on Women's Rights, for all young people to join together in ending Tfgbv. As you know, we are the primary customers in Tandaoni, sisi ndio tuko huko kwa X, kwa TikTok, but these platforms are for connection. They are for biashara. They're not for using to harm each other, whether it be girls and women or boys and girls. In particular, as the National Youth Council this year, we're working together with partners to convene a number of events. Between 8th and 10th December 2025, we will be at Tfgbv University, where we will be stepping up advocacy in the universities against gender-based violence. Join us also online for multiple X spaces and conversations that are calling on us to be able to recognize what youth technology facilitated gender-based violence is, calling on us to be able to take action as young people, but most importantly for us to believe victims and provide them a space of safety and protection from Tfgbv. Of importance here is that we all remember that both women and men, boys and girls can be victims, and we have to take every step to protect them. So it is my sincere call and appeal to our partners, especially the tech platforms, to do everything they can to ensure that the online space is a safe space for women and girls and boys and men. Vijana, we have the power to change the future. We are the ones who have the largest stake in the sustainability.
No man fit touch us to me, we go collect. Chasing my friends and click. When I call them, I all pulling up. We strap up with the guns and the swords and things. Bring hell to anybody who try to test me. I'm your dad, I'm your uncle, I'm your popsy. I be old man, no go, they call me Gen Z. Brother C, steady giving them gap, multi love far. They could never near me. I smile lover, just go. My own boy, don't show. I'm on my polo white, my face show. Sweet boy for life, you don't know. You're serious, babe, they worry my phone. You done this up for back, you don't know. Every day we run, I'm on call. Supposed to know how the thing go. Man, getting high till I fade out. If the vibe no pure on my way out. Pull up a loop, anytime we stay past. The men them outside, we know their house. No, they look for us, we know their house. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Oh, see, I'm ahead of them, I see what you. I'm a fucking baller, you got only me. No man fit touch us, for me, you know me, we go collect. See, I'm on a me, they need a she what you. I'm a fucking baller, you got only me. No man fit touch us, to me, you know me, we go collect.
I dey hear plenty scores, yeah. So they no believe us, yeah. When I got the bless us, them out to sharp like scissors. Say they try their best to they pressure me, but I live my life as I nobody. I live my life cause peace of mind is underrated, oh. That's why I'm patient, oh. Cause I know my time is now, may nobody want me, oh. Peace of mind is underrated, oh. That's why I'm patient, oh. Cause I know my time is now,
Vero, I know feel live without you. Yeah, send me look and I go pull up on you wherever you get. I go down, I know feel live without you. Be like she give me cold cause it just slow me for days. Oh wait, be my woman, what make you be my woman, woman. What make you be my woman. Be my woman, what make you be my woman. What make you be my woman. Oh my baby, your love is for it. Give me love, you no good on you. You see your body carry something I never understand. I must confess, your body very offensive. It is scatter my defense, yo. I must confess, your body not my objective. It is giving me problems. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight. Honey, would you stay with me? As I know normal, you go there with me for life.
Make you know they shall like it. I don't want nobody to keep my matter like. For this life I day, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. It's been too long, but then it's you. Money won't have you. Every day party. Like I take Ramadan, don't want to feel nothing at all. You like go to Calabar, give me moral like I be bouncer. Paragon, take me higher, don't want to land. But till now I don't understand the why. What I do is not enough. If I do 99 good, it go don't know Farabale, make you know they shalaye. I don't want nobody to give my matter like for this life I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoy.
See, I don't look like waiting, I don't see. I will never forget the 90s. Many nights I go to beg for mercy. Sickle self been showed me crisis. Thank you for the journey, oh Lord, oh Lord. If I say my story, oh, fire can't cool, I'm ever blazing. I roll deep with the Almighty. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. I hear 5 talent, I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. Money in a filter, don't let them fool ya. Make your rubber, stack your paper. Let them know when you pull up. Man down when I pull up. I'll be a leaker, a chaser. Bang, 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 undertaker. They scared when I pull up. Yeah, road man fear when I pull up. Pull it from the cartoon and I be rapping. Shout out to a gay that city raised me. Ask my crew, then they love me. Then call me AG, our government no get time for ghetto. We only get love on manifesto. I pray for my people. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. I get 5 talent, I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. Got a bag full of feelings and a house full of regrets. This baggage is conflict to no plane. Don't mean to digress. I wanna know what's the reason why you moving slow? As you move, no they cross my lane. Show the nonsense, my best to mommy. If you get the problem, my best to mommy. I divide my own demons, don't you see? Don't you see if you get the problem? My best to mommy.
No, your mommy, Choco, mamico. And I know feel like for you, mommy, yo. Go loco pa me, yo. I mean, not they love when they try me, yo. Say my kind life, no they funny, yo. Many things I sing, feed up on me, yo. Big money, man, nothing tiny, yo. I mean, no they take my life for my own demons. Keep the bad energy going. Play with no time when you see us. We got the right energy on. Bust to the rhythm, nothing long, yeah. We fly with the thing on, yeah. And who know they grind, know they be on. Bad energy, no come aside.
Show the nonsense, my best to mommy. If you get the problem, my best to mommy. I divide my own demons, don't you see? Don't you see if you get the problem? My best to mommy.
Ulto something no dance, something on me no can.
DJ Bo to the building.
And wake up cool, but oh, I'm in a big mood. Call I feel you. Something wake up cool in my body. Tell me what you do. I'm in a big mood. Call I feel you. Something wake up cool in my body. Tell me what you do. Make we go December. But some call they do me check. Get some things with the put on my head, I swear. Now you the cool in my stress, so yeah. Make we go December. But some call they do me check. Get some things with the put on my head, I swear. Now you the cool in my stress, so yeah.
I'm in a big mood. Girl, I feel you. I know say all of us passing money, but I still want you. I'm in a big mood. Girl, I want you. Not only you, if you cool on my back, nobody but you. Yeah. Every night I go to rock your body. Baby girl, we go there no solo. Nobody fit tell me to leave my baby. Bend every night if it on to baby. Me and you, when you wake up, you splashing on me. Girl, look like sweat all on me. Like big design, you be dripping on me. Maybe that's why I don't feel it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm in a big mood. Call I feel you. Something wake up cool in my body. Tell me what you do. I'm in a big mood. Call I feel you. Something wake up cool in my body. Tell me what you do. We not go far, we are go far, we go do. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard, And like I that, you go be, you go see, you go feel because the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings fall on my yard, yeah. That's why I say my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. Yeah.
Swing your ways, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tfgbv University. As we are continuing with our housekeeping, I would want to make the following communication. This is the second technology facilitated gender-based violence conference. This conference is as a result of organization and arrangement between the Executive Office of the President and Tfgbv University. We are delighted that we are going to host visitors from all over the country, both from universities and TVET institutions. On that note, I would like to humbly request that we follow guidance that we will be giving you for the next 3 days. My name is Kelly Inyani. I'm the MC, together with my brother from the Executive Office of the President, Masiga Asunza. We are going to run the program for the next 3 days. We hope that you're going to have a successful day. The seating arrangement is as follows. On my extreme right, as is our custom in Tfgbv University, on the extreme right, on my extreme right, so it will be your left, it is reserved for Tfgbv University Choir, Tfgbv University Drama Club, K-Crew Dancing Club, our poets and spoken word, and the Gender Club. For the next 3 days, sitting on the right is purely reserved for those groups. On my extreme left, it is reserved for Tfgbv University students delegates. On my extreme left, Tfgbv University students delegates. And so if you filled the form that was shared as a delegate, kindly let us sit on my left, extreme left. Kindly, another communication, the first row, the ladies in the first row, kindly, I'll request we move back. That one is reserved for student leaders. The first row is reserved for student leaders. So Tfgbv University team, we sit on the extreme left until we advise you otherwise. In front of us, we have seats that have been arranged meticulously. The red seats are reserved for the chief guests and government officers and university officers. Behind the red seats, we have blue seats. The blue seats are reserved for the second Tfgbv conference organizing team 1. The blue seats are reserved for the Tfgbv organizing committee members 1. 2, senior academicians from universities. If you are a professor, a member of university management, a member of university senate from other universities, the blue seats are reserved for you. The Bible says, nyenyekea uinuliwe when I grow up, I know I will sit in the front red seats. Nimenyenyekea kwa maisha yangu, and one day God will make me sit in the red seats and the blue seats. And so that will be the sitting arrangement for the next 3 days. I will repeat the sitting arrangement. On my extreme right, which is your extreme left, University, Tfgbv University members, you know, it is usually reserved for Tfgbv University Choir, Tfgbv University Drama Club, Tfgbv University K Crew, Tfgbv University Gender Club, and the performing artists in poetry and spoken word. On my extreme left is reserved for Tfgbv University delegates. If you know you filled the online forms that were shared in different platforms, I'm talking of criminology students, social work students, journalism students, peer educators, and students from other disciplines. As long as you are Tfgbv University student, we sit on the extreme left. We sit on the extreme left. There are ushers from the gender club who are going to assist us. 2 or 3, sorry. The front seats, the red front seats, are reserved for senior government, county, and university officials. I'm talking of the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Salim Vuria. I'm talking of the County Governor. I'm talking of the County Commissioner. I'm talking of the PS. I'm talking of the CEO, National Youth Council, senior government officers. Their seats are the red seats. The blue seats behind the red seats are reserved for the second Tfgbv committee members. The blue seats are reserved for the second Tfgbv committee members, both from the Executive Office of the President, from Tfgbv University, from other universities, as long as you know you are a committee member of the second Tfgbv conference. The blue seats. The blue seats are also reserved for senior academicians from other universities. If you are a professor, a member of university management, or senate from your respective university, the blue seats are reserved for you. The first front row seats, the first front row seats, the metal seats, are reserved for Tfgbv University Senate and management. The second row blue seats, the metal blue seats on the left, are reserved for the left row, extreme left, and the center row. The 2 are reserved for Tfgbv University students leadership. The front seats are reserved for delegates from other universities. If you know you are a delegate from other universities, the middle front 2 rows are for our visitors. Any spillover, we will have members sitting on the upper deck. We have big screens so no one will be disadvantaged in following the proceedings. This arrangement is necessary for us to ensure the smooth flow of this conference. Directions will be given as we proceed for the next 3 days. Thank you so much and welcome to Tfgbv University.
Vyote nilivyo navyo, inua sauti yako ya shukrani kwa Yesu Kristo. Uhai, neema, yeah. Vyote nilivyo navyo, inua sauti yako ya shukrani kwa Yesu Kristo. Uhai, neema, yeah.
Kivuli nilichokifanya, afya. Vyote nilivyo navyo, uhai huu
Ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, our visitors are almost, and we were expecting delegations from other universities who are still on their way. I want the peer educators to come and occupy these seats. Peer educators, if you are a peer educator, come and occupy these seats. From this point, so that, yeah, there, Dev, sit from that point, peer educators. Gender club members who are not presenting, I want you to occupy from here. Gender club members who are not presenting, occupy these seats from this point. Social work students, come and sit from this point. Social work students, those who filled the virtual form, we will redirect you once visitors get in from other universities. They're on their way, so sit from the madam with the yellow jacket there, sit from that point. Journalism students, sit behind the peer educators. Journalism students, sit behind the peer educators. Journalism students. Journalism students behind the peer educators. So the rest of us, let's move. We occupy the seats that have been left blank. Let's move. So I've seen the team from the University of Nairobi. Welcome to Tfgbv University. We've been talking with Professor Ann for the last 2 months, and Professor Ann promised us to come with a very strong team. Welcome to Tfgbv University. Those who are seated, the upper deck, kindly move down and occupy seats here. Those of us seated on the upper deck, ushers, gender club ushers, people should not sit at the upper deck or the last deck. So let everybody come and occupy seats from this end. So all those seated. Ushers, ensure that people are not blocking the walkways. Ensure the walkways are free. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our small offices, very important offices at the back. In case you want to pass any message, you'll walk to the back, take the flight of stairs, and then on the left hand, as you are taking the stairs, we will have the female small offices. On the right hand, when you are taking the stairs, we'll have the male small offices. Kindly, let's readjust the seating. The group behind Anne, just raise your hand. Yeah, the group behind you. Wote nyuma yako, can they be redirected? Mkuje, mkae hapa nyuma. The group behind Anne, all of you. Yeah, so kujeni mkae hapa. Wageni wakifika, mtaacha viti za wageni. Wacha sahi tuweke joto kwa viti vya wageni. Wageni wakifika, mama alikuwa anasema ukiona mgeni anakuja, if you are eating, unabeba sahani yako, unakimbia mbio kwa bedroom. That's how we were brought up. I don't know Gen Z kuliendaje, but that's how we were brought up. I've given just simple instructions. I've said you come and sit on this pad. Mtihani zinakaribia, so if you can't follow simple instructions, so exams ama vipi. I've said you sit on this front row. Ensure there is no blank seat mbele yako. Ensure there is no blank seat mbele yako. Thank you so much for cooperating. Visitors, we've said they are ushers. So in case you see any member standing on the walkway that is an usher from the gender club, ask them where the small offices are. We have small offices on the first floor, second floor, and third floor at exact this same point. So welcome to Tfgbv University. The second communication, again, I'll repeat, is that the front row seats are reserved for senior government officials and university officials. The blue seats are reserved for Tfgbv, second Tfgbv conference organizing committee. So if you are a member in our WhatsApp group for the second Tfgbv conference, the blue seats belong to us. The blue seats are also reserved for senior academicians from the different universities and TVETs that are visiting. If you are a professor, a member of the university senate or management, you can occupy the blue seats. The two row seats on these two columns are reserved. The first front row seats are reserved for Tfgbv University Senate and staff. The second row seat on the left is reserved for students leadership, Tfgbv University students leadership. So welcome, DJ. Just a moment. Sorry, just a moment. Movement in this hall. Today, all delegates will access this auditorium using this door. Today only, using this door. And so if you want to exit the auditorium, you exit from the back. So there is no movement on these two either doors. So you exit from the back. If you want to exit, you exit from the back. If you want to come back, you come back from the back. So this is purely for coming in. So there is no going out and coming in from this side. The left door is reserved for VIPs today. But as soon as they leave, we will give directions on movements in this hall. Thank you so much.
Eta wa muzungu mwana mukatumi Mikhali nende piusi wafula Mana webuye international Combination sound Loma Bana batate sunjendye Akwaka no kava yenye ulira Kira ino no jenda stemeresya Kandolire mwene walulano Basale banje sungendye Moyo kuno were umanyanga Wana wamayi wa mwene na vundova Were unu mwene ya yamanya Baruya banje sunjendye Pango kino were umanyanga Embane ngozire we umbere Were mwene yesari kubera Eta wa muzungu mwana mukatumi Mikhali nende piusi wafula Mana webuye international Combination sound Loma Bana batate sunjendye Akwaka no kava yenye ulira Kira ino no jenda stemeresya Kandolire mwene walulano Basale banje sungendye Moyo kuno were umanyanga Wana wamayi wa mwene na vundova Were unu mwene ya yamanya Baruya banje sunjendye Pango kino were umanyanga Embane ngozire we umbere Were mwene yesi ali kubera Shauriako wa mwene na vundova Abandi na bobosi basima Rabikino wele uwananga Siramosi no wele ulamanga Ababiba no wele ya wamanya Walayiba no wele ya wamanya
Unakula wayo na wachesa nyenge Wale 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 Bana wa papa Nyanga ya mabaza Nise wana bai nisolilaya Wele kama nyile Gawele kama kali Opanga hunjira Tarela weleko Bana ba papa Nyanga kanyole Na habo motambi Nduli nyanga kanyole Bana ba papa Nyanga ya mabasei
Balina banje sunjendye Ahuwaka no ngozi kezibana Nomenyire ya yoli kalola No jenda ya yoli kalola Tuli muno wina umanyanga Kana katoro gozi gali jenda Aluya banje kusa ya nyasaye Wele uno mwene umanyire Mwami uno papa ya umanya Mwami uno wele ya umanya No jenda papa so manyanga Jira ino sasunga ujendanga Waya kano katumire rezunge Mahuwa kano papale rezunge Nezunga bene bakatunya Nezunga yaya mukatunya Mahuwa kano wele wamberesya Ikabino nyazaye wandevera Mwabene musimane webuye musimane ngoma baluya kusimane Nairobi kwesi kuambane Tranzoya kwesi kuambane Ebaye mahuwa kanufwa benenga kwamanya Nationali yesti aliranga Alisa mahuwa kanonyaza ye yakamanya Obubini bewe mayi noloka Mwana wo wasyo ubini go Wele uno mwene ya mumanya Mwana wo mundu papa alimenya Sinasikira papa kulolani lolani 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 lolani.
Thank you so much, our visitors who are joining us. Welcome to Tfgbv University. For the second technology-facilitated gender-based violence. All of us are here to say no to gender-based violence. I want to appreciate all of you for making it here. Again, I will stress that this is a very senior level meeting. And so if you see a comrade seated next to you na kofia, mwambie tafadhali kofia aende avalie hostel, not where the office of the president is. We give respect to the office of the president. Mwambie aende kwa hostel, avae uko pole pole. Ushers, I'll repeat, the gender club ushers, I repeat, ensure people are not standing on the walkways, ensure people are not standing at the back, ensure anyone who comes in is ushered to their seats. We want to have one-of-a-kind interaction in this venue. My name is Kelly Inyani. I'm the MC, together with my brother from the Executive Office of the President, Asunza Masiga. This conference has been organized by the Executive Office of the President and Tfgbv University. I was reminded that this is a Gen Z generation, and so I'm told Gen Zs have quick fingers. I want to confirm that. So I want you to take out your phone, Gen Zs. I don't want Professor Pam to take out her phone. I've been telling Professor Pam to retire, but then she has told me she has 10 more years to go. So the Gen Zs, let's take out our phones and take a selfie. Take out our phones and take a selfie. I pray that you have a good phone, because if you don't, God be with you on this, during this trying moment. So take a selfie of yourself. Request your neighbor for permission to take a selfie. This is Kennedy Mureithi. Kennedy Mureithi, former NTV reporter, senior political reporter for NTV before he left NTV. He was the head of communication, Tharaka Nithi County Government, before he left. He now works somewhere where I won't tell you for security purposes. Take a selfie of yourself. Take a selfie of your neighbor. Request your neighbor permission to take her selfie. Take a selfie with him or her. Make sure your neighbor is smiling. Some of us have had very tough faces the whole morning. If your neighbor is not smiling, delete that photo. Delete it. Delete it. If your neighbor is not smiling, delete it. I want all of us to stand up, Gen Zs, all of us to stand up and face the back. All of us to stand up and face the back. Let's take a photo of our background. Let's take a photo of our background. Thank you so much. A photo of our background. Ninaona simu za kuibiwa. Nimeona simu za kuibiwa. iPhone 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, let's go back to our seats. Let's take our seats. I want us to go to our socials, be it WhatsApp, be it Facebook, be it Instagram, be it TikTok. Let's go to our socials. Let's go to our socials. Let's tell the world that we are attending the second Tfgbv conference in Tfgbv University. Let the world know that we are attending the second Tfgbv conference in Tfgbv University. Put it on your WhatsApp status, put it on Facebook, put it on Twitter, put it on Instagram. On Twitter, hashtag end online violence. Hashtag end online violence. E capital, O capital, V capital. Hashtag end online violence. Hashtag 16 days against GBV. D capital, A capital, GBV in capital. Hashtag end online violence. I've said E in capital, O capital, V capital. Hashtag 16 days against GBV. Then let the world know that we are here. Let the world know that we are saying we are not fighting. Fighting physically, fighting verbally, fighting online. We are saying that we are using technology to spread peace, love, and harmony. Say no to gender-based violence. Say no to sexual gender-based violence. Say no to Tfgbv, technology-facilitated gender-based violence. We are saying, say no to uchafu wa masafara. We are saying today, we want to clean Masafara. Post it on Masafara. Let Masafara know that we are university students. We are intellectuals. We are not here to take unconsented photos of students and post them and make fun of them. We are saying we are not going to take photos of our girlfriends and boyfriends when they are showing love to us in whichever nature, and then when we have issues with them, we are posting them so that we get back at them. We are saying that from today, once we see a person posting and making fun of an individual on social media, we are going to condemn them and remind them that the law is very unforgiving. When I say comrades power, we respond because we are comrades. We know what we are supposed to do. Comrades, am I saying something? No, that's very, munaleta aibu na wageni wajakuja. I think we need to change this group. We bring another group. I've put 3 groups on standby. So I'm asking again, am I saying something? No, I think let me consult gender director, bring another team. Nyinyi mmetuangusha, nyinyi wote mtoke, mpite kule, muende zenu. Team 2, I think, let me, okay. Am I saying something? Yes. Comrades power. UN, I want you to confirm, University of Nairobi, I want you to confirm if Tfgbv University is better than you people when it comes to comrades power. So you'll give us marks, yeah? So comrades power. Is it, University of Nairobi, is it fair? Chini. Okay. University of Nairobi tusimame. University of Nairobi tusimame. Comrades power. University of Nairobi tukae. Tfgbv University Drama Club tusimame. Tfgbv University Drama Club tusimame. Comrades power. Tfgbv University Choir tusimame. Comrades, power. Thank you, choir. Tfgbv University Gender Club. I know you are ushers, but let me see. Gender Club. Okay. Comrades, power. Okay. Sawa. Okay. Tfgbv University peer educators, let's stand up. Peer educators, let's stand up. Peer educators. Comrades, power. Nyinyi wote sitaki kuwaona kuanzia kesho. I'm done with you. You can't embarrass me mbele ya wageni. We have Professor Ann from the University of Nairobi. We have Professor Pam from Jowust. We have Dr. Reverend Chebet from Pwani University seated here. We have Dr. Kamara from University of Eldoret. Alafu mnaniaibisha. Ai. Okay. Journalism Club, let's stand up. No, hawa wanakuanga watu wangu. Ngoja msikie sasa. Journalism Club, Comrades, power. Iliwasho. Social work students, let's stand up. Social work students, let's stand up. Hawa wanajua tu ni soups. Wasipo behave soups. Ask them, they'll tell you. Ngoja muone. Comrades, power. Thank you. Sasa my boys, criminology and girls. Criminology students, let's stand up. Criminology students, let's stand up. This is cut 1. Tunafanya cut 1. Comrades, power. Cut 1 wameanguka, Prof. It's okay. So, Prof, I wanted to mark out of 30. Niwape ngapi, Prof? 11. 23. Prof Ann, 11. Prof Pam, 23. Katikati ni ngapi? Hapo, nimewapea your cut marks. It's okay. Thank you, Prof. We are going to make the world know that we are saying no to gender-based violence. So confirm, ambia jirani yako akuonyeshe kama ameka kwa mtandao, ambia jirani yako akuonyeshe picha amepiga. If she's not smiling, mwambie delete it. Thank you so much. DJ.
Hey! Mano mkatu mumuabia. Nichile na mahua. Hey! Mano mkatu mumuabia. Nichile na mahua. Pechere se haya. Abana batata mabene mawa kabayo mabene ulirenge mabene mureze buga inyuma warura mabene inyuma buga kaluha yota mabene mureze buga inyuma bana bamayinywe mabene inyuma matinyuka yo mabene mureze buga inyuma bana baba penywe mabene inyuma butinyubuyo mabene mureze buga inyuma ochanda bantu nabahuloma
Boza vijana, mambo, mimi naitwa Gloria Wawera and I'm the CEO at the National Youth Council. It's that time of the year again, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This year in particular, 2025, tuna focus on Tfgbv, yani Technology Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. What is Tfgbv? Tfgbv ni ukienda kwa mtandao, unatumia mtandao kwa abuse mse, kupost picha unsavory au kuaibisha beshte yako in a manner that harms them and is gender-based violence. We are calling this year in partnership with the Executive Office of the President, Advisor on Women's Rights, for all young people to join together in ending Tfgbv. As you know, we are the primary customers in mtandaoni, sisi ndio tuko huko kwa X, kwa TikTok, but these platforms are for connection. They are for biashara. They're not for using to harm each other, whether it be girls and women or boys and girls. In particular, as the National Youth Council this year, we're working together with partners to convene a number of events. Between 8th and 10th December 2025, we will be at Tfgbv University, where we will be stepping up advocacy in the universities against gender-based violence. Join us also online for multiple X spaces and conversations that are calling on us to be able to recognize what youth technology facilitated gender-based violence is, calling on us to be able to take action as young people, but most importantly for us to believe victims and provide them a space of safety and protection from Tfgbv. Of importance here is that we all remember that both women and men, boys and girls can be victims, and we have to take every step to protect them. So it is my sincere call and appeal to our partners, especially the tech platforms, to do everything they can to ensure that the online space is a safe space for women and girls and boys and men. Vijana, we have the power to change the future. We are the ones who have the largest stake in the sustainability and the prosperity of our nation. For that reason, let us join together to fight GBV and Tfgbv. As always, connect with us mtandaoni, hapo kwa X, kwa Instagram, kwa TikTok, at NYC_YouthVoice, and see you at Tfgbv University. Thank you. Boza vijana, mambo, mimi naitwa Gloria Wawera and I'm the CEO at the National Youth Council. It's that time of the year again, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This year in particular, 2025, tuna focus on Tfgbv, yani Technology Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. What is Tfgbv? Tfgbv ni ukienda kwa mtandao, unatumia mtandao kwa abuse mse, kupost picha unsavory au kuaibisha beshte yako in a manner that harms them and is gender-based violence. We are calling this year in partnership with the Executive Office of the President, Advisor on Women's Rights, for all young people to join together in ending Tfgbv. As you know, we are the primary customers in mtandaoni, sisi ndio tuko huko kwa X, kwa TikTok, but these platforms are for connection. They are for biashara. They're not for using to harm each other, whether it be girls and women or boys and girls. In particular, as the National Youth Council this year, we're working together with partners to convene a number of events. Between 8th and 10th December 2025, we will be at Tfgbv University, where we will be stepping up advocacy in the universities against gender-based violence. Join us also online for multiple X spaces and conversations that are calling on us to be able to recognize what youth technology facilitated gender-based violence is.
Umekubali pia moshe rejeze bole bole pia moshe ratu pate wote pia moshe rejeze bole bole pia moshe amuka tucheze wote pia moshe rejeze bole bole pia moshe urayibungira mwana wa mayi urayibungira urayibungira eza mwana wa mayi urayibungira Inyorazo rinero, mwana wa mayi inyorazo rinero. Kumutamba kwa magare, mwana wa mayi inyorazo rinero. Chitabu cha magare, ewahe umbewe inyorazo rinero. Chibara ya lumile, mwana wa papa inyorazo rinero. Urwale kwa magare, mwana wa mayi inyorazo rinero. Ulifali ya magare, nozimewe inyorazo rinero. Ay! Pia moshe, rejeze bole bole. Pia moshe. Baby unia moshe. Pia moshe, rejeze bole bole. Pia moshe. Baby unia moshe. Pia moshe, rejeze bole bole. Kipenzi changu unia moshe. Pia moshe, rejeze bole bole. Pia moshe. Ninakupenda sana. Pia moshe, rejeze bole bole. Ewe sweetie wange marana kusima. Pia moshe, rejeze bole bole. Mwana wa mayini we kumoyo kwange. Ese na kukosya. Kangali no simewe. Yani ukipenda sana. Na tena zimeshika sana. Na tena imebamba sana. Amuka tukatike kidogo. Jamani weka mawazo kando. Mapenzi imenishika sana. Mapenzi imenishika sana. Uje. Mabega. Inyora sorinero. Mwana wa mayi inyora sorinero. Omuseja kakuroba. Ewe mwana wa mayi inyora sorinero. Omugasi kacha. Mwana wa papa inyora sorinero. Chitabu chamagale. Mwana wa mayi inyora sorinero. Chiloni chamagale. Mwana wa mayi inyora sorinero. Kamakobi kamagale. Mwana wa papa inyora sorinero. Inyora wiroele. Usivalo uwa minyanga lulala. Ulamu bwebise. Mwana wa papa inyora witigide. Maisha ni yangu. Naishi nipendavyo. Maisha ni yako. Unaishi upendavyo. Hey! Ewawe! Tuweke shita chini. Tupike sherehe. Jamani tukatike kidogo. Ni siku yetu leo. Bwana harusi ukatike kidogo. Bibi harusi ukatike kidogo. Ero chagolile. Ekurubo sebaliyo. Jamani univishe pete. Ebebi univishe pete.
kindly, I want to make the following request. Those who've parked their vehicles along this driveway, I humbly request that you go and you'll be shown a parking. There's a parking just barely 20 meters from here. So kindly, if you've parked your vehicle along this stretch, humbly move your vehicles to the parking. There is a parking there. The guards there will show you where to park. We don't want vehicles along this driveway. We have our exhibition tents there, and so the guests will move to the exhibition tents. So the vehicles are obstructing the walkway or the driveway. So kindly. The National Youth Council bus that is parked at the graduation square, kindly you are requested to go and move it. You'll be shown where to park your bus. The National Syndemic Disease Control Council has a point there that needs interaction with participants and students in this conference. So kindly, the National Youth Council delegation, you can have your bus moved to that parking. Again, I will communicate about the seating protocol. I've said on this extreme right is purely Tfgbv University entertainment teams. Tfgbv University Choir, Tfgbv University Drama Club, Tfgbv University K-Crew Dancing Group, Tfgbv University Gender Club presentations. The seats in the front row seats, the red seats, are reserved for government delegation, both at the national and county government level. The blue seats, immediately behind the red seats, are reserved for the second Tfgbv committee members. The second Tfgbv committee members, 1. 2, leads of delegations from different universities and TVET. If you are leading a delegation from the University of Nairobi, from Embu University, from Masai Mara University, from Pwani University, from Kabianga University, from Eldoret University, from Moi University, from Kenyatta University. If you are leading that delegation and you are not a committee member, your seat is the blue seats there. On my extreme left, the front row seats are reserved for Tfgbv University Senate and staff. And then the seat behind that seat, the metal seats, are reserved for the students' leadership. Ensure there is no empty seat in front of you. The ushers are there to lead you on where to sit. We've said that we have the office of the president organizing this conference. And so if you are seated next to a comrade with a cape or a Marvin or a hoodie, kindly tell them that there are places where you don't do that. It is worse if you are my student or a student in drama club or choir and you are doing that. So make sure people seated next to you are not with headgears unless the headgears are religious. 3, for those who are coming in, ask your neighbor who was here from the start. We've taken very beautiful photos. We've done very good smiles. We've put the photos and the smiles to the world. We've told the world that Tfgbv University is hosting the second technology-facilitated gender-based violence. We are saying no to gender-based violence. We are saying no to sexual gender-based violence. We are saying no to physical gender-based violence. We are saying no to online gender-based violence. We are saying no to the dirt that is always displayed on Masafara. I have had a moment to listen in to the beautiful items that will be presented today, and one of our beautiful students will be doing a poem, Why Am I Suffering, on Masafara. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2 months we've been going through very heavy abstracts for those in academic. I was privileged. Let me brag kidogo. I think this is the only moment I can brag in my life. I was privileged to chair a committee meeting. The composition of the committee meeting was 1, Professor Pam Raburu, Jowust University. 2, Professor Anne Asay from University of Nairobi. 3, Dr. Margaret Kamara, University of Eldoret. 4, Dr. Reverend Chebet, Pwani University. And all of them will be saying, excuse me, chair, excuse me, chair. And I will tell them, kindly switch off your mic, I'm talking. So you people, when you grow up, you should be like me. It was one opportunity in my life to command professors, and it was beautiful. I hope the team from Nairobi give me that opportunity next year to command professors. I will switch off their mics. And in one of the meetings, I kept them on from 8 p.m. to 12 midnight. And each minute I would ask Professor Pam, confirm that you are not asleep. And she will say, Chair, I'm not asleep. Comrades, when you grow up, may God give you power to command professors. Sema amen tafadhali. When Professor Pam came in today, alikuja amenyenyekea. Professor Ann alikuja amenyenyekea. Wakaomba tafadhali, naomba unionyeshe penye nitakaa. And nikawaonyesha mali watakaa. When the conference will start, you'll have an opportunity of seeing Professor Pam and Professor Ann and Dr. Margaret Kamara and Dr. Chebet. I think some of you have seen Dr. Chebet. Reverend Dr. Chebet was the one who was shaking her kamabeka a few minutes ago. So again, we are going to give her an opportunity to shake her kamabeka again. And Dr. Reverend Chebet, the Kibabi University Choir, the first item they are going to present on stage will be a powerful, powerful Luya song. I won't allow you to come on stage to dance with them. So I'm again being reminded that the vehicles that are parked on the driveway to be moved, apart from the ambulance, the Red Cross ambulance for emergency medical attention. I've been telling the office of the president that our students are very good students and they are pushing our hashtag. Now, I am not a Gen Z, so I don't know what hashtag is, but just confirm. Gen Z, if you're seated next to a Gen Z, mwambia kuonyeshe simu, you confirm that he or she is pushing the hashtag. 2, confirm that she or he has uploaded the pictures, the beautiful pictures we took. So mwambia kuonyeshe simu, Look at her profile, her I don't know what you call it. Is it yeah, your picture ya WhatsApp. Mwambie kuonyeshe picha uangalie. If it's not a good photo, mwambie delete it. Tuweke nyingine nzuri. 2, mwambie akuonyeshe picha ambayo alipiga with this beautiful background, telling the world that we are in Tfgbv University saying no to gender-based violence. I've given you the hashtags. The hashtags are there. Hashtag, what was the first hashtag? Choir, what was the first hashtag? Hashtag NGBV. What was the second hashtag? 16. Hii sauti vile zinakuja hivi nashuku watu hawajafanya hivyo. 16 days of activism against, ama ilishia hapo? Against GBV, is it? Yeah, kindly confirm your neighbor is doing the right thing. I've said if there is a seat in front of you that is empty, kindly occupy it. Peer educators, tusonge. Tusonge. If there is an empty seat in front of you, kindly occupy it. Tusonge. Tusonge. All of us, hapa katikati, tusonge. Hapa ndo tusonge. If there are seats, empty seats in front of you, tusonge. Tusonge. We want to start the function. Our chief guest is here. Choir, let's take the stage. Choir. Tumefanya hizi 1 million times, so we know we are supposed to be very fast. Tukisema choir, very fast. So ensure there is no seat mbele yako. Occupy the seats. Hata this row, kindly, let's take the seats. Ensure there is no empty seat mbele yako. Kindly, journalism students, let's react. There are empty seats mbele yetu naona. Take those empty seats. Kuna watu? Okay, let's take any empty seat that is mbele yetu. Choir. Because the student leaders are taking forever to occupy the seats. Kindly, tusonge. Let's occupy these seats. This row, ya kwanza ya. Tusonge. Let's be fast. Wageni wamefika hapa STC. Let's be fast. Occupy those seats. Let's be fast. The MCs for today is Masiga Asunza from the Office of the President, and I, Kelly Inyani. When the visitors will walk in, I'll request all of us to be upstanding. All of us to be upstanding. Kindly, let's be upstanding. Let us all be upstanding. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let us ensure we are upstanding for the national anthem.
As we begin this conference on technologically facilitated gender-based violence, we lift up all those affected by this violence, especially the ones that have caused on them in body and spirit, because wounds that are not healed, they make your people live badly. They destroy relationships. Those living in fear, silence, and shame, surround them with your healing love and give them courage to reclaim their lives as they begin stitching the wounds caused by this violence. God our Father, we also pray, you are the Father of justice. We pray for justice and compassion, that the hearts may turn from cruelty to kindness. Inspire us to find the strength to stand against abuse, to speak against it, and to build communities where every person, especially women and girls, and any other person, can live in safety, dignity, and peace. Father, touch the hearts of those who harm, that they may repent and change. Empower us to be united in condemning violence in all its forms, to comfort those in pain, and to dismantle the structures that perpetuate this suffering. May love triumph over violence, and hope rise stronger than fear. For all of us who are going to participate in this conference, let us be committed in word and deed. Because at the end of time, we shall be judged when the Lord will say, I was abused violently, you did not come to my assistance, or you did not say anything. All this, we ask in the name of Jesus the Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever.
Thank you so much. We can take our seats. Honorable CS Salim Vuria, His Excellency the Governor of Bungoma County, Governor Kenneth Lusaka, Advisor in the Executive Office of the President on Women's Rights, Honorable Chigai Harriet, the PS, Youth and Sports, Fikirini Jacobs, the County Commissioner, the Chair, National Youth Council, and our own Sophie Nekoe, the DVCs, Professor Julius Mayo, Professor Donald Siamba, Professor Stanley Musoso, the Director Gender, all protocol observed. Welcome to the second Tfgbv conference in Tfgbv University. We have 2 items for entertainment as we set the stage for this important 3 days conference. In front of you is Tfgbv University Choir with 1 item to present. And then after that, we will have a poem, Why Am I Suffering? Tfgbv University Choir. Thank you so much, Tfgbv University Choir. Yes, Honorable Salim Vuria, Tfgbv University Choir, carried all the trophies during this year's music festivals. All of them are in Tfgbv University. I know our Vice Chancellor will show you all trophies. We are the best when it comes to choir at the university level. Thank you so much, Tfgbv University Choir. At this point, I want to welcome a poem. The drama club said they have a message to our Vice Chancellor, and they want to tell our Vice Chancellor that technology facilitated gender-based violence is really killing them. And so they have a message to our Vice Chancellor on technology facilitated. She's a first-year student, and she wants to speak to the world about gender-based violence. Thank you.
In front of you is Irene Muyaku, a first-year student of journalism and mass communication, with a poem entitled, "Why Am I Suffering on Masafara?" I am a sufferer. My mom a sufferer. Ma, a sufferer. Did not bring me to Tfgbv to suffer on Masafara. Night by night, uncountable hours lives within me. A sufferer suffering on Masafara. Why am I suffering on Masafara? Our VC, are you a sufferer? Are you on Masafara? I am on Masafara. Not because I wanted, but someone took an unconsented photo of me, a sufferer, and posted on Masafara. The ridicule, the insults, all directed to me, a sufferer on Masafara. Bwana VC, why am I suffering on Masafara? Our director of gender, a strong woman, fought to get where you are. Are you on Masafara to protect a sufferer? Ma, wouldn't you want your daughter a sufferer to suffer on Masafara? Our director of gender, why am I suffering on Masafara? They hide behind hidden faces. Their names, anonymous. Maybe a sufferer more than I, a sufferer. They attack me like wild dogs, like ferocious lions. They tear my soul apart. Silently, I suffer on Masafara. Anonymous, if you are brave enough, what will you ever answer your sister when she ever asked you, why am I suffering on Masafara? Ma, the VC has witnessed my suffering. The director of gender has witnessed my suffering. My friends have witnessed my suffering. Ma, maybe, just maybe from today, a sufferer will stop suffering from Masafara.
Bwana Vice Chancellor, I'm also suffering on Masafara. Director Gender, the boy child is also suffering on Masafara. Why am I suffering on Masafara? Let's give her a good clap, please. Let's give her a good clap. Thank you so much. Honorable CS, His Excellency the Governor, the Vice Chancellor, Tfgbv University, PS, State Department of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, the CEO Youth Council, Tfgbv University Leadership. This is the program for today. We've had 2 items of entertainment, and we are promising you that you've just had a bit of taste of what is in store. We have lined up a very heavy entertainment plan for the 3 days. And so this is the program. We are going to have Dr. Akoto from the Executive Office of the President, who is going to greet us, and then invite Dr. Rispa. Dr. Rispa will invite the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor will invite the PS. The PS will invite the advisor to the President, the Executive Office, Honorable Harriet Chigai, on women's rights. Invite His Excellency the Governor, Right Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, Governor of Bungoma County, who will then invite Honorable Salim Mvurya. Dr. Akoto, karibu.
A round of applause to Kelly. A better round of applause to him. Your Excellency, our Chief Guest, Honorable Salim Mvurya, CS Youth Affairs. Your Excellency, Governor Kenneth Lusaka, our PS, Youth Affairs, my boss, Madam Harriet Chigai, Advisor to the President on Women Rights, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ipara. I will wish to stand on the already established protocols today and to take this opportunity, first and foremost, to thank our chief guest for creating time to be with us here today, to be with the young people, and to listen to the voices of the young people in the universities and TVETs. Your Excellency, today sitting in this hall are representatives from 70 public, private universities and TVETs across the country. This delegation, as it is here today, represents our country, our youth, our future. The topic at hand today, Your Excellency, cuts across institutions, homes, workspaces, among other places. And Your Excellency, a team comprising of representatives from all these universities have been faithfully meeting for the last about 2 months weekly, Your Excellency, to put this together. And I wish also to thank the Vice Chancellors of all universities, because when we requested for this team, you made it possible for them to participate and make this successful. Without much ado, I would wish to invite my co-chair, Madam Dr. Rispa Wepuhulu, who is the Director, Institute of Gender and Development Studies at Tfgbv University, who together we've steered together to put this conference together alongside Office of the Women Rights Advisor, Executive Office of the President. My colleague, Dr. Rispa, karibu to make your few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akoto. Our chief guest, CS Salim Mvurya, our governor, Bungoma County, His Excellency Kenneth Lusaka, our President's Advisor on Women's Rights, Honorable Harriet Chigai, the PS for the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Mr. Fikirini Jacobs, our Vice Chancellor, Tfgbv University, Professor Isaac Iparodeo, our Deputy Vice Chancellors in the House today, our Chair, National Youth Council, our own daughter, Sophie Waliaula, the CEO, National Youth Council, Tfgbv University Management, Tfgbv Senate, students, and all the invited guests, good morning. I wish to take this opportunity and pick up from where the young lady just stopped or ended her poem. That as she said, I'm the director, Institute of Gender and Development Studies. And as she mentioned, I'm also suffering on Masafara. And I think all of us are suffering on Masafara. Even our Vice Chancellor could be suffering on Masafara, but in silence. So I want to appreciate the lady in the office of the president on matters of rights of women and therefore gender for thinking around this kind of conferences. This is our second conference on technologically facilitated gender-based violence. The first one was at Kabuyanga University last year. We were able to attend. We learned what was there. We came to Tfgbv, and we have improved on what was there. I believe the next university going to handle this or to host this conference will do much, much better than what we have done today. But as we take off, I wish to say that learn the much you can. And what you see that's not right, just SMS me, my number is all over, we'll improve on the weekends. Now this conference, as we have already been told, by my co-chair, we invited 36 public universities. The nominees were given to us by the vice chancellors, and we do appreciate the support we received. We also invited 14 TVETs across the country, and we want to appreciate the principals of those TVETs for the support that we received. The conference is within the 16 days of activity. That will be the last day of this particular conference. Now back at Tfgbv University, I wish to say that we have received a lot of support from the management, led by the Vice Chancellor. One, we have a functional institute of gender and development studies with the director, the one speaking, and a coordinator. And there's no day we have gone to the VC's office to request for support, and he has let us down. So we really appreciate the support of the VC and the management for that. Number two, at Tfgbv University, where we are today, we have a fully functional lactation center. We take care of the young mothers who have decided to be in the family way, and they have nowhere to leave their babies. So if you have time and you can walk around, we'll take you where that lactation center is, so that you can learn one or two things from that center. And when you go back, you can also put up a center for the young female students who are hanging around and suffering with the babies within the university. Apart from that, Tfgbv University also has a functional and a very effective policy on prevention of sexual and gender-based violence against anyone within the university and beyond. And that one has helped us to minimize on those cases of gender-based violence among students and even among the fraternity within the Tfgbv University. We also have a functional gender mainstreaming policy, and we have been monitoring keenly in terms of the programs, even academic programs, in terms of any activity that goes on through the university to ensure that gender is actually balanced within those programs. Every year in October, we have been hosting a conference with the University of Nairobi and Ahmed Bello University, Nigeria, on victimology and support victims in terms of gender-based violence. We also have an MOU as an institute with the Trust for Indigenous Culture and Health, TICA, where we won a grant of 1.1 million, and we are looking at the root causes of violence against women and children and how culture can be used as a tool to curb these vices. In addressing the challenges facing Tfgbv University students, the Institute has done the following. Number one, we have a vibrant gender club. And I think you saw the lady from the club who has told us how she's suffering and how many people are suffering on Masafara. We have also trained 40 peer educators on sexual and gender-based violence. We believe these 40 peer educators who have been trained, they are able to effect and influence the impact on how the young ladies and young men can take care of themselves while at the university. Apart from that, hosting this second Tfgbv conference is a milestone for Tfgbv University in general and IGDS in particular, for it aligns with our mandate of creating an enabling environment which is free from any form of violence. Lastly, and not least, I wish to appreciate the second organizing committee on this conference, both from the Executive Office of the President and Tfgbv University, and other universities that have supported us during this particular moment. With this, I wish just to say, I want to request the members of the committee who helped us or who we worked together, just to stand up and wave to the crowd. Members of the committee, please. These are the senior men and women who have made sure that this conference is a success. And I wish to finish up by saying, the young ladies and gentlemen who are in this room, I normally refer to the Bible, those who go to church. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 to 27. It is very simple that we are all created in the image and likeness of God. So there's no time you might think that you are better than the other person. You have no moral authority, therefore, to make others suffer because you think you are very smart. Let us all remember that we are created in the image and likeness of God, whether a woman or a man. So let us respect the rights of others. Number two, as we do that, as we get to the online, to the technology that we have, let us remember the golden rule in the Bible, which says, do unto us what you wish to be done unto you. Matthew chapter 7, verse 12. And with this, I want to say, may God bless all of you as you enjoy the 3 days of our hospitality at Tfgbv University. We are very, very grateful for your coming, and we wish that you have the best time at this particular time. May God bless each one of you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Let's give our director a good hand clap, Tfgbv University. I've just seen some neighbors not clapping. So, angalia jirani yako tafadhali. I want to say we clap. So, angalia jirani, angalia mikono yake. Can we clap for our director? Beautiful. Thank you so much. Next on stage, we have a piece of entertainment. Bwana CS and His Excellency the Governor. Drama Club is here with a Kiswahili play, Kimya cha Kilio. They said our VC is a professor of Kiswahili. I don't know why they think they know where the CS comes from, but they said they know where the CS comes from. I don't know where the CS comes from. So they said they wanted to make the CS and the VC happy. So there is a Kiswahili play, Kimya cha Kilio, which will show us the dangers of what men are going through when it comes to gender-based violence. Drama Club, let's take the stage. As they will be taking the stage, setting the stage, 2 young men in the play will be giving us a spoken word to address the GBV. Drama Club, let's take the stage. The 2 young men to come in. The 2 young men to come in. The 2 young men to come in. Oh, okay, so one of them to come in. Thank you. Set the stage. By the time it's done, you start off.
before you is a third year student named Joshua Kalamu Wekesa. I'm here to perform a spoken word entitled Pain Ran Through My Vein. I hope you will enjoy. Pia mi nimekaa ni mataya kudhibitisha tu, acha niwafungulie kwa kusali nikisema in the name of the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit. Ndo spirit na kunywaga. Hadi mi nimekaa chini na pain nika through my vein, nikasema nisipokuja kuspit hizi lines siwezi gain, cause humanity tumefungwa na certain chain. Kuna mwenye alisema mwanamke apigwi kwa ngumi ila upande wa kanga hakuwa mjinga. Alijua maisha ni safari na sisi wote ni travelers, tunahitaji makanga. Mimi niko sure babangu angenibeba miezi 9 na hata kangenibeba hiyo ingetisha, na ndo maana nikimuona mwanamke analia inasikitisha, cause kuna vitu zina happen unajiuliza God, kwani hii dunia inaisha? Some things kwangu they just don't make sense. Dadangu alitafuta kazi kwa ofisi akaambiwa sister, unataka kazi na bado umevaa nguo, mbona? Na si akisoma aliambiwa elimu ni ufunguo. Hiyo sio shida. But pongezi kwa wanawake wote, anaweza ishi na undertaker, umweke maisha ya I don't care, but kitu najua ni a real man ni mwenye anaweza control his temper and anger, sio mwenye anaweza piga ngumi na teke wanawake tenga. Na ndo maana hata ikifika ni kugawa mali wanawake tumewatenga. Mimi ningekuwa na uwezo wanawake wangekuwa wanapewa shamba. Ukipingana hiyo mkutano ikiisha unawaekea za bamba, ndo mambo iende sambamba. Simlisema tit for tat is a fair game. Ni sawa, lakini hatuwezi endesha maisha kwa michezo. Na ndo maana mwanamke atakuzalia, akujengee familia, akuvumilie, na bado usimame useme mimi kama mwanaume kwenye hii nyumba kila kitu nimegharamia. Kama ulibeba ujauzito miezi 9 nifuate nitakushikia bia. Na sio wanawake tu, wanaume pia tunaumia. Na sio wanawake tu, wanaume pia tunaumia. Na ndo maana ikifika ni kulia mnasema mwanaume hafai kutoa machozi, mbona? Kwani si atumi? Na ndo maana mimi nikipigwa na mke wangu nalia ndani kwa ndani, nitunze heshima nisiongelewe na mabeshte vibandani. Na ndo maana hata siku hizi kwa ndoa tunatumika kama cover. Unalisha familia miaka 2, unafanya undercover, una discover watoto sio wako. Hiyo ndo ugonjwa mwanaume hawezi recover. Wanasema sheria ni msumeno, inafaa ikate mbele na nyuma. Hii ya kwetu ni msumeno sikatai, lakini inakata tu na nyuma, ina depend na mtu mwenye anaisukuma. Mimi niko jua najua before God we are all created in the image and likeness of God. Na ndo maana hata nikuwe na sura mbaya namna gani, bado ni haki yangu tu kujiangalia kwa kioo. Na ndo maana mimi nawaomba to fight. Nawaomba to fight GBV, kwa sababu tukifight gender based violence kawaida tuko best. Itatugonga kama heart kwenye chest, wetu test tukirest na vest tukiteremsha crest. Kama uja fight GBV ni kama unapiga mswaki bila pest. Na governor njoo tutambe tukipigania GBV, cause hata mtoi utambaa kabla ya kuambaa mbaza, kukaa bila balaa ya kutapakaa kama makaa, na sasa balaa zishawadaa kwa wasaa. Na ukifight GBV we kataa mchezo kama katibu kata wa mkata aliyekataa katakata kukatakata katani zilizoko katika kata mkata, akikatabati bila sharti lardhi. Kitu najua ni nzi anaweza tengeneza asali, bora tu awache hiyo ujinga yake. Ni mata ya the masterpiece, master planner. Kitu sinaga ni laana, na siwezi kudondosha lawama, kudhibitisha tu. Acha tukafunge kwa kusali tukisema in the name of the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit. Ndo spirit na kunywaga. Tukutane day ingine, Father wa heaven akipenda.
The advisor, executive office of the President Women's Right, Honorable Harriet Chigai, I saw how you cheered from the word go. I am the one who wrote that. When the chair, National Youth Council's term, Sophie Nekoe, will end, Bwana CS, that is the position I want. Thank you so much. So the two officers, muniangalie vizuri. Hizo ni mistari mi wana spit tu, ni vile Mike sina. Mimi naitwa Kels, na spendi kula Kels, kwa sababu mi si mkale, ama utasema kwa kizungu Kels, kwa sababu kale ni Kels, kama Kels vegetables. Honorable Chigai, naomba unipigie makofi. Honorable Chigai, naomba nipigie makofi na CS. Hiyo mistari nimespit. Thank you so much. I want to make a special recognition. As a member of the organizing committee, I want to inform the CS and His Excellency the Governor that throughout the 2 months of our engagement, we've received 80% of support from the National Youth Council. And I think it will be fair, to break protocol, Madam Sophie, you can just stand and wave at the audience so that they know the chair, National Youth Council, Madam Sophie Nekoe, is part and parcel. If it wasn't for her, this event would not have been a success. I want to also recognize especially Honorable Harriet Chigai, the Advice on Women's Rights in the Executive Office of the President. She has been following every meeting that we've had to ensure that this event is a success. Drama Club, we take the stage.
Huyu ni Mfinywi. Yule ni mkewe Mfinywi. Mkewe Mfinywi anamfinya Mfinywi. Lakini kwa marafiki zake Mfinywi ndiye mfinyi. Tungewapa kipindi chote, lakini kwa maoni ya daktari tumeamua kuwaonyesha tu kiduchu. Kwa hivyo naomba unipe jicho lako na masikio yako. Meli yetu itakapong'oa nanga kutoka hapa hadi kwenye ufuo wa bahari. Nilisahau kuanzisha kipindi. Kipindi hichi kimeandikwa na Mwalimu Kelly Inyani na kuendeshwa nami Adnan Wanze. Action.
Unajua pikipiki za kule mjini si kama hizi bajaji zenu za mafuta 20. Wale maanisha pikipiki za Nairobi za tumia dhahabu. Oneni mshamba. Kama pikipiki za kule mjini saizi zote ni za umeme. Yaani pikipiki unashuka hiyo ushafika hata kabla hujaanza safari. Jamani, lakini wewe unatuonaje? Sasa pikipiki za umeme na uso wako zinafanya wapi? Mimi nimenyamaza juu shamba wangu. Ilikuwa niulize, kwani pikipiki zetu za hapa na Mangulo zinaangusha watu mbele, kisha hizi za umeme zinaangusha watu mbele na kurudisha nyuma? Kamashi, ushaikuwa na pikipiki za umeme? Bado. Sasa sikiza niwaambie, hizo pikipiki zina kilo takriban 1000. Omera stop it bwana. Si mimi na show. Stori ni yangu ama ni yenu? Pole basi. Endelea. Sasa sikizeni. Mimi sikujua nini kilifanyika. Kidogo hivi gari na mihemko zilizojazwa parapanda lilitokea kule Jogoro. Ghafla miguu mwendeshaji pikipiki inapigwa. Usimwone ametolewa kadhani ni hekima. Huyu anaogopa kuripotiwa nyumbani. Mama! Chunga hicho kidomo chako wewe Silifu. Tumefika wewe. Usije ukaenene atakayokushinda. Mbona dume limekomaa? Mwanaume mzima unatembea ukieneza umbea na propaganda. Leo dela basi kama waziri wa masomo. Wani nadanganya? Iba! Imoni, alioni kokote. Pasa zako bwana. Yule nyumbani ni vimo tu. Vimo? Vimo gani hiyo? Vimo zote mbili. Vimo hivi na hivi. Yule nyumbani. Akileta nyenyenye. Vimo chapo. Vimo vile hivi. Akileta nyenyenye. Vimo chapo. Wewe wacha fitina bwana. Muhudumu. Ongeza nyama. Waita. Leta pombe. Leta pombe. Leta pombe. Mama ntilie. Wacha sisi tukaende Mwanaume mzima unasemaje unachapwa nyumbani? Mnataka ni trend mitandaoni, si ndio? Tuamke kesho asubuhi. #mfinywi, kafinywa. Mnataka tuwe hapana. Hapana. Huku nje kuna misada mingi. Ambayo wanaume wanaopitia shida za kikatili kama wewe. Wanaweza pata. Siku nazo zinazidi kusonga. Leo sio jana. Kwa hivyo usikuwa na uoga wowote wa kusema au kutafuta msaada. Kosa la ukatili wa kijinsia ni hatia. Iwe imetendwa na mwanaume au hata mwanamke. Ninakusikiza ndugu. Brother, sikujua kwamba kuna maarifa kiongozi. Kuhusu hili swala. Wacha sasa nikuelimishe. Yoyote akienda mitandaoni atatambua kuwa mmoja kati ya wanaume 5 anapitia ukatili wa kijinsia. Hata kabla kufikisha miaka 18. Pia kuna sheria. Aha! Jana kwenye redio nilisikiza angeweza kunakili mahali. Ya kwanza ni Constitution. Penal Code. Sexual Offences Act. Protection Against Domestic Violence Act. Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act. Civil Act. Swadakta, mitandao ya kijamii maharibu mambo maana mwanaume yote akizungumza atajikuta akiwa ametrend. Kwa hivyo unamaanisha kuna sheria ambazo zinalinda pia wanaume? Sheria ziko ndugu yangu. Sheria ziko ambazo zinalinda wote kutokana na huduma hizi. Asante sana ndugu yetu. Hata leo tunapozungumza, chuo kikuu cha Tfgbv kimeandaa kongamano la siku 3 kuelimisha jamii kutokana na huduma hizi. Twendeni sote kule ama? Sasa tumeanza kuzungumza. Wacha nimpigie Dr. huko Tfgbv ili aweze kututajia viti vya VIP. Tufuatie kongamano hili kwa makini. Naam. Wenzangu niona hivi, waite kina mama ili waje twende sote. Akina mama, njooni twende Tfgbv. Njooni. Sote tupinge ukatili wa kijinsia.
Wanaume wasiwe na uoga wa kujitokeza.
Tutumie teknolojia kupigana na janga hili, wala si kulieneza. Dereva, tupeleke Tfgbv. Tamati tumeshika breki.
Let's go to them. Ukifinywa usifinike, ukifinywa usifinike, kimbia upate huduma. Ukifinywa usifinike. Next we'll take is a poem from Miss Faith to tell us the challenges that the female gender is going through when it comes to gender-based violence. Faith.
Before you is Faith Popular, a third-year student in nursing, with a poem titled Heart Hidden in You. Your teeth is sticky. That's why I don't kiss you anymore. Seriously, babe, you of all people should not clean my teeth every day. Chill. That's it. Just a prank. Stream your YouTube on TikTok and Twitter. For the likes and views they say. Voices of abuse amplified by the cheers. Just for laughs. Mbona unakaa hivyo? Punguza weight wewe. Enda gym utafute biceps. Are the nasty comments we see online. Who made us judge over people? Born and raised in a place you know not yet, with uncensored views, souls solace, silence. News. No news is good news, they say. Our ears and eyes fed each day with blood, with scars. Pain tapered to normalcy. No surprise anymore when our favorite shows have been turned into arenas of sextortion, of violence, body shaming. Fiction flows into reality. Reality fed with garbage. A blow in the face no longer blows the justice trumpet, but a whisper, a melody of laughter. With trolling, there is trauma. With pranks, we got pain. With films, we got flames of violence. With news, we got nonchalance. Let the villains in the obscurity of the media be pushed to the light. And let the boy, let the girl, let the man, let the woman find a voice again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Faith is our third year nursing student, telling us of the challenges that face victims of gender-based violence. Bwana CS, His Excellency the Governor, the advisor to the Office of the President, the PS, and all protocol. I want to recognize the following partners for supporting this second Tfgbv conference in Tfgbv University. Number one, I want to recognize the National Syndemic Diseases Control Council, NSDCC, who have supported Tfgbv University since its inception. They have pitched tents inside the university. We have a tent at the graduation square and another tent at the health unit. So in case you want to ask them about anything, the NSDCC is here, and they will be making a presentation during this 3 days conference. I want to appreciate the Communication Authority of Kenya. We have a representative from the Communication Authority of Kenya. Their support has been immense. I want to recognize the Office of the Chief Justice, a representative from the Office of the Chief Justice representing the judiciary is also here. We appreciate the judiciary so much. Representative from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. A representative has been sent and he or she is here. We have a representative from the Office of Data Protection Commissioner. A representative is here. I want to recognize National Bank of Kenya for their immense support towards ensuring a successful second Tfgbv conference. Last but not least, I want to recognize Nuru Trust Network. Nuru Trust Network. Thank you so much for supporting this. Let it be known to us that the National Youth Council TV is live streaming this event. I hope I've done that correctly. Yes, so when you go to National Youth Council TV, you'll find Tfgbv University is being taken to every corner of the world. At this point, I want to welcome the Director, Institute of Gender and Development Studies, Dr. Rispa. Karibu, Director. Let's give a clap, please.
I
wish to take this opportunity to once again thank each one of you for finding time to be here with us. The day is a success because of your presence. And I wish to take the shortest time possible. I want to bring the host Vice Chancellor, Professor Isaac Odeo, to come and talk to us. And probably as the host, he will confirm whether you are welcome or not. Because I'm only doing it on his behalf. It's him to confirm. So welcome, Professor. This is a team that has worked, as we have been told. The committee has worked for two months. We were meeting online. The only time we have met face-to-face was yesterday and today. So be sure that these faces we were just seeing ourselves were online. And that is the way to go. That's why we are talking about technology. And I want to say thank you. Feel welcome. Thank you, Prof.
Our chief guest, Honorable Salim Mvurya, CS, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. His Excellency Right Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, Governor, County Government of Bungoma, President's Advisor on Women Rights, Honorable Honorable Harriet Chigai, Principal Secretary, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Fikirini Jacobs, Representative of the County Commissioner, Madam Milson Ngoya, Chair of the National Youth Council, CEO, National Youth Council. For the sake of time, managing time, I will ride on the protocol already established. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take a very short time because of, you see, we are already running late. Now I'll start. I will start by unpacking the poem Masafara. Masafara is a platform that was established by the first students of Tfgbv University. When Tfgbv University had a lot of issues, ranging from water, shortage of water, and all this. Madam Honorable Harriet was then a member of council, and she knows this. We had students who could not pay fees. So they started this platform to share their agony and support each other. But as time went, this platform grew into a monster. And now they cannibalize anybody, including the VC. Sometimes when you read what they write about the VC, you wonder whether the VC will wake up alive or not. Sometimes you even tell yourself, afadhali mtu akupige ngumi, lakini yale matusi hao wanafunzi wanabwaga. But I think they say everything has an end. I think this thing is going to stop this week. Honorable Harriet is here. I'm going to formally write to her because we know the young men behind this. One of them works with Safaricom. I've sat and talked with him, but he demanded money. So this time he's not going to get any money, no money from us, but this thing will be closed. Do I have that guarantee? I have the telephone numbers and the names of the notorious fellows on this wall called Masafara. The second thing I wish to say is to welcome you here. You're welcome. Make yourself comfortable. As soon as the CS alighted from his car, when we received him, he said, VC, you have a wonderful campus. Thank you for your kind words. Yeah, it's true. But behind this beauty you see, there's also a lot of suffering from this technologically facilitated gender-based violence. 2 weeks ago, our student was lured to some place in Chwele. But the same technology helped us. I think she sent a message to a friend of hers. And I'm very happy, Waziri. The support we got from the police was unheard of. In a few hours, that young man was nipped. And as I'm talking, he's behind bars. Then very close to me, I've lived with a young man. Now he's old. He's called Philip. I've lived with him since 2010. So last week, I'm in Nairobi and he sends me a message. And he says, my daughter is not well. So I asked him, what happened? He says, she has been battered by her husband. So what do you want? He says, I want some 5,000 shillings to see how I can help her. So I told him, I'm sending you money, but can you ask her to report to the chief? So she reported to the chief. And the chief was so kind. He gave her money to go to a hospital, the nearest hospital, for first aid. Because this lady had been, you know what this young man was saying here? Alipewa kichapo cha mbwa by her husband. So, the following day again, he was arrested, and I thought that was very swift by the police. So I asked Philip, what happened? He tells me, ilikuwa mambo ya kitoto tu. Mambo ya kitoto namna gani? Ati mme alimpata ameshika simu yake. Akafikiria anasoma messages. So this gadget can create problems. So this lady was battered because of that. But of course, I talked to the police. The young man was taken to court on Monday. Philip went with his daughter. So as they are passing, there is a holding room for wafungwa kuingia kotini. The husband saw her. He started crying. So she looked at him. She also sympathized and told the father to muhurumie too. So when I went back home for lunch, Philip is hosting this man, his daughter, for food from my house. And this somebody who is supposed to be behind bars. But that is it. I think we are here to discuss these things and see how best you can be helped. But comrades, comrade power. Comrades, your message has got home. Masafara will be no more by next week. Thank you very much. Now, I think it's my singular privilege to invite the representative of the county commission, Madam Milson Goya.
Kandolire mwene walulano basale banje sungendye oyo kuno were umanyanga
My name is Millicent Ngoya, standing in for the County Commissioner, Bungoma County. The Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Salim, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative and Economy and Sports, and His Excellency, the Governor, Bungoma County, Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, the President's Advisor on Women's Rights, Honorable Harriet Chigai, the PS State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Mr. Jacobs, the Vice Chancellor, Tfgbv University, Professor Isaac, and all guests that are present today, including our youth. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. I don't want to say so much. First of all, I want to welcome our guests to the county and appreciate the organizers of this event. We started our 16 days against gender-based violence, and I think we are heading towards the end. And this is one of the activities we were talking to Dr. Rispa a while back when we were organizing. In fact, she was supposed to be at the lounge. I know you were very busy. And she told us that she'll be hosting this event. I don't want to say much. We have had demonstrations here, Safaras and Masafaras. We have had men being battered and not saying anything. We have had children being defiled and being sent to the same environments that they're being defiled. We have had women being battered and being sent back to the husband. And as Professor says, a woman goes to the gender-based desk with a baby, alafu kishika the defiler, who most of the time is an uncle, a cousin, a dad, a brother. Wakati anafika huko, then the mother says, apana. If you are to incarcerate the husband or my husband or their father, who is going to feed my children? So we are sending this child, we are sending this woman, we are sending this girl back to that environment. And I want to say thank you because I see so many actors, I see so many partners in this place. And I want to say that we are supposed to be thinking as Bungoma County in terms of safe spaces and safe places and rescue centers. A place where we can take these people so that at least they get rehabilitated, they get talked to. I wouldn't say so much. Our play told us the acts that actually deal with these issues. And they are both covering the men, they are both covering the women. Those acts are also covering children. And let us speak it out. And I want to appreciate this conference because I know here is where we are going to discuss such issues. And here is where we are going to get some of our solutions. Because again, we have to remember that we are in Bungoma. What is happening in Kajiado, what is happening in Turkana could be slightly different, despite or in spite of what laws are there. Ukienda kule sehemu za Kajiado unapata tu wazee wanaficha hiyo vitu huko chini. They don't speak about it. Wanasema hii tutamaliza huko. Yet a woman is being battered, yet a child is being defiled. And today, our emphasis is on digital gender-based violence. When that picture was being taken, who are you with? Most of the time, they are friends. Most of the time, they are close people to you. We've gone to a party. We've gone maybe to celebrate something. And a photo will be taken, and then a photo will do rounds on the social media. People that are very close to us. In security matters, we usually say that security starts with yourself. And even as we discuss these matters here this day, I want us to be very conscious as a man, as a woman, as a lady, as let us be conscious of our environment. Who are we interacting with? Who are we giving access to ourselves? So that again, as the law and as actors assist us in keeping us safe, we ourselves are also conscious of our own safety. Technology is a very powerful tool. As he told us that it is through technology that a lady was rescued. And I want to applaud the gender desk in our police station that they did the work and this lady was actually rescued. We want to applaud them. This tool is supposed to assist us progress. It is supposed to assist us develop, not make us make cultural evils that used to happen. Now we are bringing it to the technological arena. So this day, as we talk, as we are talked to, as we converse, as we discuss, let us put in mind that the solution lies with ourselves. And for us to make a change, the change will have to start with yourself. What am I doing? Am I infringing on other people's rights? Am I stepping on other people's, so that you respect others as they respect you? Having said all that, I want to take this opportunity to, I saw the chief just stand up. Let me acknowledge you. This is Chief Tfgbv, just wave to them. Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to actually bring the Principal Secretary, Mr. Jacobs. Karibu sana.
The Honorable CS for the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, the Honorable Salim Vuria, Your Excellency, the Governor of the County Government of Bungoma, and Emeritus Speaker of the Senate, the Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, the Vice Chancellor, Madam Chigai, Advisor, Madam Sophie, Chair of the Board of the National Youth Council, the CEO of the National Youth Council, Ms. Gloria, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. I'm privileged to introduce myself to all of us as the Principal Secretary in charge of the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy in the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, the government of Kenya, led by His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, perhaps the youngest in the history of our soil. And because I'm a comrade, because I am a comrade, I have seen a lot of formalization of our program. And we comrades, sometimes because of the nature of our life in these streets, which includes bending or leaning downwards in what we famously call kuinama. I know sometimes the language used here and a lot more juxtaposed with our challenges in the streets, including suffering, like has been intimated, might be challenging. But I'll request you to allow me to speak to you as your peer. But before that, I want to take a minute to introduce the officers who came to accompany our Cabinet Secretary for this eventful. I request all the officers from our ministry to please stand up. Yes. So, from far left is Mr. Mbogo George. He's the Acting Secretary, Youth Development, followed by Director Kennedy Kimuyu, Director Administration, State Department for Youth, followed by CEO of the National Youth Council, Ms. Gloria Wawira, followed by, sunaona hiyo maneno, sasa hiyo ndo tunataka hiyo. Followed by Ms. Sophie, who is the Chair of the National Youth Council. Behind there, we have Director Emily Maina of the Youth Social Development. We have Ms. Olivia Oko, who is the Regional Coordinator for Western. We have Brian Kamanza, comrade also, is the PA to the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Mvuria. We have Augustine Mayabi. Augustine Mayabi is running something which is very famous to comrades currently, nationally. He is the National Project Coordinator of a project called Nyota. So wale mnahitaji nyota, si ile ya kupokea nyota kwa jina la Yesu, lakini huyo jamaa ndo anapanga chini ya uangalizi wa waziri wetu. We also have our officer over there. Inua mkono bwana. Yes, is a youth development officer. We have Director Noah Otiende, pia anasimamia department ya film services. Na wao wako na maneno wanapanga ya kublend muziki ile ya zamani na muziki wa Gen Z. So wale waimbaji pia mkipatana na huyo jamaa atawapanga maneno. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very privileged to come here today to accompany our CS for this day of the second National Conference on the Technology Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. 25 years into the 21st century, countries world over are pursuing progression and growth. But while we pursue that path of growth, evidence show that contemporary societal challenges have become more rampant, among them gender-based violence. People thought over time that technology, artificial intelligence, would have eased the burden of being able to control or propose forth solutions to the challenges in our societies. But to our surprise, we are here for the second national conference on the technology facilitated gender-based violence to discuss the effects, the precarious effects of technology insofar as gender-based violence is concerned. I had a privilege to address the Konoin Youth Conference 2025 in Bomet 2-3 days ago, where I met a lady, a motivational speaker, a lawyer by craft. And she told us publicly that she decided to cut a niche for herself to address these issues of gambling. And one day she woke up to a comment that, where do you get the courage to talk about gambling? And by the way, no wonder you have a very small nyash. This is a person who hold her phone or his phone from the comfort of their place, maybe using bundles or public Wi-Fi, you know, to abuse a person who has come to attempt to address a social issue. Who doesn't know today that many of our comrades, even in universities, succumb to depression out of issues arising from aviator, gambling, and a lot more? Some have even gone ahead to die. But while the effort to address some of these challenges are met with these kind of counter challenges from these young people who believe that the easiest way they can be able to use technology is to protect spaces where those who attempt to prescribe solutions will shy away. And that is the challenge I want to throw to all of us as comrades. That technology should be used not to create fear. Technology should be used to amplify dignity, to be able to prescribe solutions and to ease our focus and in our pursuit to be able to find long-lasting solutions to some of our societal challenges. And because all of us here, by design or by default, are serious consumers of social media and therefore great users of technology, are called upon by virtue of our exposure to be that generation which will go down in history as one that changed the course of our history in this country. You know, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, statistically speaking, 75.1% of our population as a country is below 35 years. That means 3/4 of our population is below 35 years. All these vices, why do they get an opportunity to rise up right in our presence? It simply means that the young people, you and myself, have either failed to take action on what matters for the best interests of this country, or have never been sensitized enough to be able to take up our responsibilities as young people who have a direct stake in the future of this country, in the future of our region, our continent, and indeed the world. And that is why, with the guidance of our cabinet secretary, we feel it is always urgent and persistent for us to be able to extend the platforms to engage the young people and impress it upon their minds, their revolutionary minds, their technological minds, their very emphatic and energetic minds, that given an opportunity, you equally have a stake in changing the course of history of our country. And I believe from now on, I feel bad to see the Vice Chancellor stand here to speak of online bullying that he has gone through. You know, very peculiar for him, because he belongs to a generation that was not, you know, in those kind of atmospheres where you wake up with a lot of energy, you've done breakfast from your dear wife, you're so energized to go and chair a meeting maybe, or do minutes as the secretary of the University Council, and then you bump on a post or a comment that will totally drain the energy out of you. And I think, my dear comrades, you who have been, through your different vice chancellors, gotten an opportunity to be seconded from your universities and Tfgbvs to come here, I pray that today you will choose yourself to be ambassadors of this gospel of ending technological facilitated gender-based violence in this era. It is not only good for us, but it is good for our generation and the generations to come. And it's not all lost on me that you, ladies and gentlemen, stand a chance to change the course of history. Lastly, evolutionary speaking, the young people of the 20th century, contrary to the young people of the 21st century, are well marked by distinct differences, if not features and characters. The 20th century was a politically heavy era. It was a mobilization heavy era, where politicians will walk into universities, pick university students to use them as pressure groups, to use them as goons, to fulfill their own interests. The 21st century young people have gone ahead to write history in different senses, for even sake. By virtue of our age, by virtue of our energy, by virtue of our exposure, in fact, technological exposure, the young people of today are policy shapers. The young people of today are the conscience of the country. The young people of today are the leaders of the country. And that's what creates a difference between the young people of the 20th century and the young people of this world. The young people of this world, including myself, are the principal secretaries in a State Department. The young people of today are well seated, traveled many kilometers to come and get knowledge which will facilitate their leadership journeys in their respective universities and societies where they belong to. And that is why I wish to impress it upon you, my dear comrades and friends. I have been in your space. I was privileged to be the deputy president of the students' organization of Masai Mara University in 2016. I was privileged to be the secretary general of Jumuiya Wanafunzi wa County za Pwani. I was privileged to serve as the president of Kilifi County College and University Students Association. I was privileged to serve as the president of the Great Pwani University, which is one of your partners here. I was privileged, a month after I was elected as the president of Pwani University, to serve as the president of the Kenya Union of Students Organizations. Through this leadership journey, I have ever held a simple principle and a philosophy that if the young people of Kenya can do a deliberate partnership between the young people, the energy that they bring, and the experience of the old people, including those who have gone ahead to read history, to experience life, we can create a force that can go ahead to generate a ripple which can form a wave that can be enough to bring down any mighty wall of resistance in our quest to become leaders as young people in this country. But while that is possible, you and me have an opportunity. The future belongs to us, but it is also our responsibility to create a safe technological space for that future we all aspire to live in. If we don't do that, we shall belong to the future, where you shall suffer even more than what the Vice Chancellor and a lot more of our members of our communities are undergoing in this society. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't wish to barrage you with a lot of my pieties of wisdom. Of course, I see sorry. In this comrades' corner, big words are a great privilege. So, usisikie hii barrage ukashtuka. Lakini nyinyi comrades wa Kibabii pia mko wise sana. Nimesikia huyu jamaa anaitwa Mataya. Ametaja kitu bwana kidogo nimpatie ya kabeji. Ametaja kitu hiyo ya sijui chini ya maji na DNA. Nikaona baada hata huyu jamaa yuko wise sana bwana. Huyo jamaa tukimaliza hapa hata anione nimpatie ya kabeji. Tafadhali sana. Alafu na huyu jamaa Mfinywi. Nyinyi nanyi Kiswahili mmecheza nayo sana bwana. Mmesema mnataka kumshtua waziri lakini mmemshtua kweli kweli. Mmesema kuna Mfinywi na Mfinyi. Hapana, hakuna Mfinywi hiyo yenu. Sasa hao jamaa wa Wafinywi na huyo Mataya, mimi nitawapanga hao jamaa baadaye. Hao wamenifurahisha sana. Anafanya hivyo kwa sababu kwa baraka ya waziri wetu mimi ni PS wa creative economy pia. Na hiyo creativity ndo tunafaa tu encourage katika vijana wetu. Na hiyo creativity ndo tunafaa tuweke kwa mtandao. Na tunafaa tuweke hiyo nyingi kushinda ile matusi iko huko ili turekebishe Kenya ishike njia ambayo iko sawa sawa. Asanteni sana, Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Bwana PS. Thank you so much. Due to public demand, Bwana PS, the Mataya ako hapa kwa mlango, anarudi kukuambia mistari, Bwana PS. During our meetings for the last 2 months, the Executive Office of the President, led by Honorable Harriet Shigai, has been impressing on us, the organizing committee, to ensure that half of this conference is entertainment. And Honorable Chigai said youths will consume nothing but entertainment. And then she told us that she is in both generations, the Gen Z and the other generation. So she asked us to pick something for her. In this respect, we are inviting K-Crew to show the advisor to the president, Gen Z moves. And I want to warn the advisor to the office of the president not to attempt these moves at home, but then to take care of her other interest. There is the Master Okwako and Kevin from Bungoma Band. They are going to make sure that Honorable Harriet Chigai shakes her kamabeka. So as K-Crew is arranging the stage, Mataya and your friend, the PS, are saying he wants, the PS amesema kuna cabbage. Sasa mimi nasema tu kidogo atawapea. So sasa msikie. Mnataka kugraduate, si ndio? Mnataka kugraduate, si ndio? Sawa. PS is here. Karibuni.
Yes. Brian Odero, third year student pursuing commerce.
Griffin Silondi, first year student, commerce.
So we have a spoken word. Title is Femicide. I'm on a ride. Let's kill our pride. Men, let's end femicide. Leo kuna issue hapa nadai tuweke aside. Kuna wenye wakijua issue ni gani, wataanza kuhide. But ni washo issue nare sana since iko hide. Maombi kwanza, God to guide. Moment of silence as we fight this devil. Tfgbv. Kati ya Femi na Fena utafik nani? I just late spoken word on femicide. I'm on a ride. Let's kill our pride. Men, let's end femicide. Leo kuna issue na die for once tuweke aside. Kuna wenye wakijua issue ni gani, wataanza kuhide. But ni washo, hii issue nare sana since iko hide. Maombi kwanza, God to guide. Moment of silence as we fight this devil. Tfgbv. Kati ya Femi na Fena utapik nani? You are forcing me to take sides. Relax, tuongele main issues kama femicide. Jusielewi mbona we are losing our women na culprits ni sisi men. Sielewi mbona Brian anapasa pate A. Meanwhile, Sharon anapass jua Brian anaenda heaven. Men, we are losing our women na culprits ni sisi men. We are losing our women na bila hao atunge exist. That is we men. Nini na happen ama tuite e bad omen. Oh, men, ensure we check on our women more often. Min shanza by picking a pen za kuandika mistari daily from 10 to 10. So, naongelea GBV. Madem viva, maboys viva. Oh, niko na vivo.
So Lord, nitakuwa brief na hii case juu nimezilodi zote kwa briefcase. Squeezy, violence imebase kwa agenda na hiyo ndo agenda nataka kuwajenga. Wawili wakiishi lazima ubishi, lakini ikizidi ni either moja mkaidi au nyi wote magaidi. Mimi ni the wife alinizidi, hakunizawidi ni digi, ndio maana nilimisi ligi nikacheza na Arimis. Ni stress ilinifanya nilewe chakari, nikirudi home mimi na machachari, na yeye ndiye alikuwa fat, so alinipiga pombe isha kwa kichwa yeye ingie. Na bado angeniuliza baba test, mbona leo ni mama test? Ni wewe unanimesa, unanitesa, unafanya nimesa utest ya hii kitu. Ni hiyo Samsung yako inafanya siku hizi uniti handsome. Kazi yako ni kukaa kuscroll na stories za kina Clouds na Nasieku. Mimi kazi yangu ni kuwatch Clouds usiku. Ni kwangu lakini nakula kwa macho. Wewe umeketi kitako, macho kwa screen yako unaniambia I wish angenifanyia hivi. Mimi najiuliza aje. Kumbe anaongelea technique, si ungeniambia basi labda ningeanza kudunga na scorpion niache na imam wa kanisa missionary. Sijui mbona niliget married na si get much really kama si kichapo. Na siyo chapo tu, chapati yangu bado ameikalia. Niyo kichapo nichapa asubuhi nimwagia maji, mchana mzima napigwa na jua nikirudi jioni nimepiga kutu. Lakini God alibonga na a just late anibongesha akisema
Tumekam kuassess na kwa seti ya pace, yani kuaddress kwa mademo na how to dress na wanaume, how to press not to avoid kumess. Sajawa bless upon taata less. Kudai tutadai lakini kudai jua love haidai. Yo, chorea kulai, chorea kuchai, chorea influence ya ngwai. Now the end to the question why. Namaliza nikisema bye. I'm on a ride, let's kill our pride. Men, let's end femicide. Shukran.
This is new generation Dumulo. Engine Dumulo. Yes, Obana Bongo. Cha-cha, 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 cha-cha,
Leo nimekuwa simulizi kwa mpenzi wako, waninangawe zaidi yanisikitisha, eti nimekuwa chuma cha kafuro, ipo juu ya mawe. Jikoni kwangu kaingia mdudu gani, mara kwenye kikombe mara sahani, ona katibu wa maji kisimani.
Angalau uliniwacha mi bila fahamu kuwa ni yako zamu. Angalau ungeniambia eti
Nyongesha wape. Oya, mateka, mikono juu. Hebu shusha chini. Leta tena juu. Shusha kwa kiuno.
tunanyatia nyatia za kunyatia nyatia, tunanyatia nyatia za kunyatia nyatia, tunanyatia nyatia za kunyatia nyatia.
Excellence ZK, la fondation DNT plus forte. Parfumerie Stéphanie Napoulman. Aïe.
Stop GBV.
Finish your booty, bitch.
Clap for them, clap for them. Thank you so much, K Crew. We can exit the stage. Thank you so much. Bwana CS and Your Excellency the Governor, the choreographer of that group is none other than yours faithfully. You are welcome. Bwana PS, my M-Pesa number is, thank you so much. At this point, I want to welcome the dance that the advisor to the president loves the most, the group that will make her shake her kamabeka. Before, as they are preparing to take the stage, I want to recognize the main players of this conference. One, I want to recognize the Executive Office of the President, Office of the Women Rights Advisor, led by the boss, Honorable Harriet Chigai. Secondly, I want to appreciate and recognize the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, led by the CS, who is here with us. And then Tfgbv University, led by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Isaac Ipara-Odeo. Without these three, we will not have had a successful Tfgbv second conference. I want also to inform you that Office of the Women's Rep Advisor is streaming live on YouTube. Streaming live on YouTube. In the morning, when we started, we did something. For those of us who were here earlier, you remember what we did, yeah? Let's take our phones out, all of us, quickly. Let's take our phones, all of us, let's take our phones out. Let's take our phones out. All of us, those of us who were in the morning, you know what we did, yeah? Quickly, let's take a selfie. Let's take a selfie. All of us, let's take a selfie. Let's take a selfie quickly. Selfie. Good. Thank you. Then all of us seated there, comrades, all of us, not the distinguished guests, all of us, let's stand up. All of us, let's stand up. Let's be fast. Let's stand up, all of us. Let's face the back. Let's face the back. Let's take a selfie with the backdrop. Let's take a selfie with the backdrop. Let's face the back. Let's take a selfie with the backdrop. Good. Let's take our seats. We are saying technology. Let's allow our chief guests and His Excellency the Governor and our VC to take selfies. Wow, ni ma Gen Z. Wow, ni ma Gen Z. Let's let them take their selfies. Then we go to our site. Thank you. Thank you, CS. Thank you, Advisor to the President, Honorable Chigai. Thank you, His Excellency the Governor. Thank you, our Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much. Let's go to our socials. Let's put it on our status. Our status. Let's post there and say that we are attending the second Tfgbv conference in Kibabi. Hashtag tulisema ni end. Hashtag tulisema ni end. Tukasema ya pili hashtag ni 16 days of activism. Hashtag ya kwanza end GBV. Is it true? Let's do that. Let's tell people that the CS is here. In attendance, universities in attendance, I would like to take recognition of the following one. University of Nairobi, led by Professor Ann. We have Rongo University in attendance. We have University of Kabianga in attendance. We have Masinde Muliro University in attendance. We have University of Embu in attendance. We have University of Eldoret in attendance. We have Pwani University. We have, of course, the host, Kibabi University. We have Technical University of Kenya in the house. We have Southeastern University of Kenya. And we have Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University. Technical institutes, we have Kisiwa TTI, who are here. We have Sangalo TTI. We have Thika TTI. We have Mukiria TTI, all in the house. Organizations that have supported this, we have we have media houses that are here. Think Citizen is here, NTV is here. Our local media houses are here. We have G Jali Women's Group. I mentioned Kenya Red Cross. We have National Bank of Kenya. We have the county government of Bungoma. We have National Police Service. We have Girl Power. We have ODPP Bungoma. We have Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education. The entertainment team, karibuni.
Thank you. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Comrades, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Mko wazima? Umechoka kukaa? Haya, tunataka tupanguze. Mgeni ajue kumbe wewe ni watu wako entertainment, si ndio? Unaweka sauti DJ. Weka sauti DJ. Unatumia pesa ikusoe. Wasiri yako ndani ya nyumba. Mtoto ya Rota ako ndani ya nyumba. Profesa Ibara ako ndani ya nyumba. Yaani unachukua dansi pole pole. Wasiri unapendwa na iwe. Wasiri unapendwa na iwe. Wasiri unapendwa. Gavana unapendwa na iwe. Rota unapendwa. Ibara unapendwa na iwe. Ibara unapendwa. Wasiri unapendwa kweli. Ngoma unapendwa. Alilusaka unapendwa. Alipokoma unapendwa. Majezi unapendwa. Majezi unapendwa. Iya ibangusha bonga kidogo. Wale chini.
Thank you so much. Hata mimi Kelly Inyani najua kucheza. kama Beka anajua kucheza. I want to recognize Egerton University. I want to recognize Kenya Red Cross Training Institute. Our good partners, they have brought emergency services for us all the way from Nairobi. I want to recognize Silver Shield, NGO that supports the conversation against gender-based violence. At this point, I want to welcome Director Dr. Rispa to welcome our next guest. Director, karibu.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm back on stage. And I wish to take this opportunity to welcome our lady, wonderful lady. This lady, at one time, she was a member of our council those years. And she's back here in a different capacity. All we want to say as the director of the Institute of Gender and Development Studies, and on behalf of Tfgbv University, our Vice Chancellor is here, want to say thank you so much. We are grateful for the honor. And we are coming with the team that is around today. We know and we believe that we are going to make a change. We are going to have a deliberate intention to have a positive impact. And the young ones who are in the room today, the Gen Zs who are here today, the young scholars who are here today, let us pick something from this conference and let us be the first change that the country is looking for. With that, allow me to welcome our Honorable Harriet Chigai to tell us what she's carried for us. And as she comes, can we applaud her as she comes, please? Applaud until she gets here.
Anatulinda kila siku.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Wendo wake umetuzunguka siku zote. Hallelujah.
Good afternoon. Are you guys happy? Are you truly happy? I can't feel you. I can't feel you. I can't hear you. Let's clap for our CS. Let's clap for the governor. I want to tell you this. The young people of this country, you're very lucky. You're the most treasured. Our chief guest, the CS, was very far away. I only sent a text. And he said, Harriet, we shall be there. My PS is going to call you, and he shall bring everybody within the ministry. Aren't you lucky? Please clap for the CS. The CS, it is with a lot of humility that we are here with you today. And we don't take it for granted. Young people, you're also very lucky. The governor. The governor was given a very short notice. I called the governor and I told the governor, the CS is coming. And the young people want to be with you. And the governor said, I will be there. Please, let's clap for the governor. The young people, you're even more lucky. The VC came to my office over something totally different. And when I told him what we do in my office, he said, I want to be the next host. The first we hosted at Kabianga University last year. And he said, we shall host it. He didn't even know what it entails. Clap for your VC. the Tfgbv team and the leadership, ours is to say thank you very much. It was very intentional that you didn't see me in most of the meetings because I needed my team to take lead. So the team that curated all this from last year, just stand up so that you can be seen, so that in case you need anything, you can actually approach any of my team members from the office. We have Director Legal, Caro. We have Romana in charge of our widows program. We have Dr. Koto. We have Masiga, who was the lead in this program. The others just wave. There's Mary. Say your name. There's Phoebe all the way from Turkana, Ellie, and we have Kevin here. All right, so have a seat. So clap for them as well. So our chief guest, Honorable CS Salim Mvurya, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Our host, the governor of this great county. You've all heard I served in this university as a Gen Z, as a very young person. I was barely 35 when I was here. The PS, Youth Affairs, all established protocols within government, and to the special guests in these rooms who are the students. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the University of Tfgbv. I feel like I'm back home. The VC together with your team for being so gracious to host us in this 2025 second Tfgbv conference. Today we gather at a time when Kenya, and indeed the world, is thinking and reflecting deeply on the rights, dignity, and safety of our women and children. As we celebrate the 16 days of activism, with this year's theme being Unite and End Gender-Based Violence Against Digital Violence Against Women and Girls, we as government wish to say that we take the issues of Tfgbv and GBV generally against both women and men seriously. And that is why we are here. That is why my office was put in place. We are here this year to actually renew our commitments and to take concrete action to end all forms of GBV. The 2025 global campaign focuses on the urgent issues of digital violence, and you have demonstrated as students what are the consequences of Tfgbv. It's not only affecting you as teenagers, it's affecting everybody. This year's conference theme, Research and Innovate Towards Online Safety, Role of University and TVETs directly contributes to Kenya's 16 days of activism against GBV. It's a national-wide campaign to end or to voice the spaces of women and children. Ladies and gentlemen, here at Tfgbv, I'm told, and you've also heard, they do amplify and they do have a conversation which is timely and it is very urgent. Violence that takes place through technology is not only harmful, but it actually kills humanity. We experience it everywhere. It's in our phones, our social media handles, platforms, our screens. Allow me to say that this is a moment where ending violence is not an annual campaign. It is a daily responsibility. It is also important for us to note, and the way you've demonstrated here, we cannot legislate bad manners. Can you repeat that? It is just bad manners to insult people. It is just bad manners to beat people, isn't it? It's bad manners to draw a cartoon of me and put it in a social platform and make fun of whether I'm big, fat, small, short, ugly, beautiful, name it. It is just bad manners. What can government do more than putting policies in place, legislation what else can government do? The government has done its part. Are we in agreement? It is now our duty, you as an individual, to ensure that that space is protected. We must create safe spaces for our women and girls. We must. It's in us. You're the champions of good behavior. Nobody can legislate bad manners. It then calls upon all of us, to ensure that there is no cyberbullying, impersonation, extortion, digital stalking. AI-generated deepfakes, you've seen that, isn't it? And non-consensual sharing of our images. AI-generated deepfakes and non-consensual sharing of our images. Tfgbv is silencing dreams. It's harming mental health and stealing dignity quietly, quickly and relentlessly. As we navigate this digital era, we must acknowledge that AI is increasingly shaping how online content is created, shared, detected, and moderated. Yet AI systems are only as reliable as the data they are trained on. Many global AI datasets have deep gender and cultural gaps, largely built from non-African context, male-dominated sources, and English-only content. Students, you have these 3 days to curate datasets that can speak to AI data tools and which can actually be safeguarded and protected within Tfgbv University. That means Tfgbv University can actually curate its own AI dataset and navigate all its activities within those datasets as set. This results in algorithms that misidentify African faces, misunderstand African languages, gender, overlook online abuse targeting women and girls, and sometimes reinforce harmful stereotypes. At our office, our mission is to empower, protect, and uplift. That's our mantra. We derive our mandate from the Women's Charter, which we have actually put together and reduced the same, about 43 promises, to about 4 key pillars. Data is one of them. Legal and policy is one of them. We have economic empowerment and investment, where our programs address issues to do with GBV. As an office, we continue to design interventions to address GBV. Such include national safe homes, safe spaces initiatives aimed at creating a safer environment for all Kenyans, with special emphasis on women, youth, and children. Well, there is no single real-time database tracking all GBV cases in Kenya. Various sources provide insights into the prevalence of this issue. It is reported that nearly 90% of young adults have witnessed technology-facilitated GBV, with 39% reported personal experience. The young women are twice more likely to face online harassment. According to a recent study in Nairobi supported by UNFPA, states that tertiary institutions showed that female students are disproportionately impacted, with 64.4% of female students having experienced at least one type of online violence, as compared to 35.5% of male students. University and TVET students form the largest group of internet users, and 80% of new Tfgbv cases reported involve youth between 18 and 19 years old. Furthermore, the same study reported that qualitative data collected from various officers within the county's justice system include Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, the National Police, and the judiciary, shows that law enforcement and justice institutions are struggling to keep up with the evolving forms of Tfgbv, mainly due to serious resources and limitations. GBV is not only a social or moral crisis, it is an economic crisis. Studies estimate that Kenya loses approximately 1.2 to 2% of GDP annually due to GBV, translating to tens of billions of shillings lost productivity, health costs, and justice expenditures. Only this week, the IFC launched a national private sector gender-based violence and harassment report that highlighted very alarming statistics. Kenya shillings 95.5 billion lost by business annually due to GBV. 1 in 3 employees have experienced workplace GBV. Over 50% have witnessed GBV, which translates to poor productivity, absenteeism, presenteeism, and staff turnover, which drive financial losses. We must also realize that underreporting remains high due to stigma and weak reporting mechanisms. Many organizations lack survivor-centered policies and GBV frameworks. I'm truly happy that Tfgbv University has policies in place that actually safeguard their students. These private sector realities mirror what is happening in our universities and TVETs. Tfgbv is costing Kenya its productivity, its innovation capacity, and its young talent. This is why this conference is not just timely. It is a national necessity. It is intentional. It is transformative because we're involving you students, you young people, to create solutions to the challenges that you're facing. It demands a whole society approach to sort or resolve issues around GBV. Government, academic institutions, technology players, civil society, communities, families, young female and male, youth all working together. To our institutions of learning, prevention must be intentional, consistent and institutionalized. University and TVETs are not just centers of academic pursuit. They are ecosystems where identity, innovation, relationships, and careers are shaped. We must therefore strengthen digital literacy and digital safety training, establish policies and clear reporting pathways for Tfgbv, provide health and psychosocial support for survivors, foster culture and dignity, respect, and responsible digital citizenship. To our young people, you're the drivers of Kenya digital transformation. Kenya has one of the youngest population in the world. This demographic is one of our power tools in terms of innovation. Around the world, countries like Singapore empower youth to co-create in national digital safety. We believe in the brilliance, resilience, and influence of Kenya's young people. We believe in your right to safety, offline and online. We'll use every available platform and partnerships to ensure the right is protected. Your leadership will define the digital culture of this country. But also remember, with influence comes responsibility. We must use technology ethically. Speak out when you witness harm and speak out for others as well. Refuse to participate in digital violence. Protect your peers with courage and compassion. Report any witness form of violence wherever you are. Allow me to thank all our partners and government agencies. The chair here was my schoolmate. I can see she's smiling. And her CEO is actually my so to the young people, that is just how life is. Today, you're here, tomorrow you're somewhere else. Make use of your time. I want also to tell you today will never repeat itself. We are here today, you'll be the one telling the story of how today was in the near future. We'll not relent, we'll not turn away, we will not allow even one young person to remain unsafe in the digital space. Allow us to look ahead. Let this conference strengthen our resolve. Let it push us to think boldly and act decisively, so that the digital rights of every girl, every young woman, and every Kenyan are protected. I want to thank Tfgbv University for the work that you have done. The organizing committee which has put this together. And to me, it's a plea to the VCs that allow this committee be a standing committee so that we can grow as we grow. We don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. You can clap. I extend sincere gratitude to all leaders and partners present who have journeyed with us. Your commitment sends a powerful, united message that Kenya is very determined to protect the dignity and safety of every young person in the digital age. Together, let us commit to shaping a country where technology enables dignity and not endanger the life of people. Technology creates connection and not cruelty. Technology empowers, it doesn't exploit for all of us. We leave no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my utmost honor to invite our host, and I think you made me dance, so the governor has to dance as well. The governor has to show us the way, isn't it? He's our host, isn't it? So, where are these Isukuti people? And when the governor is dancing, you are instructed to stand up and dance with the governor. Students, you're young. And for those who didn't go to the gym today, this is your dopamine opportunity. Your happy hormone. Where is the DJ? Where are the young students who are dancing for us? You run like athletes. The anonymous line, which is 0800-722-2031. Have you taken the numbers? If you're in danger, you can call 116, that's for child helpline. 1195, that's for GBV. Anonymous is 0800 08. I am not the singer, so it's okay. Don't tune my mic. 0800-722-2031. The WhatsApp is 0709-570-000. I'm also told that the committee has made the decision that the next conference will be in Pwani University. Makofi to the committee. Okay, DJ, you can now tune the mic.
Okay, thank you so much, our local artists. Our guest of honor today, Minister Salim Mvurya. It's always my pleasure to meet. As we remember that we are the pioneer governors in Kenya. Karibu tena Bungoma. Allow me to ride on established protocols in the interest of time. I have the apologies of our Member of Parliament, Honorable Makali, who is bereaved. but he would have loved to be here with us. And also the county commission, I think, was represented very well. Asanteni sana. So on behalf of the county government of Bungoma, it's my great honor to welcome you all to our county for the second National Conference on Technologically Facilitated Gender-Based Violence in Universities and TVETs. We are proud to host this important event, national gathering, one that brings together brilliant minds, policymakers, scholars, innovators, and advocates working to make Kenya's digital space safer for all of us. To our colleagues from the national government, university leaders, development partners, civil society organizations, and many young people who have joined us today, karibuni sana. Your presence here signals a collective and unwavering commitment to eliminate Tfgbv, a form of violence that is evolving as quickly as the technology that drives it. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference, Research and Innovation Towards Online Safety, Role of Universities and TVETs in Ending Tfgbv, could not be more timely. As technology penetrates every sphere of our life, the promise of connectivity is often accompanied by new forms of harassment, cyberbullying, privacy violation, and consequential intimate imagery, impersonation, and online exploitation. These challenges disproportionately affect women and girls, particularly students navigating academic and social life within universities and TVET institutions. It is therefore our collective responsibilities to ensure that as Kenya forges ahead in the digital era, no one is left vulnerable or unprotected. Our learning institutions remain the country's most powerful incubators of ideas, research, innovation, and social transformation. Their role in this effort cannot be overstated. One, in research, universities and TVETs must lead in generating data, documenting emerging trends, and understanding the evolving dynamics of Tfgbv. Evidence-based policymaking depends on their work. Two, innovation. Students and faculty have the capacity to pioneer digital safety tools, reporting platforms, early warning systems, and AI-enabled monitoring and technologies that can protect our users online. Three is capacity building. These institutions must nurture digital literacy, responsible online behavior, ethical technological development, and awareness of rights and reporting channels. Four, policy and advocacy. Academia can help shape laws, institutional policies, and national frameworks that promote safe digital environments. Five, support systems. Universities and TVETs must strengthen psychological support, survivor centers, response systems, and peer-led interventions to ensure that victims of the Tfgbv receive timely help. When we empower these institutions, we do not just fight Tfgbv, we build a safer digital future for the entire nation. So over the next few days, participants should expect engaging keynote presentations from national and international experts, panel discussions exploring the interactions of technology, gender, policy, and education, student-led innovation showcases featuring digital tools aimed at enhancing online safety, workshops and training sessions on prevention, reporting and digital rights, and institutional response mechanisms, and collaborative working groups that will help shape actionable recommendations for universities, TVETs, and government agencies, a national roadmap outlining coordinated strategies for ending a Tfgbv in Kenya. So this symposium is designed not only to deepen our understanding of Tfgbv, but also to inspire new solutions and partnerships. So ladies and gentlemen, as a host, I assure you that Bungoma County is fully committed to supporting national efforts aimed at eradicating gender-based violence in all its forms. We will continue collaborating with the learning institutions, private sector, innovators, and national government agencies to strengthen digital safety, youth protection, and gender equality. Together, we can ensure that our digital space, just like our physical ones, remain places where every person can learn, work, and express themselves and thrive without fear. So as we begin the important conference, I encourage all of us to engage openly, challenge the status quo, and co-create meaningful solutions. Let this symposium be a turning point where research transforms into policy, innovation becomes protection, and collaboration turns into lasting changes. And I think, thank you for choosing Bungoma. If you look at the rankings, Bungoma is #1 in gender violence in the whole country. Yes, followed by Moranga, followed by Homa Bay, followed by Migori and Samburu. So we are among the top 5 leading in wrong things. We must rethink, we must go back. Honestly, I cannot be heading a county that leads in GBV. Cyber crime is also quite a problem, just like the VC said. If there's anybody who, I don't even read, I don't go to social media because you can get blood pressure instantly and just die. Sometimes when you read what has been written there, you wonder whether they are talking about you. But we are getting used to it. We really want to address that. Because somebody just wakes up. If there's anybody who is talked about so much, it's the governor. You know, you do something, you come up with an innovation. Say we have built ECD classrooms. I don't have even children in ECD, so why are you building them? You do a road, it tells you I don't have a vehicle, that is just going to benefit you. You say, let us do this, they change goalposts. You say we are building a level 6 hospital, somebody tells you we use local medicine, so we don't need, I don't need that. So that kind of thing is there, but we must find a way of going around about it. So as we gather today, as I conclude, let it not be said that we gathered merely to talk. Let it be said that we actually met to act. Let it be the moment of Kenya, that Kenya decided that online violence is unacceptable, impunity will not continue, and every student deserves safety across both physical and digital worlds. So together, let us build universities and TVETs where technology is a tool for enlightenment and not a weapon of harm. So I think that is where we should be going. That's where the conversation will be going. And I want to wish you very fruitful deliberations. And without much ado, it's now my great pleasure and honor to welcome my good friend, our CS, to come and
Let us be up. Let us all be up. Combination sound. Noma.
Asante sana, tunaweza keti. Asante kwa heshima. Thank you very much. Asante sana kwa heshima. Your Excellency, Honorable Ken Lusaka, the Governor of Bungoma County, a great friend who is also emeritus in many things. Emeritus Speaker, Emeritus Chief Whip of the Council of Governors. And thank you very much, Your Excellency. Harriet Chigai, the advisor on matters of women rights in the office of the President. PS Jacobs Fikirini, who is the PS in charge of youth affairs, creative economy, and also a youth. I'm sure he's representing the youth population in the management of the ministry. Professor Isaac Odeo, the Vice Chancellor, Tfgbv University. I also want to recognize Dr. Rispa, the Director of the Institute of Gender and Development Studies in Tfgbv. Recognizing also all senior government officials, national government representation, and the counties, the student fraternity, not just Tfgbv, but all those who are participating in this important conference. I want to recognize also our development partners and agencies who have put their foot forward to ensure that we have this conference here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I want also to ride on the protocol, just in case I've not been able to mention you and your organization in person. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to say that it's a great honor, for me to be here today to open this conference, but also to participate in sharing some thoughts on the gender-based violence, especially facilitated by technology in our country. And therefore, this gathering and this conference is coming in good time, where Kenya has made a lot of strides in making sure that the country has an enabling environment, to inspire talent, to inspire the potential of the young people of our country. And therefore, the timing of this discussion is timely, and that is why I also want to thank, the young men and women who are in front of us here, doing their content creation, the creative economy activities that we have seen here. I want to take this opportunity to register my appreciation for all those young men and women who have done a lot in making sure that we also learn from the social activities, but many more. And I want to say they are very creative, and I want to thank them. Madam Harriet Chugai, I want to give you a special appreciation for the invitation, but also for making sure that you convene, use all the efforts to make sure that this second conference is a reality. When you were speaking with you that time, when you sent me the concept, I was in South Korea and I wasn't very sure that I was going to make it. But I think I want to thank God that we have found time and energy to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The investments that the government has made on matters youth development recognize the youth of our country as drivers of innovation and national transformation. And therefore, when we are speaking to young people and the youth of our country, we are speaking to innovators. We are also speaking to leaders in transformation. And I'm saying this because the Youth Development Policy of 2019 put together with the national plan, which has recognized the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, has made deliberate efforts to ensure that the government of Kenya invests in ICT. And I think it is the only country in the region that has taken the matter of technology very seriously. And His Excellency the President has gone further to ensure that we don't just run ICT in cities and towns, but also in the rural areas. And that is why every ward of this country is going to have an ICT hub. And the facilitation of fiber, which has been ongoing, the broadband will also go to 100,000 kilometers of fiber across Kenya. And this is an opportunity to ensure that we have connectivity that is going to promote development of our country, both in terms of infrastructure, but also in the human resource sector. However, as we look at the digital space, which is expanding and creating an enabling environment for youth and all Kenyans, we are also very cognizant that it has come with a lot of risks. And one of the key challenges that we are seeing now is the matter of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, which include many, many other things: cyberbullying, impersonation, online sexual harassment, and many, many others, including femicide, which affects our girls. And we've seen a lot of cases recently. A number of studies put together has also recognized that GBV is an issue that as a society we need to keep voicing and we need to keep talking about it. It is not enough to just sensitize, but we need to keep discussing because this is a major national conversation. And I know that in our country we have a number of laws and policies that have aimed at creating an enabling environment, have aimed at prohibiting these social vices. However, this kind of legislation is not enough. And I think the major issue that we now need to turn on is personal transformation. When you are using technology, whether on the phone or wherever, you need to ask yourself a question. Am I using this technology to profile my career? Am I using this technology to advance also the progression of another person? Or I'm using technology to drown my career and those of others? And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are at an important time in history because technology is an enabling environment. It's an enabler for business solutions, enabler for good governance, and many others. It is time we use technology for what it is meant for. Many people have been lured into many schemes where they have lost money through technology. Many have been bullied, and molested in different forms. And in that respect, misuse of technology, especially to do gender-based violence, it also cripples leadership careers. We have seen situations even during elections, when our sisters and brothers are vying for different positions, and somebody creates a situation to discourage that person from contesting through bullying, defining negative relationships, and posting, unpalatable information to deny the person an opportunity to run for political office. His Excellency the President, apart from the legislation that has existed, has also recognized this matter as very serious. And that is why the government has taken a bold step and decisive action through reviewing the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act 2025, which has now been signed into law. And this is therefore a landmark milestone in securing Kenya's digital landscape and strengthening our response to GBV in online spaces. This new law significantly enhances protection by expanding the definition of cyber offenses to include cyber stalking and persistent online harassment, coordinated digital abuse, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, identity, theft, computer misuse, and virtual accounts, enabling stronger action against individuals who exploit digital platforms to harass, intimidate, or abuse others. This is just in addition to the current existing legislation and policies. It also enhances the cyber harassment provision by recognizing the psychological severity of online abuse, especially where such harassment may push victims towards extreme distress or even suicide. I also want to say that on top of this legislation, the government agencies, in line with security and crime prevention, have equally been supported and facilitated and well resourced to deal with these matters, not just at the national level, but also at the village level, at the level of the assistant chief and many other administrators. And therefore, that environment of legislation, that environment of providing protection is well articulated. And I think the environment we need to deal with is a self-assessment, and therefore I'm sure this conference will provide a very good interface where you will be open to discussions and you will also be able to learn the different actions that we can take as individuals and collectively to make sure that we continue to make the online or the technology much safer and enabling to the mandate that we have aimed to do. The amendment further expands the scope of communication-based offenses to include emails and other communication equipment so that the government can be able to protect victims of this kind of violence. Additionally, the courts may now issue orders for the removal of harmful content or the deactivation of digital accounts used to disseminate abusive material. This provides survivors with faster avenues for recourse when their images, data, or identities are misused online. These laws have significantly enhanced enforcement powers, strengthen penalties, expand definitions, and equip the state with broader capability to intervene, investigate, and disrupt technology-facilitated abuse. I also want to say that apart from the government efforts, I also want to urge all other leaders not in government, especially religious leaders, leaders of national and international NGOs and civil society, to join on this call to end technologically facilitated gender-based violence in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, you can continue. Ladies and gentlemen, while many universities and tertiary institutions have put in place measures to combat Tfgbv, research shows that awareness of these mechanisms still remains very low, and moreover, the pace of technological change requires stronger collaboration across all sectors. I want to single out Tfgbv University for being proactive, to put in policy and guidelines on this matter. And thank you very much, Professor, for providing leadership in that regard. And therefore, because of the changes in technology all the time, we also need to keep track, of what is new. Now we have AI, which is really being used by many other people. And therefore, this is a space we need to continue reflecting and strengthening to find out whether we need to strengthen our policies and legislation and anchor them into much more broader space where we can be able to deal with this matter. So as a country, as we continue to accelerate a digital future, we must ensure it is a safe, equitable, and empowering space for all of us. Empowering to men, empowering to women, empowering to the disabled and vulnerable in society. We need to keep checking, whether the technology, the policy, the legislation is empowering to all segments of society. So the government remains fully committed to safeguard the rights, dignity, and safety of all Kenyans, both online and offline. And as we strengthen our digital economy, we must ensure it is also a safe inclusive and empowering space for every young person. I urge all of us to be part of the solution and use this conference to generate innovative and actionable ideas that will drive Kenya closer to a future free of technology-facilitated violence. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I also want to add, before I make the declaration to open this conference, that the government of Kenya has recognized the young people, the youth of our country, as a great resource. And that is why it has been a very deliberate move to create opportunities and programs that can be available, to the young people of our country. Opportunities in the digital space, where we have digital jobs, opportunities in the labor mobility program, where those skilled can also get jobs across other countries. The affordable housing program is a deliberate program that is being implemented by government also to provide an opportunity for young people and our youth so that they can be able to access employment. We also have the Nyota program which is also looking at how we are able to inspire the young people of Kenya, and we are targeting 820,000 youth of our country in this program. And this is a program where the government of Kenya will be spending 20 billion in 4 critical components. The component on business support, where we also mentor young people to be in business, targeting 110,000. And once they have gone through this training, they also access a capital funding of 50,000 Kenya shillings so they can be able to join the micro enterprise program. I'm happy this program was launched here in Mumias last month. And I'm sure there are many young people in that component who have equally now received their grant. We also recognize as government that we have youth of our country who have skills. Some of them, they even come here, Professor, to fix your bulbs, to fix your taps. They are good plumbers, they are good painters, but they don't have a certificate. So this program will help them through the recognition for prior learning to be able to have certificates of recognition for their skills. We also have young people who are properly skilled. They've just finished their technical courses, but they are not experienced enough. This project also provides an opportunity for them to be mentored within a trade environment for 6 months, and they will be paid 6,000 stipend during the time of their mentorship. Then we have 600,000 youth that will take them through the government procurement system so that they can access tenders both at the county and the national level. And I'm sure you're already aware that the government is moving into e-procurement, and e-procurement recognizes technology. That means the youth of our country have an opportunity to compete with all the others without necessarily having to go through any manual process. And we also train them 600,000 in this particular program. Now, all these 4 components, if for the youth participating in this, you don't need to know anybody. Even though we have danced here together, you don't need to know me to get support in this project. You all need your phone. And you go to *254#, then the rest of the instructions will fall in place. If you want the business support, if you want the recognition for prior learning, if you want the on-the-job experience, if it is about training in the procurement, It is all at that place. It is on your laps. You have the phone there. So you don't need to know the PS. Although the PS is also a youthful, is youth actually, is not youthful. The minister is youthful, but the PS is a youth. So these are programs that are open, and we want to urge the youth of our country to take the opportunity. And these are just opportunities I have mentioned, but there are many more. Now, the miracle you need to do to succeed in these opportunities is for you to make the connection with the right opportunity. Because the opportunity is here, the youth is here, and the connection here will only be facilitated by you being proactive. There's nobody who will come to you. The phone is yours, so you need to be proactive to make sure that you access the opportunities that exist in government. The government has also strengthened the internship program and mentorship program through the Public Service Commission, and therefore youth who just finished universities have an opportunity also within the internship program of the Public Service Commission, where you can be an intern in any ministry, depending on your qualifications. These are opportunities that as youth of our country, I want to advise that you take them on board. I'm aware, Your Excellency Governor, ladies and gentlemen, that we also live in a very high voltage political environment. And there are also few politicians. Sometimes they may not make a connection with the people properly. They may not have the manifesto. And when they miss these two issues, no manifesto, there's no plan, they decide to use young people to be able to inspire their own political careers. Let me advise the young people of our country. First of all, we have recognized you as the innovators and as the leaders of transformation. Many of you, all of you, have your own potential. You have your dreams. Please pursue your dreams. The dreams of those who pay you, to pay you to cause violence online or physically, their dreams are already achieved. You can see some of them could already be somewhere, they're in a position, but you are not in a position. They have arrived at their destination. You have not arrived at your destination. Please pursue your dreams to realize your potential and arrive at your destination. Do not be used to cause violence. And in fact, what I want to add is that as you have dreams as youth of our country, your dreams will be valid if we have one country called Kenya. If we have one country called Kenya, then now you can oscillate around your dreams, drive your potential, get inspired to arrive at your destination. And therefore, I'm very happy, Your Excellency Governor and Madam Harriet, that this conference has brought together universities and tertiary institutions. These universities and our TVETs are not from any region. They are not from any tribe. They are universities training students of Kenya and other countries. And therefore, when we are discussing personal development, when we are discussing the development of our country, let us put our country and the unity of our diversity as a key principle to drive the transformation of our country. Let us refrain from ethnicity, ethnic cocoons, and assisting people who may have failed in their political careers. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka tu kusema kwa uchache, na kumekuwa na Waswahili hapa mapema. Kwa hivyo sitaki sana kuwa Mswahili kwa sababu nimepata Waswahili sawa sawa hapa. Na nawashukuru sana wale vijana. Lakini jambo la muhimu ni kwamba teknolojia imekuja kuweka mazingira mazuri ya ufanisi. Haikulete mazingira ya ukatili wa kijinsia. Kwa hivyo kama binafsi na kama tukiwa jamii, tukiwa pamoja, tukiwa makundi, nataka kuwahimiza kila mmoja wetu tutumie teknolojia kwa mambo mazuri. Tutumie teknolojia kueneza ukatili wa kijinsia ama ukatili wa namna yote ile. Na ni vizuri pia kusema kwamba katika mazingira yetu kama wa Kenya kuna ndoto namna mbalimbali ambao vijana wako nazo. Ndoto zitafanikiwa tukiwa na nchi inaitwa Kenya kwanza. Hiyo Kenya kwanza ndio number 1. Alafu ndoto zetu zitakuwa sasa ziko kamili. Lakini kama tutakuwa tunachochewa kwa misingi ya kabila, kwa misingi ya kuigawanya nchi, kwa misingi ya fujo, hatutaweza kufaulu. Kwa sababu hata uwekezaji unahitaji amani. Hata hii Kenya yetu tunahitaji umoja. Kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu ametupa nafasi, tuko na nchi nzuri. Ukienda kule ufuo wa bahari umefurahi sana. Kwa sababu kuna mandhari mazuri. Ukija mkoa huu unafurahi kwa sababu kuna mandhari ya ukulima na mandhari mengi ambayo huwezi kuyapata sehemu nyingi ya nchi. Ukienda bonde la Ufa vile vile unapata mambo mazuri. Mlima Kenya na sehemu yote, Ziwa Victoria. Basi hiyo ndio nchi ya Kenya. Na vijana sana sana ndio wengine wanatumia ili kufufua hisia na ndoto zao za kisiasa. Na waomba tu na kushauri kwamba vijana, ndoto zenu zinaweza fanikiwa mkichukua nafasi ya kujiunganisha na fursa zile ambayo serikali imeweza kuwaandalia. And when we listen to His Excellency the President, and most of you now have the State of the Nation speech, away from what has happened now in terms of achievements, His Excellency the President outlined the new country vision. A vision where 4 pillars will be very critical. The pillar on human resource development, innovation, and research. If you look at that pillar, innovation and research is well placed in our universities. Therefore, that's an opportunity. But more importantly, innovation and research is looking at the future. Many of the people sitting in row 1, including me, are retired youth. They may not benefit from innovation and research. And therefore, I want to urge the youth of our country to be cognizant that this vision belongs to you. The other one on matters irrigation and food security, to make Kenya food secure so that we don't import food. And we create now an enabling environment of 50 big dams for irrigation. This is also a pillar which is centered around making sure that Kenya has a good foundation on matters food security and value addition. And then the one on energy potential is also looking at how we can enable our energy, our potential in geothermal, in hydro, in wind and solar, to be able to generate more power. More power is required for industrialization. Industrialization is a pillar that creates jobs for our young people. And the final one on infrastructure. Infrastructure, be it a new airport, a new road, dual link to Malaba and many parts of our country, is also enabling investments. But when you listen to some of the few leaders, they want to demean these 4 pillars. Please know that as youth of our country, these 4 pillars belong to you. It is therefore an opportunity for you to support the transformation through these 4 pillars and many more, so that you can realize your potential. For those who are in the creative economy, very soon we'll be rolling out the Who's Next Talent Search, which then I can see many participants from this conference who will participate in the Who's Next Talent Search. The PS, Fikirini and team will be rolling out this very soon to ensure that we provide an environment for talent development. And because I'm also the Minister for Sports, you know, the government has looked at every sector. And in sports, we are leading a lot of key reforms that His Excellency the President has directed to make sure that we make sports a source of livelihood. And that is why in April, we were able to review the cash reward scheme. Right now, if you win gold, if you get a gold medal, we have moved the reward from 750,000 to 3 million. So naona hiyo mara moja tu umekuwa millionaire sijui mara 3. And then silver has now moved from 500,000 to 2 million, and bronze from 300,000 to 1 million. So you can see now the progression. But more importantly, we also want to tap the talents from grassroots, and therefore we are moving in to invest and implement sports infrastructure across Kenya. I think in the next 1 year, we should be doing around 30 stadiums across Kenya. And I know, Your Excellency Governor, we still have a bone to chew with the stadium here. So me and you, we will work together, national and county government, to make sure that it is completed and it is put in use. The legacy project in Nairobi, the Talanta Sports City, which is a 60,000 seater, the biggest in the region, will be completed. The physical infrastructure should be complete by end of this month, December, and we operationalize in February. So, and there are many more that we are doing across Kenya. So I want to take this opportunity again to thank all the organizers of this conference. And I know that this will be a moment to learn from each other, to share experiences. And with those main remarks, I want now to take this opportunity with a lot of respect to declare the second National Conference on Technology Facilitated Gender-Based Violence officially open.
Let's give a good clap to our CS. Thank you so much.
So Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki, asante sana.
CS naomba ungoje, Bwana CS naomba ungoje hapo kidogo. Together with His Excellency the Governor, naomba mje kwa stage. His Excellency the Governor, together with the CS, the Vice Chancellor also, naomba uje kwa stage. There are gifts from the Office of the Women Rights Advisor for the CS, His Excellency the Governor. A good clap, please. Thank you so much, Bwana CS. We can take our seats as I direct the next session, the photo session. We can take our seats. So as we prepare for the photo session, the next event is a very brief one, photo session. Then we have a media briefing by our CS, His Excellency the Governor and our Vice Chancellor. I would request, as he's sitting on stage, we have a spoken word from the PS's friend. The PS, your friend, is back on stage.
Ni Mataya, the masterpiece, master planner. Kitu sinaga ni laana na siwezi kudondoshia lawama, kudhibitisha tu. Acha tukafungue kwa kusali tukisema in the name of the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit. Do spirit na kunywaga. Hata leo ungechagua kwenda east or west, ungerudi tu, cause leo Kibabi ndo home na home ndio the best. Mapema tu ndo best Kibabi, na wakaribisha kama guests. Hata kama mmechoka mnahitaji crest, climb Mount Everest mkikunywa crest. Mimi napenda hii Kibabi, God alituno before tuwazaliwe, ametuanoint before tuaguliwe, na yendo judge before kesi yetu yamuliwe, na si hata ng'ombe unaiprepare before ikamuliwe. Na si ukae chini ufikirie, sa God ametucreate, si ndo tukue co-creator. Nataka tungekuwa na time tungeandika letter, but I know we'll do that later because the earlier the better, the sooner the later. Lakini ukikuwa na ganji pia unaweza leta, usingoje hadi day utapigwa ngeta. Na ndo maana ukiasha jiko tu pia utaipenda ikimetameta. Shida ni moja, tumezoea vitu za bure na kudanganya, na ndo maana ulikuwa na deni ya Fuliza na bado dial *254# kukopa pesa za hasla. Na hata nikiuliza ni wangapi wamelipa, si vibaya kuuliza, simlitorokea kwa giza, mmengoja God afanye miujiza. Badilikeni, time is money, lakini hakuna place utaconvert seconds into shillings. Ununue nayo mkate ukunywe chai. Akili ni nywele, lakini najua Samson alikuwa na dread na alichochwa na Delila. Sitaki mbomoke, nataka muomoke, kwa dhambi mtoroke. Ndo Jesus akirudi mnasema mmeomoka, na devil akiwaona anachomoka. Ni simple, tunapiga chini magoti, tunamwangalia Sagodi, labda atatuwezesha kupata manoti. Na usigeuke nyuma, utaweza geuzwa mlima chumvi ka bibi Loti. Tuombe kila siku, cause mimi najua God ananijua kabla jua alijatua, na chochote maishani mwangu ni yeye huamua. Yeye ndo aliniamrisha kupumua, nimeamua sitakula mua juu siwezi jua, labda wanadamu wengine wanatamani kuniua. Tukifight GVV, si niliwaambia kawaida iko best, inatugonga kama heart kwenye chest. Wetu test ukirest na vest, ukiteremsha crest kama unapiga mswaki bila pesa. Na kuomba mkuje tutambe, koza hata watoto hutambaa kabla ya kuambaa mbaa za kukaa bila balaa ya kutapakaa kama makana. Saa za balaa zishawadaa kwa wasaa. Mimi bado nakataa GVV kama katibu kata wa mkata aliyekataa katakata kukatakata katani zilizoko katika kata mkata dikikatabati bila sharti la ardhi. Ni Mataya, ni masterpiece, master planner. Kitu sina ni laana na siwezi kudondoshia lawama, kudhibitisha tu. Acha nikafunge kwa kusali nikisema in the name of the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit.
Bwana CS, karibu. Karibu. Bwana CS.
Kuna kitu nilikuwa nimesahau. Hapo chini ya speech yangu nilikuwa nimesema wale ambao wametutumbuiza hapa, hii group yote, hawa wote nilikuwa group sijui 6 ama namna gani. Nitawanunulia cabbage, tutakaa na so panga hapa, alafu PS atawapatia cabbage. Hiyo group yote ilikuwa 6, kwa 6. Hao wote group 6 wa mambo yao itakuwa sawa.
Thank you, Bwana CS. I would like to invite you on stage, Bwana CS, together with His Excellency the Governor, the University Vice Chancellor, Honorable Harriet Chigai, and the PS, the County Commissioner, together with our Director. Okay, thank you. Madam Sophie, karibu. Madam Sophie, just the next photo session, I would like our DVCs to come and join the chair, National Youth Council, together with our guests from government to come and join here.
Musumba nomba mukangala wenyanga uri mukanga nulibuza nuli musumba nomba mukangala wenyanga uri wamanya Rosilida ni bosi wo ali mujere wa bene wamanya Rosilida ni bosi wo ali mujere wa bene
Our chief guest remain seated. The organizing committee for the second Tfgbv conference. The organizing committee to come. The organizing committee for the second Tfgbv conference to come. The second Tfgbv organizing committee.
Mukangala iyeme butwa mukangala ulizinya musumba mukangala iyeme butwa mukangala ulizinya musumba mukangala
Thank you so much. We can take our seats. Photographers come on stage. Photographers come on stage. We can take our seats. We have the last photo session. Let's take our seats. Photographers, we come on stage. Kindly, let's stop the movements there. Excuse me, let's listen to this. Kindly. Photographers, let's come on stage. I request all of us to be upstanding. I request all of us to be upstanding. All of us. We have our arms crossed. We say no to Tfgbv. Arms crossed, no to Tfgbv. Say no to Tfgbv. Say no to Tfgbv. Say hashtag no to Tfgbv. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can take our seats. We can take our seats. The CS protocol team, His Excellency the Governor's team, our Vice Chancellor, I humbly request you, the Office of the Women Reps Advisor, Honorable Chigai, and the PS, together with Director Gender and Dr. Akoto. Dr. Akoto, kindly. you will be ushered for a media briefing by our university communications and protocol officer. Our chief guest, Honorable Salim Mvurya, His Excellency the Governor, Governor Kenneth Lusaka, the Vice Chancellor, Tfgbv University, Professor Isaac Kipara, the Advisor to the President on Women Rights, Honorable Chigai, the PS, Fikirini, you'll be ushered for a media briefing. Okay. As the governor is signing our visitors book for the second Tfgbv conference, I will request that after he's done signing, we will all stand up for the national anthem. After he's done signing, kindly let us stand up for the national anthem. And then after the national anthem, kindly I'm giving directions. After the national anthem, the VC with his guests will be ushered for a media briefing, and the rest of us, I'll give directions once they are doing the media briefing. National anthem. We can have the media briefing. All of us remain seated, please.
Receive.
Roach Beats.
Big ways, fine face, 10 days. I don't dare wait for you, my charge. For you, my charge.
Members, the gracefulness of the office of the Women Reps Advisor, Honorable Chigai, and the Vice Chancellor. There'll be snacks for all attendees in this function. One, and also lunch for all attendees in this function. You are welcome for our afternoon session and also for our sessions tomorrow and Wednesday. Thank you so much. All attendees in this conference, you are assured of certificates at the end of this. Visitors from Nairobi, the Tfgbv Organizing Committee, and other members, we will remain behind for our meal cards.
have noted that there's a lot of GBV in the technology space. Targeting everyone, gender-based, but also we have seen the same bullying different members of society. Therefore, we came here to just open this conference, but also to inspire discussions and encourage voicing of this particular social bias in our country. We have attendant legislation that have been created by government to deter the matter of gender-based violence. Recently, we had an amendment of the Computer and Cyber Crimes Act, basically to strengthen the resolve to ensure that we protect all Kenyans on matters of gender-based violence. So this is a very important conference, and we have noted that the universities and the tertiary institutions have a critical role to play to make sure that sensitization and awareness continues. So basically, we are happy with as government that this is happening now. We want to encourage all Kenyans to discuss this matter of gender-based violence openly, especially now that we are ending the 16 days of activism in this week. So this conference is well placed, well located to ensure that this discussion can just not only continue, but we also encourage each other to use technology as an enabler, not as a tool to deter the dreams of others or promote crime. So we want to encourage all Kenyans to take the opportunity provided by government to create an enabling environment for technology. You have seen the government doing the fiber optic project, which will have about 100,000 kilometers across Kenya with fiber. The digital hubs across Kenya, and many other areas, where government has enabled technology. It is to provide an opportunity for positive transformation, not as an opportunity for deterring the dreams of others of promotion. So I think this is an important conference, and we hope at the end of day 3 we'll have covered enough ground in terms of promoting awareness. And I think the choice of universities and tertiary institutions is very critical, because we have also seen a lot of cases of femicide in our institutions. And I think the GBV has been a very critical contributor to this. So I think generally that's what I can say. But also to add that the youth of our country have a very big opportunity in the deliberate, strategic interventions of government. And I want to urge our young people and all Kenyans to make sure that we put our country first. Of late, we have seen a few incidents, where a few people also target youth, cause violence. And I have advised that that is not the way to go. The youth of our country have a dream, and that dream will only be realized if we are in a peaceful, united environment and in a country called Kenya. So as a ministry, we will also be working with other government agencies on a number of projects that are already existing. Some will be coming forward to ensure that we provide a platform, opportunities for young people in our country. Key among them is the Nyota project, which is a 20 billion project across our country, and it is targeting the youth of our country. So I think I want to urge then as leaders, let us influence the youth positively so that they can realize their dreams, they can realize their potential. So they shun violence to make sure that we have a peaceful coexistence across Kenya. And Kenya is diverse, you know, we need to celebrate our country as a country of opportunities from all regions. You know, you get the diversity of our country is very, very beautiful. Scenic beauty in various regions is God-given. Therefore, we have an opportunity to make sure that we secure and we also work together to inspire the potential in investments that many of the countries are coming.
No, you said it all. I think for Bungoma, what's important is there are these people who experience gender violence. We have already identified the area which has been, which was built especially to assist the rescue kids. There's been under a lot of controls, but we have now concluded it because again, once that happens, there must be a place where these people will be taken. So the game is now ready. We're just finalizing, and those who are abused will find a home where they can be taken care of. We are happy that Bungoma is hosting, because Bungoma, in the ranking of GBV, Bungoma is #1. We really need to work on that. There's Bungoma, Migori, Homa Bay, Samburu. So we are leading in the wrong things. That's why I think this is very important that we be held here and we sensitize our people more and more. Thank you.
I think all has been said. I will underscore what has been said. It's important. Mine is to say that the government has already put in place policies, laws in place. We have the government machinery to ensure that every Kenyan is safe and secure. But we must also remember one thing: we cannot legislate behavior. We cannot tell you how you should live in your homes. It has to come from your heart. So it is our responsibility to take care of our women and children, both men and young boys, in the same tender, loving care space that we need. So as government, the systems are in place. As Kenyans, it's upon us to retool how and retool our mindset to understand that we must be caring, we must be loving, and we must coexist within the space that we have, within the principles of God. Love each other, take care of each other, and let's coexist together.
Tuende wapi? Kwenda si tunarudi. Simeisha. Kwani kuna session nyingine? So we are free for the day. Bro. Bana. Simeisha. Kwani kuna nyingine? Program, angalia program. Acha ni hiyo.
Nilikwambia tu mbili, ukifanya hivi hole usimove.
Wewe hizo vitu unaona vile sasa hivi umeanza kuongea hapa venye imekuwa smooth.
Sinakwambiaje hivi, angalia hivi. Nikifanyia tu hivi hold.
So you want to mean ngoja. So you want to mean that time nafaa kwa tunakuangalia ndio nione ukifanyia hivi.
Sitenye naona kuna move nikwambia hivi una understand ku roll. Unajua kitu iko ni nini? You are defensive.
I'm not defensive. You are not instructive.
Clap for them. You're doing another number now, you're done. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's clap for them again. Tena na nguvu. Hebu tusimame ndio tuweze kupiga makofi vizuri. Tusimame, tusimame. Kwa sababu kila mtu ako na simu. Kila mtu ako na simu, sivyo? Naona mmeshika simu. Nataka muangalie nyuma ndio mchukue sasa selfie nikiwa ndani. Angalieni nyuma mchukue selfie nikiwa ndani. Professor Pam, nimesema muangalie nyuma mchukue selfie nikiwa ndani. Make sure that you see me wherever I am. Please take a selfie. Yes. Thank you, Honorable. Please take a selfie. Unaniona? Haya, ushachukua? Haya, twende kwenye zile mitandao za kijamii. Kama uko kwa social media, kwa X, nenda pale. Ukiwa kwenye Facebook, nenda pale. Ukiwa kwenye Instagram, nenda pale. Ukiwa kwenye WhatsApp, nenda pale. You need to post. Anto, nataka hizo hashtag hapa. Ndio waweke saizi waweze kwa touch hapo wakipost. Hashtag. Ndio hizo hapo tunataka kuengage online. Tafadhali enda kwa X, enda kwa Facebook, kwa Instagram. We are having 4 hashtags that we are using. Safe home, safe spaces. Hash safe home, safe spaces. Hash youth for digital safety. Hash 16 days against Tfgbv. Hash end online violence. Tuko pale. Iko sawa? The planning committee tumeomba tafadhali and the special guest and our guests tafadhali mketi kwenye hizo viti ziko mbele yenu. Tafadhali msonge mbele na wale wako huko nyuma pia tunasema mjongee hapa mbele tafadhali. Tunaomba msonge mbele tafadhali. Tusha post. Mwenye atakuwa na the highest number of impressions. Highest number of on your post. Come and see me, naweza kupatia pia cabbage. Yeah? Just make sure if you think that you have the highest number of impressions on the post that you've done now, come and see me. Sawa? This is my pleasure. It's a pleasure. I want to move forward. We want to have our first high-level plenary 1, which was supposed to run from 11:15. But you know, because of some things which are beyond us, now this is the opportunity. Nimekuwa watu walikuwa huko nyuma, tafadhali msonge hapa mbele. Inaonekana kwa TV. It is live stream. We are having 2 live stream channels. Office of the Women Rights Advisor and the National Youth Council TV. So ukitaka kuonekana kwenye TV, kuja na hapa mbele karibu na mimi. Make sure you're just around here. Yeah? Na ukumbuke hizo hashtag tuko nazo. The highest number of impressions, tafadhali kuja unione. Hata kiwa wewe honorable, kuja unione. I want to see who can be able to make that happen. So I want to invite the plenary session moderator, my senior, Dr. Margaret Kamara, from I need some chairs here, kindly. Kindly, I need some chairs here. 7. Eli. Paul. Nimesema ukitaka kuonekana kwa TV ukuje na hapa mbele kidogo hivi. The team from Kabianga.
So I want to invite Dr. Margaret Kamara. She's from the University of Eldoret. She'll be the moderator of this session and she's going to invite the panelists that will be
Good afternoon, soldiers. Yes, we are going to call you soldiers because we have had this violence. And sometimes, you really cannot get to edit if you are not a soldier. First of all, we are aware that Tfgbv is something that is growing in such a magnitude that it is actually consuming our young people. And now, when we look at, maybe the figures that, let me just get to my figures. Yeah, it so happens that if you are not very, very alert with the technology, then it swallows you. So when you get to these figures on GBV, you'll see that actually a lot has been happening from research that has been carried out and from our experiences on Facebook and on these Twitter handles and what have you. And when we get to this, we want to hear now what happens in the background, who is studying for who, and what is happening. So during this plenary, we are going to get specialists, we are going to get panelists who can tell us more about it, what is happening in the background. So when you look at studies, like for instance, a study that was undertaken from the University of Nairobi by the Women Economic Empowerment Hub, it indicates that there's so much, it was undertaken in 2023, and it reveals that 90% of university students have experienced this technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Women were actually kind of seen as the ones who are most affected, and maybe men not to a great magnitude, but there's also somebody who whispers that it's not that the men are not affected, but they don't want to talk about it, because they say you cannot cry in front of a woman, so you start and become strong. So I want to introduce the panelists who will come and join me here, so that we now see what is happening in the background. They say if you have never traveled, you will never really know what happens. So let me get our first panelist, Communication Authority of Kenya representative. Communication Authority representative, yes, she's there. Give her a clap. Wow, she looks like a Gen Z, don't you think? Hey, I thought you people at the back there should be cheerful, yeah? All right, give her another clap. Yes, we are going to get somebody from the judiciary, representative from the judiciary. Aha, she's there. Well, Papa! Yeah, I think they call them wakili ama nani. The third panelist will be from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. Wow, another one. And we are going to start wondering now, where are these men? Okay, the next one will be from the Office of the Data Protection Commission. Data Protection Commissioner. Is the panelist around? Data protection. I think this is an area that is so crucial. We hope that they are going to join us. They are going to join us. And finally, we will also have somebody from Kara, representative. She is there. Thank you. Give her a clap. Karibu, karibu. Then we are going to have finally somebody from the Institute of Women, Gender and Development Studies from Egerton University. Give a clap. Yeah, I think we are going to have, you can start preparing questions even as they present what they are going to present. Start, preparing in your mind to ask them. So I will give them a chance to introduce themselves so that we know who they are and they can briefly tell us about where they are working, whatever they are doing and such, before we go to the actual presentation. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doreen Abiero. I am a research and policy analyst at an organization called Kala that is based in Nairobi. So we are a tech innovation hub that works on digital governance and AI governance across the continent. And our work mainly revolves around research and also coming up with AI tools to solve African problems. Thank you.
Give a clap, please. A good one. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Donna Owiti. I am a cybersecurity investigations and forensics officer at the KISAT, that is the Computer Incident Response Team based at the Communications Authority. My work involves handling incidents, all cyber-related incidents within the country to try and ensure that Kenya has a very safe digital space for everyone.
Thank you. That is Dana. I didn't get the name.
Donna.
Donna, yeah,
Yes.
Donna, okay. You have gotten her name, eh? So that when you're asking questions, you know what to ask. The first one was? Oh, thank you. At least you are sharp. Yeah, Doreen and Donna. And there are D's. The next one, please.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so this is not my normal voice. I'm Gesare Magdalene of Egerton University. At Egerton, we have an institute of gender, women, and development studies. So we have bachelor's up to PhD programs. We handle matters gender, so not only women, and GBV, Tfgbv are some of the units that we also take our students through as we prepare them for issues to do with gender and development. Thank you.
All right, that's beautiful. Give her a clap. You have heard the name. Say it loud so that when you're asking questions, you know whom to talk about.
Gesare, but you can call me Dr. Meg. Yes.
Doctor? Meg. I think Meg will be easier, isn't it? Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Gakofo, Senior Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions from the Office of the DPP. On a day-to-day basis, I am a prosecutor, but I'm also involved with our Prosecution Training Institute to build capacity for our prosecutors and our actors in the criminal justice sector to ensure that we all have the capacity and expertise to handle all manner of criminal offenses, amongst them gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's beautiful. She said she's who? Huh? Oh, I thought you were saying Crispin. It should be Christine. All right. Thank you, Christine. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon again. My names are Honorable Dorcas Makandere. I'm a magistrate at Kakamega Law Courts. And part of my work is that I deal on a daily basis with cases related to GBV. And I think when I'm here, we'll discuss on how we are going to combat GBV and have a solution towards those cases. I hope we'll have meaningful interaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Give her a clap. Yeah, you have gotten her. I had mentioned Wakiri. I wasn't very wrong, isn't it? All right. She is who? Dorcas. Thank you so much. So, welcome, my dear panelists, to this session. This is the time you have the occasion, you have the time for yourself to tell us more about these gender-based, what whatever, technology facilitated gender-based violence. And we are going to start with the Communication Authority representative. I'll ask this question. And if I don't involve what you had in mind, you write yours aside. What regulation gaps exist? Let me get to see my question better. What regulation gaps exist in monitoring digital harms and platforms? Sorry. Now, my technology is just refusing to move. So what regulatory gaps exist in monitoring digital harms, and how can platforms be compelled to protect users? So what are the regulatory gaps that exist in monitoring digital harm? And how can these forms be compelled to protect the users? Yeah, Communication Authority.
Thank you for the question. Among the very serious regulatory gaps that we see is that we are not able to regulate most of the social media platform. And as was mentioned in that research that has been widely quoted on UNFU, United Nations Population Fund, that supported the research by the University of Nairobi on gender-based violence, we noticed that sometimes someone shares, what we've noticed, there's a very big rise in sextortion. Sextortion is whereby, I was actually just talking to some university students, whereby you send your partner nudes, for lack of a better word, then when you fall out with them, they share it with the whole world. We've seen a very steady rise on that one being reported to our office. And sometimes we need to collaborate with Meta or X or even Telegram to get digital evidence that we can take to court. Because another thing that we do is we take expert witnesses to court, and we need them to send us this evidence. Sometimes they take too long to respond. Sometimes we need them to remove some content. For example, when someone shares pictures of a girl that has been raped, just to humiliate her, and we tell them these are very urgent, and sometimes they don't respond as soon as they can. So we have a very big problem with regulating them. What we have as the KESAT under the Communications Authority, we have a collaboration with all of them. We are the country's point of contact. We have a sort of an MOU that when we make a request, you respond. Sometimes they take too long, and there's nothing we can do about it, sadly. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I think you've already heard what they do. At least they are trying, but they have problems. You can hear the gaps that exist. Now, you've talked of, did I hear sextortion?
Yeah, it's a very big problem that we've noticed. Every that I go to the office, I am sure there'll be three people reporting.
Yeah.
And there's only so much we can do. Because I forgot to mention, we also work with in our office officers from the DCI for investigations, because we have our forensics lab at the KESAT.
Yeah.
We work with the people from the KDF, and sometimes we notice that we might lack the capacity because the entire nation is just the KESAT and the DCI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Incidentally, I'm in the office. I am a part of the counseling team at the university. And I heard of one case about a girl who was befriended by a boy, and she would get money, from this young man. And because he claimed to have been far, I think these people you meet on the social media. With the time, because she was a postgraduate student and who still was working as a lecturer. At one time, the boy would say, "Can you take photographs of your, private region, so that it's like for gratification and whatever they do with it." And they ended up sharing now that with her face. Can you imagine? And it was terrible. It landed her in depression, and it wasn't a very nice thing. Now, this is what part of what you are calling sextortion.
That is the sextortion. Like once when, I don't know if you remember it, it happened, the very famous case, there was a Miss Kenya 2016 called Roshanara Ibrahim, and she had shared a picture with her boyfriend, the sexual pictures, which I highly discourage. Don't do that. It will get you in a lot of trouble. And later when she became Miss Kenya 2016, the guy shared the picture with the owner of Miss Kenya. I think it was called someone Cherry Mungai. And she had to be dethroned from her position because it was a breach of contract to Miss World Kenya regulations.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So-
that is the sextortion. The students know it.
Yeah, so the pictures we take today,
Yeah.
you know, at that high moment, can be used tomorrow to destroy a castle that you have built. Oh, I think I'm getting to understand that. Now, you can keep noting some of the things that will arise as we talk, so that you can add even as we go on. Now, we'll move to the next. I hope I'm not hurrying too much because I know time is also not on our side. I will move to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutor Representative. And the question is, what are the prosecution challenges around cyberbullying, sextortion? Are current laws sufficient? Are current laws sufficient? So what are the prosecution challenges surrounding cyberbullying, sextortion, and all the others? You could even mention those that have come to your table. Thank you, Karibu.
Thank you very much. When it comes to online offenses, and especially what my colleague from the Communications Authority has mentioned, we have sextortion, we have cyberbullying, harassment, and even publication of information without consent or without authority from the person. So basically, we have a legal framework, and the Constitution has very vibrant provisions that guarantee our privacy and our information. We have rights around access to information, and nobody should share that information without your consent. So anytime somebody shares that information without your consent, that is an offense that the Office of the DPP has the mandate to prosecute. We have the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, which was recently amended and has a wider scope of offenses that people commit, and which once you are a victim and you file a report with the police will be investigated, and the Office of the DPP is able to review those files and file charges in court. Now, some of the challenges that we may be facing while dealing with these offenses relate to the kind of evidence that is required to successfully prosecute these cases. Most of this evidence is digitally collected, and we have experts. We liaise with experts from the DCI cybercrime unit, but the speed at which a complaint is filed and that evidence is collected really matters, because this is evidence that is very fluid. It is there 1 minute, the next minute it is deleted, the next minute a platform where the offense was committed has been pulled down, and we have to really follow through with the investigators to get that evidence to meet the evidential threshold that is required for us to successfully prosecute those offenses. So I would appeal to all of us, because sometimes you find yourself easily becoming a victim, that we need to be very clear of the protocols to follow. First, make sure you file a complaint with the police, then do not delete those messages if you can. Help us to preserve the evidence. Sometimes do the screenshots, make reports on the platforms, and when you are called to record a statement, please do so. So that is one of the challenges we get in terms of collection of evidence and how we deal with it. Still tied to collection of evidence and processing of evidence, as we may be aware, these offenses are committed on online platforms and digital spaces that may go beyond boundaries, beyond the geographic boundaries of our country. Some of them are committed in other jurisdictions beyond Kenya. So we need to get that evidence from those jurisdictions, and we have to do a lot of collaboration and cooperation with our DCI, the Communications Authority of Kenya, and then with the jurisdictions where that evidence is located. So from the Office of the DPP, we have the Mutual Legal Assistance Division that is able to pursue the collection and preservation of that evidence, but it takes time. So sometimes you may wonder why a matter has been in court for beyond a year as we wait for formal collection and reliance of that evidence for us to be able to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Now, let me just try to understand. You say that we need to report to the police first. Ensure we keep the evidence, then report to the police. And when you go there, I accompanied a student one time. And, you know, they will ask about where is the evidence because they want to write and what. And then when they see, because it's not something nice, now the girl becomes a victim. I tell you, the way they handled us, you know, and even blaming her and saying she can as well also pick one of them and, you know, show how it was done, you know, it can be very embarrassing. I don't know. What do you normally do in that kind of a scenario?
Thank you. What normally happens, that was a very unfortunate incident, but what we are doing is make sure that in the criminal justice sector, every institution that is mandated to deal with the offenses through the process flow is sensitized and trained. I am sure if there was a representative from the National Police Service, they can tell you that all officers have been trained on how to handle victims of these offenses so that we avoid what we are calling re-traumatization and victimization, because that is also what is making people not to come forward and file their reports. But other than that training, I can assure you that once a report has to be filed with the police, because that is the entry point, because the DPP cannot prosecute until there is a complaint which has been investigated and evidence has been collected. So the assurance I can give you is that all the agencies that are in the criminal justice sector have been trained how to have a victim-centered approach in either investigation or prosecution or adjudication of these offenses. And I believe, Madam Moderator, that should not happen in the current age, because we really want everybody to be safe. And when you are violated, you need to know that we are accountable as justice actors, and the DPP is very much committed to ensuring that we hold these persons accountable for what they do online.
Thank you, Christine. I think when we are through, I'm yet to find out more, because I understand even the security personnel at universities are chaotic when it comes to such things when they happen to our girls or our boys. All right, we go to the next one from the Institute of Women, Gender and Development Studies, that is Egerton University. I believe she's going to represent not just Egerton University, but also the universities, you know, elsewhere. But she's telling us about what they do. Maybe those from other universities will learn something from there, and you know, maybe we work together, get to move together. So the question is, what institutional gaps make universities vulnerable to Tfgbv? Yeah, could it be reporting? Yeah, could it be enforcement, you know, of the laws? Could it be student support that is either lacking or maybe not exposed to students and such like that things? So please tell us what institutional gaps make us universities and maybe even TVETs get into this. Thank you. Karibu.
Thank you, Daktari. You know, Tfgbv is something that has just completely blown out in the last few years. And we know that every institution is supposed to have policies, especially on gender. I'm sure every institution currently has a GBV policy or a gender policy. The thing is, by the time most of these institutions were formulating those policies, Tfgbv was not yet such a big deal. And I think those who are experts in policy, they always say that policies have to be reviewed every, is it 4 or 5 years, I think. So that in itself means that currently, most institutions, this is when they are reviewing their policies to integrate Tfgbv and anything around it. So you will find, as much as most universities or colleges have gender policies, the Tfgbv aspect has not fully been integrated. So even the students themselves may not even know that being a victim of online violence, you can actually go to your university, for example, under the gender mainstreaming or maybe the disability mainstreaming, and report that you have been harassed online. Most students, I think, the harassment that you may face online, you assume that it is happening to everybody, and so as a student, you do not know that your university is supposed to cover you. Having said that, another challenge would be this. Everybody who has been admitted in an institution of higher learning is already above the age of 18. And that means that you are free to interact with the social media platforms without your university monitoring you. We have students who are thriving online on TikTok and they're making a living out of it. We have students who are using the online platforms to market products here. There are some of them could even be raising income and surviving on their activities online. And so the university cannot monitor you, especially when you're outside the walls of the institution. However, should you feel harassed as a student, whether a boy or a girl, should you be active on these social media platforms and you feel that maybe somebody is trying to either make you feel uncomfortable in a space which is supposed to be there to serve everybody, then you have a right to inform your university. You have different you have the dean of students, you have the mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming and all that. You have a right to go and inform them that you feel you're not safe because there is somebody who's harassing you, so that the process of seeking or pursuing justice can be initiated. You have heard what the DPP has said. It begins with reporting. So when you don't report, then it is assumed that you're not facing any kind of harassment. It begins with reporting. Secondly, it also goes to your safety online. What are you putting out there? Are you exposing everything? We all have our privacy. For example, how safe are you with your mobile number? Are you the type of person who you are interacting online and you have put your mobile number online? A few months ago, we had the AI summit at Egerton, and one of the panelists informed us that we are always complaining if somebody calls you or even has your ID number, then we're always asking, how did they get my number? How did they get my ID? And then he told us, how often do you go to any public place? You're going into some offices which you will not even go back. You're walking into some building, and as you're going in, you leave your contact on an A4 notebook, and you put there your full names, you put there your mobile number, you put there your ID number.
and you go in for whatever reason, you get served in the inner office, and you go. You have exposed yourself. And this is what one of the panelists told us. It sounded funny, kind of odd, but he told us, you don't have to give, all the accurate number. You don't have to, like, if I'm coming into some building which I just needed to go and some service, I don't have to put my mobile number on that notebook. You have to find a way around it. You're interacting online, you have an account on Facebook, and you have put your mobile number on Facebook. And we all know, if you look at the statistics on things to do with Tfgbv, the #1 platform that is harassing people the most, according to the latest study, I think it's the same UNFPA study, is Facebook. So you have your account on Facebook and you have put your mobile number. Yet, if you go to settings, there is security. And in the settings under security, it will tell you, for example, you conceal your mobile number. So you should actually consider concealing that. So the other thing about Tfgbv is that the harassment begins online and then it extends offline. For example, 2 days ago, I was just seeing a certain, and you will always see people being, it trends. It will trend, sometimes it will hit the social media platforms. 2 days ago, a certain rapist was arrested in Limuru. How many of you saw that? A rapist arrested in Limuru. Did you see that? Yeah. And this man was arrested because he was getting women on online dating apps. So he's courting them online, and then when they finally get to meet, he will rape and rob. He will rape, blackmail, rob, and harm them in the process. So you see, dating apps are here. How safe are you when you throw yourself in those Tinder and the like? Are you comfortable meeting somebody you have never met and falling in love with them online? So Tfgbv will begin online, but it comes offline, and then it becomes the physical, sexual, the usual GBV that we know. So even as an institution, as much as our students are out there interacting and having their private lives, the most an institution would do is, for example, use such platforms to create awareness. Use our social media pages. For example, we are all going to post something on our social media pages, including Tfgbv. Tfgbv have a wall. They have a page online, and they have Twitter, they have Facebook pages and everything. They will post information, even on their website, about this conference, and use that as an opportunity to enlighten the students and inform them of what is happening out there and how the students can also ensure their safety. So those are things that we are interacting with. Do we have enough laws to protect students? I think you heard in the morning, even as the conference was being officially launched, there are laws. Are they enough? They will always be reviewed. The cyber securities, the act, yes. It was first formulated in 2018. And then it has had to be reviewed, this is 2025, to bring in a few clauses that can help protect the general public. So even as we embrace what is happening with technology, it is beautiful, it is good, we must also be mindful of the dangers and how we interact online. We always say safety begins with you at first, because, yes.
Mm-hmm. Not working. Let me use this one. Now, I'm interrupting a bit because she's talking about safety, isn't it? And I can see majority of us are, at the level of being a TVET or a university student. Now, I would want to know, how can universities or TVET institutions integrate technology? For instance, now the AI, machine learning, digital footprints, and such like things, so that we can have a kind of, a kind of a pattern of analysis. You can educate, like what you've just mentioned. But I want to know about artificial intelligence, because it is the in thing now. Yeah.
Okay. The interesting thing about AI, and even in the AI conference, the summit that we had, the issues of AI came up. One interesting thing about AI is that most times when you interact with it, you think that what it is telling you is the 100% truth. It is not. AI is just a brain of a human being that is collecting information and sharing it. It will bring even lies. They say almost 40% of what AI will give you is not even true, So even as we are embracing AI, one of the things we try so much to do or we should try to do as institutions of higher learning is make our students aware that AI is here, yes, we are interacting with it, yes, but it is not everything. It is not everything. There is still the other aspect about us. You see, if my camera right now, I don't know whether you guys have noticed your cameras, but my camera right now, after I have taken a photo, and then I want to edit, it has given me even the option of an AI editor. So when I click the AI editor, inanisafisha. Ninaonekana even much better than I look in person. So AI is good. It will enhance. It is like a catalyst. It will improve our lives and everything. But we will also have the dangers surrounding AI. For example, you have heard of one of the Tfgbv forms is it deepfake? Deepfakes ni nini? It is taking me and placing me where I am not. See, that is what deepfake is. So it will go online and take a certain couple who are there looking intimate, then it will take me, Magdalene, as I am, and place me there and completely change and make me look like I am there at this moment. And that is one way through which people are being harassed online. So universities, through research, because we are institutions of research, we will continue generating new knowledge, working around with scientists to get to understand just how important AI is and ensuring that things to do with ethics around AI, how can we embrace, for example, that technology and still consider the ethical aspects so that we are not harming people in the process of embracing AI. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Please give her a clap. Yeah, we are going to, I'll call you Meg because the Gesare is a bit difficult. You've given us a good background, and from what we are calling now lived experience, these young people here will tell us more. So let's go to the next one. Hope you retain your questions. Keep writing them. We have, we said we don't have color limited representative. Oh, she's there. Oh, no, it was the other one that was missing, the last one. All right, please, there's a question for you. From a systems thinking and digital transformation perspective, what are the biggest technological gaps in how universities and TVETs currently detect, respond to, and prevent Tfgbv? So how do they detect, respond to, and prevent Tfgbv? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. So, according to research and also what I've seen, the biggest technological gaps in addressing Tfgbv, particularly for higher learning institutions, are one, that the mechanisms are very reactive as opposed to being proactive, and as has already been mentioned, Tfgbv is a continuum of what actually happens on the ground, the normal GBV that we know. So we end up entrenching the social cultural norms and the patriarchal systems that are there, and that's why even from a technological standpoint, Tfgbv is handled in a very reactive manner. So you end up just waiting for people to report rather than having a database of the cases that are there and seeing the pattern so that you can know how to address these issues proactively as opposed to waiting for things to come up. Another issue or another technological gap that I noted is that there are fragmented data and lack of interoperable systems between governments and between systems. So you find within institutions, say maybe like in Tfgbv University, there's the gender department, there's the ICT department, and there's all these other departments, say maybe even security. So if someone has undergone Tfgbv, they'd probably go to the security department and report that this has happened to me. Or they'd go to the gender department and report this has happened to me. Or the ICT department. They'd go to all of these departments, and all of these departments end up having this data, and they don't have a linkage of all of the information that they've gathered. So it's important for TVETs and even higher learning institutions to work within their different departments so that they can resolve Tfgbv within the institution easier. Another technological gap is that they're limited to none privacy reporting channels. So you find when people go to report about Tfgbv, or even you as students, you end up having to give your details or recount the whole information again, and there's no, there's the lack of an anonymous nature in the reporting systems. So that really reinforces the trauma of the victims. Another gap is that there are accessibility and device constraints among students. So you find that most students have low-end or shared devices or limited data plans. So if they want to report Tfgbv, it becomes very cumbersome for them. So those are the technological gaps that I have noted. And I'll give it back to you, Dr. Kamara.
Sorry. Thank you so much. Please give her a clap. Now, we have noted whatever you have given is a kind of bringing the real picture about what is happening in our institutions. I think I would come in and say we have that problem. Because one case will go to some people, and if there's no coordination so that we can work together, it becomes very difficult. Like sometimes cases are reported to us, and then students say, please, don't expose me. Now you wonder now, how do I help if I don't give this information to those people in technology to help me dig up what is happening? So it becomes a bit complicated. Thank you for that. I think we are borrowing a leaf from there. We go to the next one because time is not on our side. This is a judiciary. Let us get it from Dolcas. What justice system and processes exist in responding to Tfgbv, and how can institutions integrate survivor support systems when seeking justice? So we want to hear of the processes that exist in responding to Tfgbv and how institutions like us, the universities and TVETs, integrate survivor support systems when seeking justice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. for that question. Okay, judiciary, as you know, is a third arm of government, and its purpose is to implement laws that have been made by the legislature. And we are at the tail end of the justice system, because after all these violations have been done, where is the fallback place? The rescue center is the judiciary. So ours is to make sure that we implement these laws, and the people who have experienced the injustices, justice is done to them. So as regards the judiciary, we have really been proactive as regards implementing laws governing SGBV and now the new one, Tfgbv, which is still nascent, and we are still trying to see how we incorporate it into the judiciary. So far, through the blueprint of our CJ, Justice Kome, of STAJ, social transformation through access to justice, we've tried to see how this vulnerable group can be catered for, or justice can be given to them because they are vulnerable. So far, the judiciary has established special courts. We call them gender justice courts. Initially, they used to be called SGBV, but just to align them to be a victim-centered court, we renamed it to be gender justice courts, to be victim-centered. So far we have 13 pilot courts in the country. The initial court was established in Shanzu. Then we have one in Kisumu. We have Kisii, Kakamega, Meru, just to name but a few. And these courts have been specialized in a manner that they have been tailor-made to handle victims of gender-based violence, whichever form, be it sexual, and now we have this new one, technology, which they will still be handled in those specialized courts. In these courts, we have judicial officers who have been trained in a specialized manner to handle the sensitive nature of GBV cases. And when it comes to victims who are minors, children, we have the victim protection boxes, whereby they give evidences and they cannot face their perpetrator because of trauma. And sometimes some courts like Shanzu have adapted the hybrid manner of handling cases such that children can give their evidence digitally to avoid the trauma of facing the perpetrator of this violence. Also, we embark on capacity building for judicial officers now and then so that they are able to be trained on how to specifically handle the complexity that comes with GBV cases. And we do this in conjunction with Kenya Judiciary Academy, the body that is tasked with training the judicial officers. Also, we have the complexity that comes with the taking of evidence in court, because like now when it comes to Tfgbv, it requires the collection of digital evidence, and it requires digital experts. So you see the evidence itself, it has a special form on how it's supposed to be collected so that it can become admissible in court. If they don't fall on the threshold of Section 106 of the Evidence Act, they will not meet the threshold of making that case to be successful. So the training is really important for judicial officers to make sure that these laws, they're really well versed with how to analyze digital evidence, because we rely on digital experts. Now this brings me to the issue of the actors, the other actors in the gender justice system. We have the police. Under the police unit, they have the gender desk, whereby they handle those victims in a special way, separately from the other offenders. And through the Ministry of Health, the hospitals also, they have the counseling section, whereby those victims, they can be taken for counseling so that we can reduce their trauma and all that. So the court has a court annex court users committee called CUC in short form, whereby we meet with other justice stakeholders, the ODPP here, we meet with the county government, we meet with the police, probation officers. The work of the probation officers is to recommend safe places for these people after they have been maybe sentenced, or maybe those victims. The victims can be kept in safe custody through the victim protection unit. We have the victim protection unit that caters for that. And all this is to make sure that those victims who are facing GBV cases, by their very nature being very sensitive, they are handled in a very careful manner so that they're able to get the justice that they deserve. So in the judiciary, that's what we are doing. And also, I've had a talk about AI. We also have an AI policy in the judiciary, and it's still in the formulation stage. And I believe once it's done, we are able now to start implementing it, because we have to move with the technological advancement. As the technology advances, also the laws have to advance. And as the laws are advancing, also the human resource who are supposed to implement these laws also are supposed to be trained on that. So we also have an AI policy that has been formulated to make sure that we are also moving with speed to make sure that we handle this digital, technological, facilitated GBV effectively when they reach in our desk.
All right, thank you so much, Dorcas. But before you give your mic back, okay, let's give her a clap, please. Yeah, I'm just wondering, when it comes to this reporting, and maybe the case is going to court, and so what have you, and you may want a lawyer, to ensure that, somebody is taking care of your issues. Now, do we have people who offer free services, or do we get scared now? You know, how will I get the money for this lawyer? And if I don't have a lawyer, then the victim, or rather the villain, gets free and maybe files for compensation or something. Okay. Yeah, what happens? Thank you.
Yes, we have the Legal Aid Act that provides for offenders who are victims to be represented by a counsel. That is the offenders who are minors. And we also have these NGOs, non-governmental institutions like FIDA, who represents women who have experienced GBV. So by law, it's mandatory for any child offender to be represented by a lawyer. So those services are there, and sometimes you can also help them to get those services if they don't have them. Yes, so the services are there.
Thank you.
And they are offered pro bono.
All right.
Yes.
That is
which
good.
means the judiciary is the one which pays the advocates who represents the victim offenders.
Very good.
Yes.
I think these people are worth what do we call it? A thunderous clap before we go to the next level, please. I haven't heard it yet. All right, all right. Now, you will realize that they have given us so much, but there's one who is missing, Office of the Data Protection Commission. Do you have somebody? Okay, they are not available. All right, so what we are going to do is I will ask some questions, generally, just general questions to all the panelists this time so that they can answer as they view it. Meanwhile, you people are also having your questions. Please, I don't know whether we can have somebody collecting the questions. Yeah, Masiga, you could help. In case they have questions, we collect so that we can put them together to avoid taking so much time. But we'll also give one or two people, students, to come in and do something and ask. What are 3 practical steps must universities or campuses take immediately to strengthen survivor-centered Tfgbv response? I want 3 practical steps that we'll adopt, immediately to strengthen survivor-centered Tfgbv response. Maybe I give the next question so that we can be looking at it. The next one, how can universities strengthen collaboration with community gender-based violence recovery centers, cybercrime units, mental health services, etc.? I think those are the ones that have been coming up, but we want now to put them in summary. Finally, what is the one message you want institutions and policymakers to take away on protecting young people against Tfgbv? So we are asking the panelists, and as they give us the answers, I want maybe one of the students, who can come to the front here. I'm going to call them to also ask some questions here or give us their view about what we have talked about. Yes, Donna?
Yeah, for one of the measures that you can take is in cybersecurity. We say that the weakest link in cybersecurity is the human being. So we can have all the security mechanisms that we have. We can protect all our critical information infrastructure, but if the people do not know how to handle it or how to be safe, we're just wasting our time. And I think you mentioned it, and it's a quote from Uhuru Kenyatta that security starts with you. I think the university needs to do a lot of awareness campaigns to educate the students. As the lawyers have mentioned, that there's a way they can be helped. If they're in trouble, they should not just hide and because I've seen people commit suicide. When your picture is out there, you commit suicide, you feel like you've wasted your entire life. And then, as my colleague here has mentioned very brilliantly, is on open communication channel. You need to incorporate the anonymity so people don't have to go to the gender office, because sometimes you're scared of walking in there. People will judge you, and as an African society, we are very conservative. So I'm for incorporating very open communication channel, or and ensuring it's very anonymous so people will not identify you. And also, we have, if you go to our website, kecirt.go.ke, there's a way you can report to our offices also. So I forgot to mention that, very important, and how we can help you. And yeah, those are two. Maybe my colleagues can add others.
Okay, let me also add, the universities through the ICT departments, you know now the world is changing and it's going so fast. They would need to have a wing within the ICT departments that also looks into things to do with the violence or ethics around how people are interacting online. And the ICT department should work directly, I think, with the Communications Authority of Kenya. Through that, in a situation where a student feels they have been harassed online and there is proof of the same, they can then initiate the process of maybe deactivating such profiles, such accounts of such people who go online and abuse or harass people. And secondly, they can also report those accounts, and those people can be arrested. They can be arrested and prosecuted for the same. You see, they could be active online. I don't know, the one challenge I see online is so many pseudo accounts. Maybe you can also tell us something about the pseudo accounts. Accounts that the owners cannot be traced. How are they handled?
Normally, on the pseudo accounts, sorry, normally they are reported to our office, and we contact Meta to have them removed. But as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it takes some time before they respond to us. But generally, they prioritize government officials, government institutions, or if it's a case that promotes terrorism, because Meta is very, very keen on that. So, but generally, if someone is impersonating you, you go to our website, you report to us, and we'll have the account suspended for free.
Thank you. Maybe just to add on to the practical ways we can integrate survivor-centered approaches to solve or to address Tfgbv. It's also important to deploy a secure case management system that focuses on privacy of the victims. So the victims will be able to anonymously report their issues, and there'll be that database that is kept securely within the different departments within the higher learning institutions. Another thing is there's the need for continuous monitoring and evaluation feedback loops. So the students should be able to report these cases, and the people who are handling this data should be able to monitor and report instances of which forms of Tfgbv were the most. Maybe it was cyber harassment, maybe it was doxing, maybe it was deepfakes. So it's important to have these feedback loops so you can address what exactly is happening within the higher learning institution itself. Another thing is there's a need for, like I mentioned when talking about the technological gaps, that most students don't have high-end digital devices. Then with that, then there's a need to have SMS-based reporting or USSD reporting systems where students can still report what is happening to them. And with all of this, it's also important to incorporate psychosocial support for the victims so that they're able to get medical or even mental health support within what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you very much. Maybe to add on to what my colleagues have mentioned, I think to deal with the issues Dr. Kamara was saying about people not being comfortable being taken to various stages, reporting, and that bringing about de-traumatization, I think within the universities and learning centers, we can think about a one-stop shop, which is like a replica of what is happening in the other institutions where we are having all these service providers being present in that one-stop shop, so that we designate this as the place, the focal point, where somebody who has been affected goes there, they are processed, and every other person that needs to get to know that that has happened is present there. If they need counseling, the counselor is present, and then from there, then
we can see how that can be cascaded to the investigation stage, because reporting is still important. And investigators, even the National Police Service, will still look back to the learning institution. What happened at the initial stage? Because that is still part of the chain of custody. We will still want to know what happened when this was reported. And when we mention about digital literacy, I think we need to build capacity continuously, because every year we have first years coming in. The first time I remember we have first years bash, what kind of welcome are we giving them to the university? I think we need to look at our curriculums and see how we induct them, because most of them are coming into the institutions from all over the country. Some are from the rural areas. They don't have digital literacy. They do not have skills to take care of themselves online. So I think we need to incorporate self-awareness measures, see how we bring people on board, how we give them the skills to take care of themselves. And I think in the common courses for every university, because we are saying Tfgbv and all these online offenses are new, we need to amend the curriculums and bring them in tandem with the realities of what is happening in this digital era. Maybe the last thing is, remember the last question? Daktari, just a minute.
Yeah, that's okay, that's okay.
Yes, how we can collaborate with community-based centers. I think some of it has been touched here. For all these agencies and for the ODPP, we have our offices all over the 47 counties and sub-counties and court stations. And all those offices, we have responsible persons, and if you feel you are not comfortable going directly to report to the police station, you are encouraged to go to our county offices, and you will be guided by the county prosecutor or the sub-county prosecutor to the relevant office that will be able to handle you and deal with you according to how our policies as a prosecution office handle the victims and survivors. I think it is very important that we are aware, because universities and learning institutions are all over the country. We get used to knowing where all these responsible offices are located, and we can be able to liaise with them and collaborate with them to just see how best to handle any victims or survivors, so that we avoid traumatization and victimization afresh.
Thank you so much, Christine. I think we'll get
maybe Dr.
summarize.
I can say something to add on to that. I echo the sentiments fully of my colleague from ODPP. She has just said what I wanted to say. But just maybe to also add that in court, you normally have something called Court Users Committee. And in this committee, we have all the justice players. We have the ODPP, as I said, the judiciary, the county government through the Ministry of Health. We have the probation officers, we have the children officers, and we have people from GAO, that is the County Commissioner's Office. But I feel like it's about time that we do the academia. We add the academia in the CUC.
Yeah.
Yes, it's about time.
Give a clap for that, please.
We add a rep from the academia in the CUC, so that when we are discussing matters policy and how to go about these issues, they also form part of those discussions, so that we are able to implement them effectively at the universities. We also have something in the judiciary we call AJS, Alternative Justice System. And cases of gender violence are not supposed to be handled under AJS. AJS means that we have elders who sit down at home there when you are having conflicts amongst yourselves on these minute issues, and they help you to solve instead of you coming to court. So sometimes you find that these SGBV cases, like defilement, FGM, wife cleansing and all that, all those archaic practices are being handled at the mashinani level through the kangaroo courts, and the victims end up not getting justice. So I think when we take this awareness mashinani through the ngao, we are able to get rid of these kangaroo courts, which means handle GBV cases, so that they are brought in the mainstream and they are handled in the formal way, so that these people can get justice. So my key contribution was that the university needs to be formed part and parcel of the court users committee.
Yeah, that is collaboration, don't you think? Yeah. Now, as I take this time to thank each one of you for your contribution, I would want to take a few questions. But before we go to the few questions, because of time, I want to appreciate the fact that though we don't know much, like me, I didn't know much about reporting. All I knew was to go to the police or even avoid the university, mechanisms. They also can be very broken, and frustrating. So this means of reporting, these available channels, I think is what should be made public. What do you think, young people? Yeah. Just the way we share the Twitter handles and Facebook and what have you, Masiga, ensure that it is shared. And we send it to everybody so that they know, in case you do something wrong, yeah, I'm covered. I'm gonna get you. I think this is what we should have. So I want to appreciate each one of you and allow me to get questions now from the audience about something that we may not have mentioned, something we may have left unsaid before I give my final remark, what we need to take home.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Carmen Phoebe. First of all, I would like to thank the panelists. That was a very intensive contribution to the conference. A few comments. One is sometimes such discussions might elicit or remind us of our past experiences. Remember Dr. Meg was talking about Tfgbv starting online and ending offline. So that means in one way or another, all of us could be past survivors of gender-based violence. Just to encourage the university tomorrow to make an announcement that if anyone will be in need of psychosocial support, this is the point where to get it, because it can awaken deeper and traumatic experiences that we may not want to go through again. So that is fine. Then number two.
Yeah, you could make it brief so that we have also time for.
Number two,
yes,
is when we are contributing, maybe moving forward, we try and uphold the principle of confidentiality. We don't give information that may lead the rest of us to know who was that. Like the mention of names, the mention of places, the mention of specific incidents. Try as much as possible to be anonymous. And finally, the medical legal fraternity likes the use of the term victim. But I would encourage that we use the term survivor, because we are reinforcing the strength and the resilience of the person who has gone through a traumatic event, but still has the strength to speak about it. Thank you.
Good. A clap for Phoebe. Thank you so much for the addition. And I think I'm also learning that one I didn't know, that we are not supposed to say victim. I've always felt these are victims, actually. Kumbe they are survivors, huh? All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Another question, yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll take a very short time. I am a religious leader, and I feel like the religious aspect is missing. Very recently, although we
Maybe you start with your name, please.
My name is Reverend Dr. Dorcas Chebet Juma, an ordained minister in the Reformed Church of East Africa and a senior lecturer in Pwani University. Leo nitalala na viatu juu wanakuja kwetu.
All the way from Pwani. You people, give her a clap.
Yes, karibuni kwetu next year. She said we should not mention names, but this one is all over social media. Commander Nganga, he boastfully spoke and said that 8 of them raped a woman, and then somebody asked in the background and say, and what did you do mulifikiri tutamwacha hapo? So social media through religion is normalizing gender-based violence, particularly sexual violence. And when the women rep tried to take this thing in court, Nganga became very hostile and hortatory, and that thing just left like that. So to the judiciary, what happens in such cases? Is there no evidence to prosecute somebody like that? Secondly, I don't know why these male pastors have normalized anointing the breasts and the nyash of women. And it is done in broad daylight, you know, on social media, and that is what trends a lot. I wonder why I should not place a hand on my head and pray for somebody and just squeeze the breasts of women and beat the buttocks of women. And they don't anoint fellow men. You find this, and then you will see fellow women clapping and, you know, seeing this as normal. Is there a law that can help us regulate that? Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Dorcas. There's another hand up there. Oh, are we raising the question, so you want an answer first? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. You have noted, Dorcas. Yeah, from your namesake. Very good. Yeah, the next one.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Martin Ohako. I work for FAWE, Forum for African Women Educationalists from Nairobi. So I think I have only two questions. The panelists from Kakamega, the magistrate. If you look at most people who say like they're gender specialists, you'll realize that they have actually gone to school and they have a passion to do with issues to do with gender. So I'd like to know, the gender desks at the police stations, how do we recruit and how do we decide that this police officer can be seated at the gender desk? Do we have any trainings? Do we have any continuous mentorship and all that? Because I have worked in these spaces of youth empowerment, and sometimes you get very bad reports, especially when they are going to report about, especially if it's maybe sexual or maybe a physical kind of abuse. Then she's helped us. Now I think I'm not going to use the word victim. I'm going to use the word survivor. So again, at the gender desk, when you report at the police stations, I understand they are holding areas, or rather what we have, shelters for the survivors. What is the government about? What is the government doing to improve the condition of what we call the shelters? Because some of them, I think they're in so bad of a state that if I've been abused by my boyfriend or my girlfriend, instead of sleeping in that place you call a shelter, I'd rather go back to that abuser. Then, in terms of the mediation, we also talked about mediation a lot. So we understand that there's mediation that can be called formal, but do you understand there are also very many mediations that are happening at the police stations? Many cases just go under because for the fear of proceeding with the prosecutions and all that. Then my last question, and then I'll ask the Daktari from Egerton. What are we doing at the institutions of learning to change our mindsets about issues to do with gender-based violence? I think we're living in a generation where people are normalizing sex and sexual activities and sharing of photos so much. If I can tell you to do a random search among the comrades maybe seated here, there are apps that will just know that they're of sexual nature. We've talked about Tinder. We know of people who have also those vaults where they have the photos, the nude photos just on standby, waiting to be shared. Why? What are we doing in institutions of higher learning? She's talked about common causes. What common causes do we have currently, or what are we proposing that can be integrated into this just to make sure that we also address those issues? Then the last to the organizers of the event, please next time have a gentleman on the seats. I think if you're talking about, if you're talking about, thank you. If you're talking about gender-based violence, and we all know most of the perpetrators are people who have trousers like me, we need to be seated there. Set a thief to catch a thief.
Yeah, that is what I mentioned at the beginning, that before I leave this seat, the gentlemen in this room will tell me why we don't have gentlemen here. Yeah, it's not a matter of why they are here. The question is, why are they not here? It is them to tell us. Kama mmefinywa huko, mmeambiwa mkae kando, mnatuambia. Yeah, if you have remained in the background, mnatuambia. We'll find out before we leave. Is there one more question before we allow them? Yes, I can see a hand up there.
Okay.
Oh, okay. The one in white t-shirt, then there was another one black t-shirt next.
Okay, I'm Mikey Pruta.
Try to make it brief, eh?
Okay, I'm
Good.
Mikey Pruta, second year student, and my question is, to what extent can GBV be considered a human rights violation rather than just a criminal act?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Okay, let me repeat it again. To what extent can GBV be considered a human right violation rather than being just a criminal act?
To what extent GBV can be considered a human rights violation
Rather than
a
criminal act.
A criminal act.
Yes.
Okay. I think sometimes the dividing line is very thin. Yeah, because I won't answer. I'm not the expert. Okay, let's note that question, please. The next one. We have a hand up there, but that one should be the next one.
Faith Wafula. My question is, how have the various departments dealing with these issues gone to high schools in dealing with assault involving relatives? You would find that when you're doing ministry in high schools, many kids come to you and talk to you about those issues, but they're so unreached. So what are the steps that are being taken to actually solve that? Thank you.
Yeah, you've noted the question? Okay. Yeah, gentlemen, the one in, yeah, you could start so that they see you.
Thank you so much. My name is Kabala Britton, a criminologist and upcoming behavioral scientist.
Thank you. Thank you. Give him a clap. Yes, go ahead.
I have 3 questions to Madam Donna, our able DPP, and our magistrate Dorcas. Question number 1 to Madam Donna. Why do many universities' policies still focus on physical GBV while ignoring digital forms like deepfakes and sextortions, giving a reality that university ndio watu wanga wanatumiananga V1s ama notes sana? Number 2, for DPP, how can institutions make reporting systems anonymous, fast, and digitally accessible? And to our able magistrates, what punishments should apply when institutional leaders cover up Tfgbv cases? Thank you.
Wow, those questions speak a whole world. Eh? How do you deal with cover-up? That means we have cover-up. And somebody asked me also about artificial intelligence. People are using it, and here we are still in the old system. Okay, hope you have noted. Yes. Maybe probably the last question. No, there was a hand here in the middle. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. I am.
Please try to be brief. Eh? Okay.
I will. I'm William from the University of Kabianga.
Yes.
The question will go to my learned friends from the judiciary and ODDVP and the lady, Abiero. The issue of policy, we are continuing to review the law or coming up with one law after the other one and the regulations for the implementer. But what is the current status of the review of the national law? Which review of the national law will inform the review that Dr. Magdalene was talking about. Because we have had this problem in Kenya whereby we put the horse before the cart. We begin with going to parliament to legislate and then do the reverse to do the policy. Thank you.
That's a highly loaded question. Thank you so much for that, and thank you.
My question is to the judiciary.
Yes.
I suspect most people don't know this, but we have the small claims court. People don't know about that. So there existed lots of frustrations from people when it came to the small claims, like someone has taken your money. And so there is a faster court that addresses cases, 1 million sorted in the shortest time possible. Can we have a special court? It's a conversation that, can it be possible for you people to talk about a court that specifically handles gender-based violence, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, sexual gender-based violence, so that we don't have people going to the police station to report, a man reporting, ridiculed. I have been in stations where I've seen men being ridiculed for reporting, being beaten. That's why I wrote that play. I have been in stations where I've seen women being ridiculed for reporting. I have also witnessed cases of students reporting harassment, sexual harassment from lecturers, and there is a presentation that's going to be done from lecturers and administrators, and nobody gives them an ear. Can we have a special court like the small claims court where I only need to press and action is taken?
Beautiful. That is loaded. In fact, those are the things that sometimes I've been wondering, you know, where are we heading? We need somebody to do that. Yes, there's another hand there. So.
Okay, my name is Kevin Alciola. I'm an anthropologist, and gender-based violence is one of my key areas. I did research in Mumias recently in 2021, and the research was about intimate partner violence, which is part of gender-based violence. Now, I have a suggestion to the university, more so Tfgbv University and other universities are present in this conference. Why can't we have a common course on gender-based violence for all our students?
Yes. I think that is what was communicated earlier about the curriculum and what have you. There are great gaps in the universities. Now, maybe so that she doesn't forget, we could just give, because there are so many questions on the judiciary. They're saying one more. Okay. Let's get the mic to him. Meanwhile, the organizing committee, don't you think we should have had this in the morning and had a whole day for it?
Yes.
Yeah, this is why we are here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
So my question, I'll just be brief and straight to the point. We have like a case scenario initially where we had an incident where Saumu, the daughter to Mike Sonko, was beaten by the husband. Okay, but then later on, the dad went there, then husband akaekwa bahari. Alafu bibi akaanza kusema usipige bwanangu. Okay? So now we've always talked about measures to try and curb the issues of GBV, where we have even centers for survivors, but we don't have areas to for these perpetrators. For example, let's say the other case scenario that we had in the morning, where walikuwa wamepeleka bwana kwa police station, lakini bibi kuona bwana kabla ene kwa court akasema kitu msamee tu. Okay, so what measures do we have in place to ensure that when these guys are going back to the society, they are reformed? Because not all times wataenda mpaka kwa koti mabibi zao waache tu hivyo. So what measures, or rather what frameworks do we have in place to try and the exact word imepotea, but kusaidia watu wakirudi back into the society or back into their families, they are better than who they are before? Yes, thank you.
So you're talking about rehabilitation?
Yes.
Exactly, thank you.
Maybe the last one to add on what my colleague has said.
All right.
To the panelists, maybe we also need to look for time and talk about post-conflict healing or psychosocial recovery. Because I think the post is what people forget. We focus on during, and once we sort out the victims or survivors, we leave them alone. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It's an addition. I think it's better to be on the safe side so that she doesn't forget. she answers those questions, then we can allow another. Oh, there was a burning one. All right, there's a burning one here.
Yeah, thank you. I carried up my hand, but I think you never saw it at first.
Sorry, my dear. Thank you.
Have we ever had to think about culture impact on GBV and what data has been done to showcase whether the existing laws have been strong enough to stop culture intimidation on GBV reporting? And so my question would be then to the judiciary and the like, even when we are talking about Tfgbv, how do we help even our students? Because this is something that I find myself being compelled with. They will not come to report because they have been incultured to feel that it is normalization of what they go through, and so it doesn't matter whether they report or not.
All right, that's good, that's good. Now, I think it's better we just allow some response to these questions. Yeah.
I'm very happy because we are a very attentive team, and you are eager to learn. That is so impressive. I will answer some and I will delegate some to my colleague, my senior. I have my senior here, Honorable Estamburu, who will answer some of them. So
thank you.
My senior will allow, I would want Honorable Mburu, before I answer my questions, to speak on the issue of post-conflict healing, that is psychosocial support for the victims, that is after they've gone through the entire process, and also to answer my namesake, Pastor Dorcas, on why we don't take these issues of social media where pastors are propagating SGBV, and also the issue of punishment. What can we do about punishing those people who aid SGBV by failing to report or just compromising the entire process? Then I will pick up on the rest.
Honorable Boro, karibu, karibu. Give her a clap, please.
Wow, you look so beautiful, and I'm so impressed that we are getting this. It's a real thing. I think, as it has been mentioned, we needed a whole day to do this, because I think these are the issues that are really touching the core of the purpose of this. And maybe in future, maybe those are the things that we need to look at so that we can have an ample time. I'm seated here and I'm looking at the questions the way they are coming. First, I want to commend the panel for the work they have done. They have really done it justice. We call it, they have done it justice because they have really presented it the right way.
Wow, give them a clap, please.
Then the other thing that I wanted to comment was when I sit here and listen to all this, I realize that there's so much that is happening to these institutions. But unfortunately, we are not communicating. We are not cascading it to the people who are using it. Who are these? The students, the people at the, even the other, the low levels. The public, let me just call them the public. They are not aware about what the judiciary is doing, about what the ODPP is doing, about what data is doing, the university, you need all that. And we are doing very good, beautiful things, but we are not communicating. I think that is a challenge that I want to pose, maybe one of the way forwards that we need to carry from here, that let's communicate. Let's create these avenues that we need to have for purposes of getting this. Now on to these questions that my colleague has asked me to mention. I picked one. How do we help our students with respect to the cultures? Right? Did I get it right? Yes, the cultures. I think it is what gets in. How do we get it out? Again, I will go back and rotate to, are we creating awareness? How are they supposed to do it? How do we get, because whatever gets in, for it to be changed, we have to get something in.
again to clean that one and put what is supposed to be done. I think if we properly do create awareness, people will be enlightened and get to know we are past the cultural days where your parents will dictate on the path that you will take. We are past those periods. It is me who has gone through this. I don't care what culture say. It is me who went through this. I must report. I must speak about it. Until we are informed about it, I don't think we will be able to move. So again, I will say that we need a lot of creating awareness. Post-conflict healing. Gender justice court, as again my colleague has mentioned, it comes at the very tail end, where all the other justice sectors have already handled these cases, or rather in terms of collecting of evidence and all that. But now the court sits here to adjudicate on this. So it comes at the very last end. But what are we doing as judiciary to be able to assist and come in handy? We have those gender justice, gender desks at the police station level. I want also to communicate maybe to this now that even judiciary, we are exploring to have this gender justice code so that we can be able to enlighten you. And one of the things that will be happening at the gender justice desk in the judiciary is how affected are you? How do I help you? Do you need social psycho support? And we will quickly refer you to the person who can help you on that. Is it so serious that you need even medication and all that? We will quickly refer you to that kind of support. So it is coming, we are looking at it, we are hoping to achieve it. The third one, why we don't take the issues of pastors, reverend. Yes. Allow me to mention something with respect to this. The judiciary sits there to adjudicate. ODPP collect evidence. The decision that will come from the court, it is out of the evidence that had been placed before me. We have a challenge. How is this evidence being collected? How is it presented before the court? If the laws are very clear that for a case of criminal nature, it has to be beyond reasonable doubt before you convict someone behind the bars. That means if you have doubt in your mind, you have no reason to convict. So I feel from where I sit, from the judiciary perspective, from the adjudicator's position, that it will depend a lot with the outcome of this case, depending on the evidence that will be placed before me. If the evidence is shaky, if I have nothing, if I have that doubt, the law tells me to acquit. I have no option. Reasons being, this matter will go for an appeal, and those who are above me, they will ask you, they'll ask me, and how did you convict with this kind of evidence? So at that point, we need to be very careful, and for that, we think I will throw that one is squarely on the ODPP. They are the ones who collect the evidence and bring it to court. Finally, punishment on people who aid. Our policies, the laws, we must have very, I think we need to review our policies and our laws so that we can have very strange punishment. Ili tufanye ile kitu inaitwa uwe funzo kwako na wengine walio na tabia kama yako. Because right now you will look at the law the way it is. Probably it does not have that heavy punishment. And you see that is how I will convict.
if we have these laws that will really allow us to give a very stiff punishment, I think it will do something different. So I think we need to champion a lot with respect to matters, policies, and enactment of laws, even if it means lobbying and all that, so that we can be able to move a step further than where we are. So I think that is it. Allow me to mention something that my colleague did not ask me to do, but I'll mention. She will add what maybe she will have it. Kelly, with respect to special courts, and you are drawing reference to small claims court, allow me to speak the judiciary experience in terms of gender-based violence. You will notice that right now we are not even calling it gender justice. We are not calling it gender-based violence court. We are calling them gender justice courts. Why? We started with gender-based violence courts, and we thought it can work with a model kind of setup, whereby we will set up those courts in different places. And that is how we ended up even having 13 of them being like what are they called? Like the pilot courts. But we realized this is a cross-board problem all over the country. How do we tell someone who has the rights violated in Bungoma to go all the way to Eldoret, because that is where the court is? We realized we might be creating a bigger problem. So we have moved out of now that kind of setup, and we are in the process of doing what we call clustering of courts, whereby all the courts in the country will be gazetted or will be allowed to handle the gender justice court by judicial officers who are in these courts, but with a specific kind of a system. How will that work? That in every week you must do 2 or 3 matters that you must conclude or give them the next. So they will be fast-tracked, but they will be all over the country, so that we do not again create a problem whereby we do very few courts within the country, then you have to travel all the way again to have that matter presented, because again we really need the resources. We are not properly enabled. So thank you so much. My name is Honorable Esther Mboro. I serve as a deputy registrar in the office of the CJ, and again I am the deputy registrar, Gender Justice Court. Thank you so much. You can continue from there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We are getting to learn, I'm telling you. And we are mixing with the high profile figures, isn't it? Good.
Thank you so much, my senior, for answering those few questions. I'll pick on the rest quickly. There was a question that came up as concerns the police station, the gender desks, that those people are being mishandled there. So you are asking what criteria they are using to select the people who are sitting in those desks, and even the holding cells for the offenders who go there. Police is a different department, unfortunately, but they form part of the CUC, and in the CUC we normally recommend for reforms in the holding areas of the mostly minor offenders. So I believe, I cannot answer for them fully, but I believe they're part and parcel of those reforms, and I know talks are going around as regards how they're going to ensure that the people who are placed there are well equipped, well trained on how to handle GBV cases. In the judiciary on our part, we are trying also ourselves there, the holding areas in the judiciary, to be friendly to the victim offenders on our part. And the police department also being part of the CUC, I believe this is what they're carrying up. And maybe as part of them, we are going to cascade it back to them to see that they fast track on ensuring that the gender desks are being held by professionals who are able to handle the GBV survivors. Another question came up as regards to why the GBV cases are not human rights violations. All criminal cases, I must say, they are human rights violations. Something like murder. You've taken away somebody's life. That's a violation to life, right to life. When you take someone's property, like the way our women are being disinherited once their husbands have passed on, that's a violation of a right to property. Same to GBV. When you violate a victim, you violate that person's dignity and the right to live a dignified life. So by their very nature, they are human rights violation. So they are treated as such. We have this, we have a case that was, it's a topical case. It's a High Court petition, number 122 of 2013. It was a High Court case that was a decision that arose out of the post-election violence. You realize during the post-election violence, we had serious cases of GBV, sexual violation against women and children majorly. And I think 8 petitioners petitioned the court for compensation against violation to their rights. And the judge then was Justice Weldon Korir. He faulted the government for failing to prosecute and investigate those cases of sexual violence that emerged out of the post-election violence. And 4 petitioners were awarded 4 million each for the failure of government to pick up their cases and prosecute them. So in that aspect, it was a human rights violation in that sense. And it was treated as such. So they are human rights violation in their very sense, and that's why we handle them in the criminal nature, because they are serious offenses. We don't handle them as civil offenses, but as criminal offenses. And as regards law reform, a colleague asked about law reform. We have the National Gender Equality Commission. There's an Act 2011, National Gender Equality Commission Act of 2011, that is tasked with the purpose of monitoring and advising on policy reforms as regards matters gender. So I believe this discussion, when we recommend something, and if there's a body sitting here for NGEC, they can pick up those recommendations and reform the law accordingly to cover those areas that are missing as regards gender reforms. My colleague has already answered about SGBV, why we don't have specific codes. I will not repeat that. We have the issue of also culture. I believe culture has been answered. Just to mention, to add that we have laws that govern against retrogressive culture that propagate SGBV cases. Key among them is the FGM Act of 2011. It criminalizes female genital mutilation. As you know, it's a very archaic act, and the act is now in force. We have the Matrimonial Properties Act of 2013, whereby it covers the rights of women who are violated. Once their husbands pass on, they are deprived of property and all that. It's a form of gender violence. Gender violence takes various forms, just for your information. We have technological violence, we have sexual violence, we have economic violence, physical violence. So you see, when these widows are deprived of the property, that's an economic violence. And
maybe, sorry,
such cases.
As you mentioned there, so that we don't have to go back.
Yes.
As Reverend Dorcas indicated.
Yes.
That religious one.
Yes.
Where nobody is complaining.
Yes.
But we are seeing and we know it is not right.
Yes.
So what happens there? Maybe as you mentioned.
As I'm mentioning this, okay.
Yes.
Okay. We also have the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act. This is violence in a domestic relationship between husband and wife, parent and child, and all that. So we have laws that protect spouses, such that if your spouse is violent, you can either go the criminal way or you can go the civil way through the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act, whereby your spouse can be restrained. A spouse can be restrained from accessing the other, or from damaging the property, or instilling violence against the other spouse. So those laws are there. The issue about pastor, about religious violence, or is it religious what?
Well, yeah, that's violence.
And it was propagated through the media, right? Openly. Yes, so, and that's why I'm asking they do it through the media. So it can fall on the ambit of technological facilitated gender-based violence, because it's done in the media space. And once they do it in the media space, it falls under that ambit of Tfgbv, and I think it can be handled in that manner. I hope I'm right. Yes, it can be handled in the Tfgbv way, because that's cyberbullying. That is just harassing somebody in the cyberspace, which is not proper, using religion. So it can fall in that space. Yes. I believe I've captured everything, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. And for your information, I witnessed a case where somebody sent out such a thing on Facebook. And then when the case was brought forward, the person being violated said, I had no problem with it. So the one who was convicted is the one who shared the information. So the line becomes very narrow, you know. Yeah. All right. We are going to have... Okay, let's have Christine.
Yes, thank you, Daktari. I think there are some few issues that I can respond to, starting with one that was squarely placed by Honorable Boro at the feet of the ODPP. I think we are all various actors in the criminal justice process. There are those agencies that have the mandate to collect evidence, and that is the National Police Service or any other investigative agency. And once they collect that evidence and process all those complaints, the file is brought to the office of the DPP for processing and for making a decision to charge and prosecuting the matter and leading the evidence in court for a decision to be made. So in light of that, maybe what I can mention is that as one of the actors in the criminal justice sector, we are ensuring that every person in that chain is effectively trained and capacity built to ensure that we are able to give proper justice to the Kenyans. So where the National Police Service, who are collecting evidence, where they need capacity building, they have that being carried out for their officers, and the ODPP will carry out capacity building for any gaps that exist where their officers are concerned. We always say that a case is as good as the investigations that have been carried in it. So all of us should ensure that, as we mentioned, even if you are a survivor and you need to record a statement and give the evidence that is on your side, that is where we start to ensure that the case is properly investigated and the evidence is collected. There is an issue about the gender desk. My colleague, Honorable Dorcas, has tried to talk about it. It's unfortunate the National Police Service are not represented, but I can mention an aspect that concerns the National Police Service and the ODPP directory, because there was a case. If you go to the internet and search the 160 girls case, you'll find that that was a case where the court, in a petition filed, found that the National Police Service, who investigate violations against gender-based violence and offenses against the children, had failed to effectively carry out their mandate in terms of collection of evidence and protecting the survivors. And the court gave an order directing that capacity be built for all the gender desk officers in the National Police Service. So in collaboration with the national governmental organization that had gone to court in that matter, the ODPP has crafted a curriculum in collaboration with Equality Effect, and we are ensuring that all gender desk officers at the National Police Service and the prosecutors handling gender-based violence cases are properly trained to be able to handle these cases and effectively ensure justice for all the survivors. So about the capacity building and how they are recruited, the National Police Service has the mandate, but training them and building capacity, we are trying to ensure that everybody has the requisite skills to be able to handle any survivor in that respect. So I believe in the near future, that issue of the gaps in the capacity will become a thing of the past. There was an issue about how we can make reporting of cases fast, and there was an issue about anonymity. What I can respond about that is, I know the National Police Service was working on having a digital OB, because every time an offense is committed, it is, once you report, it is recorded in the OB. So they were working on that project to ensure they have a digital OB. I know it is work that is ongoing, and I hope that with the way we are, ICT has become part of our everyday life even as agencies, I hope the National Police Service can finalize on this and give us an option where we can easily report our offenses. But I have to put a rider to that, because even if you want to have a digital OB, you still must present yourself as a survivor, as somebody who must give their statement so that further action can be carried out in form of that to ensure that complaint is fully investigated. So we will embrace technology and ensure that we can have anonymous reporting, but when you are called upon to go and record your statement and be processed, if you do not go, then that means we are not ensuring that these violations and the perpetrators are being held accountable. And that will answer the issue about so many cases collapsing, because eventually, even if you report anonymously and you do not go for processing, for evidence to be collected and processed, then we are just letting the perpetrators go scot-free. There was a question about rehabilitation, and we have answered about post-conviction rehabilitation. And I think there is the aspect the gentleman talked about. People are getting into a courtroom, then they speak on the sidelines, and eventually you are seeing people walking back home. I think there are various aspects that we as ODPP deal with when a case is filed in court. And as a survivor, most of the times, because the prosecutor will be representing the state and the survivor, some of the issues we deal is we object to bail, where there is a need for this person not to go back to the same environment where they will continue to maybe molest the survivor. Once we have that information, we file an affidavit through the investigation officers, and we are able to convince the court that this person should not be released on bail. Then we also make applications to let these persons be separated from the perpetrator. We have safe houses, and we have just different environments that you don't go back to the same place where the person who was violating you is going to continue again making fun of you and like you have not got justice.
Maybe the question was,
yes,
these safe houses you're
yes,
talking about, the speaker claimed that they are poorly maintained and not really fit. Who maintains them, maybe?
I think basically maybe that could be a challenge with resource allocation for those facilities. And I believe because these conversations are ongoing, it is something that we can carry forward so that the government, through the responsible institutions, are able to allocate sufficient funds to ensure that those spaces where we are saying they are temporary shelters are indeed habitable for the people we are removing from the safety of their houses to another temporary structure. So I believe that is a resource constraint that can be addressed wholesomely by the national government.
Thank you. I think that is a take-home assignment. She says she missed something. Please, let's give
just two important questions. I'm sorry, I think I missed out, and I would want you to go home satisfied. One was on mediation. A person asked that why is it that when a case is reported at the police station, they talk behind the scenes and they go home, and a case is just watered down like that. So I would want to state here categorically that mediation is one form of non-court dispute resolution mechanisms. It's not the traditional way of solving disputes. It's a form of solving disputes out of court. It's very effective in very many areas, but gender-based violence cases do not fall under mediation. So when you find somebody mediating on a gender-based violence case, that's a mistake they are doing, and they should even be reported, actually. We don't mediate on GBV cases. Those are violations that should be handled in court. And we were told not to mention names, but a name cropped up about the former governor of Nairobi. The daughter was being violated. Such case of violation, we call them Stockholm syndrome, whereby the victim has been accustomed so much with the offender until they overlook the violation. It's like now they're used to the violation. So in such kind of a situation, the best remedy is immediate removal of the survivor from that space, and psychosocial support should be done immediately to that survivor, because sometimes they seem to love the offender because there's nothing else they can do. It's a psychological thing, because they keep on being molested, but they go back to the same environment. They keep on being molested, but they keep on loving the offender. So it's more of psychological thing. Maybe because of trauma, childhood traumas, or they feel like they have got no other place to fall back to. So such cases, they may feel like they are safe, but they need help, immediate help. So such cases, they need active response to remove those people from those spaces so they can be secured and they can be rescued from that toxic environment. Because more often than not, those offenses don't end. They'll go back to that space and they'll keep on being victimized. So the best thing is just to remove them from that space completely. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have had comprehensive answers. We are going to request we are requesting Meg to do her part. You could try to summarize as much as possible. I think I'm seeing faces. Time is up.
Okay. I was asked to respond to something about what institutions are doing to help curb or eliminate Tfgbv. And I'd like to say all institutions in our country have gender mainstreaming units. Through the gender mainstreaming units, they have programs which they run in their institutions throughout the year. And some of those programs are also about GBV, which they use such forums to create awareness, sensitize the staff and the students on GBV. The thing that they need now to improve on is add something such as Tfgbv. Now, in a situation in other universities like our university, Egerton, we have the Institute of Gender and Development Studies, which offers programs. So we actually train gender experts. Now there it is a curriculum, but you will realize one thing about such departments, we always have curriculum plus other activities that we do beyond curriculum. For example, we have this gender mainstreaming. We are in charge of the gender mainstreaming wing. Our university has the disability mainstreaming, which is separate from the gender mainstreaming. And then we also have other programs that we engage in. For example, the outreaches, where we now go to community. And I'd like to combine that with the question that one of the members raised about high schools and how students in high school are being handled. We do have outreaches where we now go to the community, and most of our outreaches take us to high schools. And I think several other universities have this. But I'd also like to say that high schools have the guiding and counseling departments. The challenge in most high schools in Kenya, and I have been to some of those, I have been in high school and I have shared with some of my colleagues there, is that the guidance and counseling department is under teachers. So the same teacher who is handling the student in class is supposed to listen to the student, lament, or not even lament, bring up a case about being violated either at home or in school. So other schools have had to bring in guiding and counseling professionals from outside who are not part of the teaching staff because students fear approaching them. Universities can also engage in activities such as walks. For example, last week in my university, we actually had a walk, the Tfgbv walk, and we did it to create awareness on the 16 days of activism against GBV. Those awareness walks are necessary within and around the university. Why? Because some of the students in the university, the perpetrators of violence, are just right outside there. They live in the same community and they need to be sensitized about this. During our work last week, and I let my students plan it. So they did the planning, resource mobilization and everything. And they even had to do posters and a banner. And then we had to share with the faculty and how we were going to do it. You see this question that you were asked about, where is the boy child here? When we were planning our work, the theme of the 16 days of activism, we all know, is unite to end digital violence against women and girls. So we put that theme in our banner. And the students in class, when we were talking, because I take them through GBV unit, they even shared and we agreed that they would do what? They would also have posters and other placards that would also be speaking for the boy child. Do you know, a day to the work, when the poster was ready, one of the boy child asked, where is boy child in this message? We boys, we are tired of, on our WhatsApp group that we are in, we are tired of speaking for women and constantly going to support women activities. Now, do you see that when we speak about GBV, we must involve men? We must involve them, not because they are all perpetrators, but because they must understand that this cause is not just for women. Men also face violence. And so in Egerton, we also have clubs. And I'd like to say that even in other universities, including Kibabi, the Dean of Students coordinates a number of clubs, where we as faculty and as the gender mainstream, we may not reach the students. Students have clubs. And in those clubs, they use the clubs to share certain messages. So we have the Gender Students League Club, and they meet, and they don't necessarily have to have us present, but they will talk about topical issues that affect young people. For example, relationships, for example, mental health, for example, economic challenges that they face, and they share amongst them and how they can overcome that. Then we went on, because now we also have what we call Adam's Talk. At Egerton, Adam's Talk, the patron is a man. And the Adam's Talk is a club that is boy-child club. So even us as ladies, we don't even participate in that Adam's Talk. Adam's Talk, the boys meet with their mentors who are male, so that they are also sharing in the experiences and issues that affect men. Because most times you'll find we'll talk about women, but men, not that they don't want their issues to be talked about. It is only that they are not comfortable sharing their issues in forums where we are all seated, both genders, and so those issues come up. Still on GBV, there's something that most people tend to forget when we talk about GBV, and that is the effect of GBV on children. One of the members here asked, what about those children who are facing violence at home? And childhood trauma begins, and it blows up at the age of 14, 15, 16. But you'll find these are children who have faced violence when they were much younger. They have witnessed their own parents fight. They themselves have been sexually assaulted by relatives and people who are known to them, but they grow older and then they are there dealing with that childhood trauma. We are having mental health issues today because most of the people and the young people who are facing mental health issues today had to put up with so much when they were much younger. Most times, these people who are going through violence and the Stockholm Syndrome, they do not think about the children. Couples will fight in the house and the children are right there. Today, mom and dad, they fight, mom packs and leaves. Tomorrow, she comes back, brings the children. They go on loving one another. The children are left in a state of confusion. What happened yesterday? It was so wild. It was so bad. And then today, mom and dad, their lives are moving on. The children are left in between, not knowing how to handle these issues of violence. And that is why the world today, and our country even, we need as many counselors as possible. And young people, do not be scared of seeking counselors. Don't be scared of going to talk to somebody who will listen and who is a professional and who understands that what you're going through is something that they can help you heal from. Because your entire life and your future is dependent on that. On the issue of this Stockholm Syndrome and intimate partner violence, I'd like to tell you something. And this is personal, and allow me to be vulnerable to you. 13 years ago, I walked out of an abusive marriage. I had been married for 8 years. But 8 years, 2 children, and I walked out. And let me tell you something. Before people walk out of those abusive relationships, they will attempt to leave and go back. Attempt to leave and go back. We call it the circle of violence. In the circle of violence, they will, and it is the same thing that just keeps going round and round. 1 minute there is peace and calm, then kidogo you will see tension building. That tension building, something triggers. There's something that may have happened, and then suddenly people are not talking to one another. Kidogo, after the tension building, the incident happens. Whether it is emotional violence, physical or sexual or whatever. After the incident, most people, that is when they speak. Or if you're related to them, you'll be like, what's going on? So and so beat you. At that moment, this person will tell you, yeah, things were bad, I even quit. You see, if they are going through the entire circle, at the time of the incident happening, they will even leave. You will offer them the safe shelter, for example. Then kidogo, they look for one another from the back. And then you hear, oh, we spoke about it, we reconciled. You heard what Prof said here in the morning. That is now third stage in the circle of violence. After the incident, there is reconciliation. What usually happens when they reconcile? You, who was the good friend, who offered a shoulder, who was the relative who gave them shelter, suddenly you become bad. Because now they have reconciled, then there will be peace before the next incident. Every time the cycle of violence happens, those who have been the shoulder, or those who you would call the social circle of the victim, and allow me to say, at that moment, she's still a victim because she's going back. That person who has offered them shelter, at that point, this perpetrator will make sure they disentangle the victim from the strength so that they are vulnerable. The more a person who's going through violence is vulnerable, the more easily she will always go back. And that is why we are always having the same circle. You'll try to rescue them and they'll not leave. Ultimately, in such situations, it is upon the victim to lift themselves up, to weigh the pros and cons of that relationship and leave. And it is upon you, the support system, to give them the support when they need it. Finally, there is this issue that was mentioned about culture. And I'd just like to say, as a gender person, that in culture, we have what we call masculinity in violence. Masculinity in violence is very interesting. That society itself sets standards for men. So a young boy, by the time he's growing up, he's already being told what he's expected to be as a man. You tell them, don't cry. Don't be weak before a woman. Don't do ABCD. So he grows up toughened and prepared for what is going to happen. Masculinity in violence ends up leading to men perpetrating violence against fellow men. How does that happen? You end up grooming these men and telling them there are certain things that as a man you must not do. That how can your wife treat you like this, like that? You saw that play that was done here. That how do you handle issues at home? Me, as a man, you cannot let a woman do that to you. You have to beat them up for her to realize that you are a man. You see, all those things that we tell them. And if you're a fan of Netflix and you want to see just how deep masculinity in violence is, a few months ago, there is a series that came out. It was called Adolescence. If you watched Adolescence, a young boy by the age of 13, who had been a virgin all along, is mocked by his friends in school why he's a virgin. Things that men fear talking about. And so he decides, there was one girl who was constantly being trolled by others. So he decides to approach this girl because in his mind he tells himself she's vulnerable, so he can convince her to give in so that they engage in the sexual act. But at that moment when he does that, this girl declines. So the young man, out of that pressure and expectation of society, ends up killing this girl. And then he has to live through all that, how he killed this girl and the effect of him doing that at the age of 13. So society must stop putting too much pressure on boys and pushing them into violence in the name of trying to groom them into the men that we expect in the name of culture. Our culture does not promote violence. Let us promote the positive things that culture stands for. And there's so much positive that men stand for. You have seen even in cases of violence, even when a woman has been beaten up and everything, it is still men, other men, who come out to even support this woman. It is not all men who will say she deserves it. A good number of men will still come out and say, no, 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 what happened there is wrong, and we have to condemn it. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. I think because of time, we might have just to call it a day, you know. And as I wind up, comrades, I'm talking to you. Comrades power. Comrades power. Now you are there, you have heard it, isn't it? Yeah, sometimes we believe that unless uonekane kwa Facebook, you know, with a girl or with a what, you know, it's like you are feeling intimidated. Remember, what you put on that Facebook, you know, the internet will remember it 20 years. You have put yourself with a girl today, and tomorrow, when she realizes you have fallen for another girl, she will use that to destroy you. And then you'll start talking about technology-facilitated gender-based violence. There is so much. Please be careful what you do with the media. Now, I'm just going to, with your permission, organizers, let me just take 2 minutes to just point a few things. I know we shall have enough time to summarize what we have learned, but these are some of the things that I've gotten. One, that for this Tfgbv to be controlled and for us to engage affirmative action, we need one, communication, which means we create networks, create helplines, you know, communicate them to the people so that people are aware, explain to people or illustrate the means of reporting, create awareness about what violence is and how it comes through the technology, tell people about their rights and privileges, tell them about the available interventions and such like things. Another thing, when you are a survivor, you need to do the following. One, report. It can be through SMS or the available lines that are available in the university. Two, seek help. You know, if you don't know where to go or what to do, we have counseling departments or people you can trust. Three, if you have had a friend, you know, involved in this violence, please maintain anonymity as much as possible. Even if you report it, report, but don't show the faces of people. Four, we need at the university to respond when surveys and such like things are undertaken at the university so that we can expose everything about it, so that even the silent ones are helped. Now, what about the lecturers, or what we are now calling the policymakers, university administrators? We need to, one, communicate effectively with the stakeholders. Two, engage action-oriented intervention, like looking at the curriculum, education in delivering or exposing people to this GBV, and the, you know, the use of technology like AI to mitigate whatever is happening. Three, you need to have what we call secured reporting systems so that people are confident and they feel they can report what they are going through without being exposed. Next, we need continuous monitoring at the university, you know, in college. Ensure there are regular surveys that are undertaken and looking at maybe the policies to ensure that they are updated and inclusive of emerging issues. Then there should be support for survivors in the best way possible, you know, in an environment that they are comfortable in. It can be at the university or connected with the community and other stakeholders, like the DPP as we had. Then finally, there should be professional engagement in dealing with Tfgbv on campus. in terms of educating the community through maybe seminars, conferences like this one, what we call campaigns sometimes, like now the 16 days of activism and such like things. If each one of us were to take responsibility, I believe this journey that we are starting, that started last year, and here we are, it can end with what we call 1,000 miles. What we start in 2 steps can end up in 1,000 miles. And if I am allowed, I would want to give the microphone back.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for them as they get down from the stage. Let's clap for them. Good work. Thank you. Straight 3 hours. Straight 3 hours. That was good. Thank you so much, moderator, Dr. Margaret Kamara from University of Eldoret. Thank you, Dr. Meg from Egerton University. Thank you so much, Honorable Dorcas from the Judiciary. Thank you so much, Doreen from Hala Limited. And also, thank you so much, Donna Owiti from the Communication Authority of Kenya. Was that marvelous? Was it marvelous? Have you learned a lot? And thank you so much. Sorry. My apologies, Christine. From the office, I was trying to count the chairs as I was looking at them. Thank you so much, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. They've been very, very supportive on this. And I think one of the running theme across what has been learned here, there is quite a number of reforms that we need to look at. And the reform requires a concerted stakeholder approach to ensure that we deal with this upcoming issue of technologically facilitated gender-based violence. But we can all agree, and I totally agree with Honorable Mboro, that a lot has been done. A lot is happening, but we don't get to know about this. For example, Tfgbv University has a number of policies that address issues of GBV. Judiciary is doing a lot. ODPP is doing a lot. Private sector is also doing a lot. The academia is also doing a lot. And I've just learned today that across the learning institutions, there is gender mainstreaming units, offices, desks that are there. But capacity, cross-learning, information sharing is still a problem that we need to look at. Quickly, I want to give announcements and then hand it over to the chair of the day just to close the day. So today we've been able to look at the focus area that was looking at issues of evidence, policy, and institutional accountability. And I think the day has really been able to dissect that to the best they could. Tomorrow, this is how the day looks like. And our focus tomorrow. Remember, our theme is, what is our theme? What is our theme? What is our theme of this conference? So issues of research, issues of innovation, and issues of the role of universities and TVETs in addressing Tfgbv. So tomorrow, we are going to focus on innovation, digital solutions, and youth leadership. Because at the end of the day, we are told more than 2/3 of the population of this country, it is people below 35 years. So that means that we must have them. We must have their voice. So tomorrow, it is about innovation, digital solutions, and youth leadership. So tomorrow we'll have 2 key presentations that we'll be having. Then we'll have another high-level plenary that we'll be having. And then tomorrow is another great day that we'll be getting into the thematic breakout sessions to dissect some of the things that we are looking at further in details. And then tomorrow, vijana ni aje? Vijana oi! Vijana oi! Kesho kuna youth special session in the afternoon, run by a youth. Everything is just by the youth. Sawa sawa. So tufike hapa kwa wingi, tuweza kujaza hii hall, tupige story, tubanje na tuongee story zetu ambazo zinatuaffect. Amaje vijana? Si hapo sawa? Hapo sawa? Sawa, thank you so much. I want to talk about the second announcement. Somebody by the name Joel and Joy were doing some registration in here. Kindly, wherever you are, kindly reach out to the secretariat or the planning team. Joel and Joy, they were in a white t-shirt. Kindly, or reach out to Sarah. Sawa sawa. The last but not the least, for those visiting institutions that had sent requests to Tfgbv to facilitate accommodation, kindly remain behind. You'll be helped at that particular point. Mine is just to say thank you so much. What a day. What a day. What a day. Thank you so much. Karibu sana, Chair of the Day, Professor Pam.
Thank you so much. I think we just need 2 minutes jig jag. Just everyone, let's get up just to have some exercise.